What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei was betrayed and became the Black Dragon Emperor. The high School DxD fanfiction, in which our main character Issei Hyoudou undergoes a traumatic experience that causes a change in his outlook on life and attitude in general. How will his peers respond to the new Issei? Will they appreciate his newfound maturity or fear his new persona? But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into the first arc. Ria's voice quivered with worry and sorrow as she implored. Issei. Why did you do that? Why are you like this? What happened to you? Please tell me. Please tell me you're still my Issei. But Issei remained silent, his focus entirely consumed by the impending raiding match against Team Sererg. The audacious act he had just committed had instilled fear in the souls of everyone in the arena and left the members of his peerage heartbroken. Desperation laced Ria's scream as she tugged on Issei's arm, desperately trying to regain his attention. Issei. Please respond. She cried out, her pleas falling on deaf ears. Issei continued to ignore his master's words, his eyes fixed on his opponent, Sererg Bale. A tense silence hung between them, Sererg glaring at Issei with intense hatred and anger, while Issei stared back, his expression devoid of emotion, completely indifferent to his own actions. Issei. Please. You're breaking my heart. Ria's choked back tears, her voice cracking with raw emotion. Yet, Issei remained unmoved, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Sererg. From his perspective, Ria's voice started to fade away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. I don't care what needs to be done. I will never lose again. Issei resolved within himself, his determination drowning out the world around him. The setting occurs just over a week before the raiding match between Team Gremory and Team Sererg. Issei upset Ria's by calling her president instead of her name, and this caused the whole arc to turn against him. Issei tries to chase after Ria's after she runs out of the room. Amid the tension-filled moment, Akeno stepped forward, her voice cutting through the air like ice. Stop. If you go after her without understanding what you did wrong, you'll only hurt her even more. She declared, her tone commanding and cold. Issei came to an abrupt halt, his movements freezing in response to Akeno's stern words. He stared at her, realization dawning upon him. Tinged with worry and confusion, Ravel questioned Akeno. Is this my fault? Did my mom say something that upset Ria's? Akeno reassured Ravel, her tone softening slightly. Of course not, sweetie. Issei is just a brainless fool. Akeno's reply carried a harsh undertone, a subtle jab at Issei that hung in the air, leaving a palpable tension among them. Issei looks at the palm of his hands. What have I done? How can I apologize when I don't know what I did wrong? Issei thought to himself. One day passes, it's now the next morning. Issei goes to the Orc clubhouse to train with his peers against their upcoming raiding match. He walks up the stairs on the pathway toward the main door of the clubhouse. He wants to make it up to Ria's and the others by training hard and showing them he can do better, and they'll forgive him. Before he could get into the clubhouse, he stopped by the peerage from entering. In front of the main door stands Kiba, Zenobia, and Kaneko. Issei, wearing a perplexed and anxious expression, approached the group tentatively. Hey guys, what's up? He stammered, his voice laced with confusion and concern. Kiba, his expression serious, replied. Issei, we need to talk. If we're talking about yesterday, no need to fret. Issei interjected, attempting to sound nonchalant. I'll bow down to the prez the very instant she graces us with her presence. His words were met with disgusted looks from everyone present. Kaneko, her patience wearing thin, hissed with a sharp edge to her voice. Ugh, you're so clueless, it's almost laughable. If you're that ignorant, save your breath and spare me your pointless apologies. Her eyes narrowed in frustration as she spoke. Upon hearing Kaneko's harsh tone, Issei's expression shifted to sadness. Meanwhile, Akeno leaned close and whispered. Ria's, he's here. Issei turned around and saw Ria's approaching the clubhouse, accompanied by Akeno and Asia. Eager to lighten the mood, he chirped in an upbeat voice. Yo, prez. Greetings to the elegant Lady Akeno and the lovely Miss Asia. His attempt at humor fell flat when Asia and Akeno scoffed, and Ria's ignored him completely. Disheartened, Issei tried to call out to Ria's before Zenobia cut him off. Arg. Are you so dense, Issei? Zenobia exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Perhaps if you possessed a trace of maturity, you would grasp your error. Do you not comprehend the pain you inflict upon Lady Ria's? Your mere presence brings her disquiet. Her voice resonated with passion as she scolded Issei, leaving him silenced and crestfallen in her wake. Issei looks flabbergasted, he looks at the others as he sees them all looking at him. He can tell they agree with Zenobia's words just from their faces. However, he can't see Ria's face, she hasn't even turned to face him. Ria's addressed her comrades within the clubhouse with a tone of firm resolve. Everyone, gather inside, it's time to get ready for the raiding match. Following her directive, the orc members entered one after another. Riaz maintained the door open for all, yet as Issei approached, she decisively closed it without sparing a glance, leaving him standing alone outside. A note of concern crept into Asia's voice as she questioned the group. Aren't we being too harsh on him? Ikeno's eyes, reflecting a mix of understanding and determination, responded. Maybe, but he needs to learn. Riaz is the main girl in his harem. If he can't reach her, then what hope is there for us? Asia nodded reluctantly, realizing the truth in Ikeno's words. They all moved towards the meeting room with heavy hearts, leaving Issei behind, oblivious to the turmoil within him. Back outside, Issei felt his heart shatter as tears welled up, stung by the treatment from those he had considered his friends and family. His mind echoed with self-doubt. What did I do wrong? Am I that dense? Everyone, I'm sorry. Riaz, I'm sorry. As he began to walk away, his eyes clouded with tears, and a sudden jolt surged through his left arm, drawing his attention. He glanced down, horror flooding him as he saw his arm severed and his partner, Drag, torn away from him. Drag? Erg. Issei's anguished cry pierced the air as pain engulfed him. Before he could react, he was ambushed by 3 devils wielding dragon-slaying weapons, severing his boosted gear and rendering him defenseless. One of the assailants targeted his hamstring, causing Issei to collapse onto the ground. Another drove 3 swords into his back, pinning him to the concrete beneath him. Issei's vision blurred, the world fading away. In a desperate feeble whisper, he pleaded. Someone, please save me. Riaz, please save me, I'm sorry, please, I'm begging you, save me. Although it was a whisper, he did expect Riaz and the others to hear his words due to the devil's supernatural senses. He doesn't realize that the devils had already planned for this and set up a soundproof barrier around the area. However, in Issei's perspective, he thinks that he's been set up by the orc to die a horrible death. Issei tries to call out again, but one of the devils stabs him through the back of the neck and out through his throat. The female devil of the trio sneered triumphantly, taunting Issei. Go ahead, try and make a sound now. Their mocking laughter echoed around him as Issei struggled for his last breath, his strength waning. Yet, amid his desperate struggle, Issei's mind raced with tumultuous thoughts. How could they pull this crap on me? Over some tiny incident from yesterday. After all I've done for those jerks. Issei's mind roared with indignation. Memories of risking his life for the people who had betrayed him flooded his thoughts. All those times I almost kicked the bucket saving their sorry butts, this is how they repay me. Casting me aside and leaving me to rot like some diseased mud. His mind churned with betrayal, his thoughts darkening further. Riaz and Rainer, 2 women I fell head over heels for, put my trust in, and in the end, they both stabbed me in the back. What a sick joke. Was this their grand plan all along? The whole orc just using and abusing me like some tool. Was I just a worthless pawn to them? To Riaz. I thought she loved me, damn it. I loved her with all I had, how could she do this to me? Did she ever truly love me? Issei's gaze turned toward the clubhouse, his last hope for salvation. He extended his right hand toward it with a final surge of strength. But before he could even cry for help, a sword made from demonic energy from one of the devils pierced his hand, driving it into the ground and pinning him further. Bloodied and weakened, Issei's thoughts darkened as he remembered Rainer's betrayal. This crimson hue brings her to mind, Riaz. He mused, the irony not lost on him. The one who holds my heart, how twisted, in both my passings, this red shade is all that lingers. But this time, Riaz isn't here to rescue me. Desperation clouded him as he felt the total weight of his loneliness and betrayal. No. I cannot succumb once more. Not in this manner. I must persevere until my very last breath. But how? My boosted gear has been rendered useless. I am incapable of launching an offensive or defending myself against any threat. I need strength. Power. More power. More power. In his darkest moment, a glimmer of hope emerged before him. A prompt appeared, words illuminating his vision, offering a sliver of possibility in the face of his impending demise. Second chance. Yes, no. Issei's mind raced with confusion and disbelief. What in the world is this? He pondered, a whirlwind of uncertainty. It appears to be a notification, but how? It doesn't make any sense, could it be some kind of illusion? His baffled thoughts echoed in the depths of his mind, grappling with the inexplicable situation before him. Issei looks closer at a prompt, and it says second chance. Along with the 2 buttons being yes and no. Issei's mind whirred with disbelief and uncertainty, his thoughts racing. A second chance. I am unfamiliar with its nature but left with no alternative. Even if this is a joke, I must seize the opportunity. His determination flickered amidst the confusion, a resolve taking root within him despite the strangeness of the situation. Issei tries to reach for the yes button, but realizes he can't. His left arm is cut off, and his right hand is impaled through the center and pinned onto the ground. Inside Issei's mind, frustration boiled over as he grappled with an unreachable goal. Arg, I can't reach it. I need to reach it. He thought, his inner voice blending determination and desperation. Issei starts to reach with his right hand, and the energy sword cuts through his hand as he reaches for the button. The pain is excruciating. Still, he pushed forward, he moved even further and even harder. The light spear was now in the midsection of his forearm, but he still couldn't reach it. He needed to push further. The blades impaled in his back started to move down as he moved forward, cutting him open even more. Some major organs start getting ripped and torn from the inside due to the blades. Issei starts to cough out blood, but he keeps moving. He cuts past his ribs as he makes his way to the button. The devils don't notice since they can't see the prompt, so they have no idea what Issei is reaching for. They assume Issei is stupid and wants to die a much more painful death than intended, so they laugh even harder. The blades in his back are now in his middle back section, and the sword in his forearm is near his elbow, but he can now press the button. Issei pushes the button, the prompt then changes and says something different. Congratulations. You have been chosen to accept my blessing. Make the most of it. Issei's mind raced with confusion, his thoughts jumbled in disbelief. What? Blessing? Chosen? Gift? What on earth is happening? He pondered, his thoughts overwhelmed by bewilderment. A sudden tingling sensation rippled through Issei's body, jolting him. What is this? He exclaimed, his voice laden with shock. His body began to radiate a blood-red glow, catching the attention of the devils nearby. The fuck? The taller male devil blurted out. He should have died from the dragon slayer swords. How is he powering up? One of the devil exclaimed, his disbelief mirroring his companions. But I don't feel anything coming off him, it's just a light show. The female devil observed, her confusion evident. The sword in Issei's hand disintegrated, and the blades embedded in his back were forcefully expelled, soaring into the air before clattering to the ground beside him. Desperation and determination flickered in Issei's eyes as he murmured. Power, power, power. I need more power. Give me more power. His words, laced with a terrifying intensity, sent shivers down the spines of the devils. Despite his extensive injuries, Issei hunched over and stood tall, his body still leaking blood from multiple wounds. His resolve, however, remained unbroken, fueling his determination to face his adversaries head-on. Edom. We need to follow our orders. Eliminate the Red Dragon Emperor. The female devil shouted, rallying her companions to charge at Issei. In response, Issei extended his hand, summoning one of the Dragon Slayer swords. It flew from the ground into his grasp. His hand seared and sizzled as his fingers closed around the hilt, but he ignored the pain. He sliced through the female devil swiftly, determinedly, cutting her down through the center. The others watched in horror, paralyzed by the shocking display of power before them. DSK-1. Kill the pursuers. 1/3. Issei sees the notification prompt and knows what must be done. Amidst the chaos, the taller male devil bellowed. Red Dragon Emperor, you bastard. His anger fueled his charge as he lunged at Issei once more. Yet, in a twist of fate, Issei's wounds began to emit steam, a miraculous transformation washing over him. Every injury, every cut, and every hole in his body miraculously healed, leaving no trace of the previous damage. His left arm, though regrown, lacked his sacred gear's presence. Issei swiftly reacted, pulling his left shoulder back, rotating slightly, and seizing the approaching devil by the throat, with his newly restored left hand, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The devil, now gripped by fear, stammered. What? How? I tried to attack him from behind, how did he know I'd be here? Inside Issei's mind, a whirlwind of thoughts churned. This power, it's amazing. What is this? I feel good. The newfound strength coursed through him, empowering his every move and filling him with exhilaration and awe. Issei tightens his grip on the devil, completely snaps his neck and crushes his throat, killing him instantly. Task 1. Kill the pursuers. 2/3. The last devil drops to his knees with a look of horror as he stares at the ground, crying. The other male devil's voice cracked with despair. This wasn't how it was supposed to go, this was supposed to be a simple task. We were given an item that would take us off the radar, how did this happen? He sobbed, his tears mingling with the dirt beneath him. Silent and determined, Issei advanced toward him, his eyes ablaze with a blood-red intensity. The devil's gaze met Issei's, and instantly, terror consumed him, he instinctively lowered his head, unable to bear the weight of those merciless eyes. Please, have mercy. The devil pleaded, his voice desperate. Issei's gaze bore into him, unyielding and unrelenting. And then, in an instant, the devil erupted into nothingness, vanishing without a trace, leaving only echoes of his plea hanging in the air. Task 1. Kill the pursuers. 3/3. Multiple notifications pop up one after the other. Task complete. Claim your rewards. Pocket Dimension Creation. 3 stat points. 5 ability points. Issei's mind buzzed with confusion and curiosity, thoughts whirling in his head. Claim. Rewards. What is this weird system? He wondered aloud, his voice a mere whisper against the mysteries before him. The concept seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of a video game system, yet shrouded in an enigmatic aura. His brow furrowed as he pondered further, a new revelation catching his attention. And what's this pocket dimension creation? The words hung in the air, laden with intrigue and a tinge of trepidation. The unknown loomed before him, a puzzle waiting to be unraveled. Issei presses the claim button. New ability unlocked. Pocket dimension creation. Spend stat points in the stats menu. Stats involve your vitality, strength, agility, intelligence, senses, dexterity and luck. You can use stat points, SP, to level up your stats. Spend ability points in the ability menu. Ability points involve your individual powers and abilities. You can use ability points, AP, to upgrade already existing abilities or unlock new ones. Confusion gnawed Issei's mind as he grappled with the sudden influx of information. What? Stat points. Ability points. Upgrades. Just what in Satan is going on? Issei's thoughts raced, his inner voice echoing his bewilderment. The situation's complexities overwhelmed him, leaving him utterly baffled and desperate for answers. Tutorial. Creating a pocket dimension. Instructions. 1. Extend your arm perpendicular to your body. 2. Think about creating a pocket dimension. Issei, although confused, does as the notification says. Suddenly, the space in front of Issei starts to crack and morph. A black hole appears in front of him and sucks in everything around him, such as the 2 dragon-slaying swords, the 2 lifeless devils, and Issei's severed left arm, his sacred gear. Before the sacred gear can fly into the hole, Issei grabs it with his new left arm and holds onto it. Tutorial complete. Walk into the pocket dimension, it will close as soon as you enter. Before Issei walks into the dimension, he looks back at the clubhouse. He realizes he is no longer needed and wanted by his peerage. They have abandoned him to die a cruel fate, and there's no need for him to be here anymore. He will do one last thing for them. In the new dimension, he will train and train until he is strong enough. Then he will come out and help them in their raiding match against Sererg. That'll be the last thing he'll ever do to them. Their betrayal and treatment towards him have told him everything he needs to know. Issei walks into the portal, and the portal closes behind him, leaving behind the person he once was and approaching the person he is about to become. After Issei's departure to the pocket dimension, the orc members leave the clubhouse after their discussion for the raiding match and get on with the rest of their schedule. Concerned gazes were exchanged among the group members, their faces reflecting the weight of the situation. How will we tell Issei about our plans and what we discussed if he isn't allowed back into the clubhouse? Asia's voice carried a tone of worry and uncertainty, the group grappling with the dilemma before them. Haneko, her expression firm and resolute, answered. We'll tell him when he acknowledges his mistake and apologizes to Rias. Her words hung in the air, emphasizing the gravity of Issei's actions and the consequences he faced. Caught up in the discussion, Zenobia interjected. Can we count on him realizing his own mistake? He's a perverted blockhead. Her skepticism evident. Bekeno chimed in with determination. He has to, Ria's heart, along with our hearts, depends on it. Her words echoed, underscoring the collective hope that Issei would understand the depth of his actions, realizing their impact on their group's unity and Ria's trust. As they leave, they walk over to where Issei was pinned down and almost died, feeling a sense of dread shrouding them. They feel the hate, the agony, the pain, and the suffering. But they aren't able to understand why they think that way. Diba's voice rang out with disbelief and fear. What was this feeling? It feels so dark. A chilling grip tightened around Ria's heart, mirroring the ominous sensation. Her mind raced with concern. Why does it feel like my heartstrings are about to snap? Asia trembled, her voice quivering in terror. Oh my god. It feels like a monster over my shoulder is breathing heavily and just about to kill me. Haneko's neck bristled with fear, her senses alerting her to the danger. In a frenzy of panic, they all sprinted back to the safety of the clubhouse, their breaths ragged and hearts pounding with fear. As they huddled inside, gasping for air, Rias demanded. What the hell was that? Bekeno shook her head in bewilderment, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I don't know. After a tense wait, they cautiously ventured outside once more. The eerie sensation had dissipated, leaving them bewildered. Could it have been a hallucination? No, the shared fear was too honest to dismiss. Rias, assuming a commanding yet caring tone, declared. I will personally address this issue with Azazel and Roswis. They may hold the key to understanding the unfolding mystery. In the meantime, I ask each of you to return to your usual tasks. Continue with your daily activities, my beloved servants. In unison, the rest of the orc chorused. Yes, President. They dispersed to their respective classes, lingering dread still clinging to their thoughts. Meanwhile, Ria's retreated into the clubhouse, her mind occupied not by the unsettling sensation, but by thoughts of Issei. Doubt clouded her mind. Did I push him too far? Is this really the only approach that will break through? But what if it ends up creating an even wider gap between us? Perhaps I should refrain from seeking relationship advice on TikTok. It seems like nobody on that app wants anyone to find true happiness. Despite her concerns, Ria's made up her mind to stick to the plan, unaware of the fate Issei had suffered, holding on to the hope that everything would eventually be alright in the end. The school has ended, and they all meet at the front gate to return to the Hyoudou residence. Throughout the day, no one has seen or heard Issei. He was not in history with Kiba, PE with Zenobia, or herbology with Asia. They start to worry about where he is. Maybe he went back home upset, at least, that is what they hope. Kiba turned to Zenobia with a puzzled expression, asking, "Hey Zenobia, was Issei in PE class with you today?" Zenobia furrowed her brow, equally confused, as she replied, "I was about to ask you if he was in history class with you today." Asia said, concerned, "I was going to ask you both the same." Ria's, their leader, grew increasingly worried, questioning the group. "Issei wasn't to class today." Bakeno's expression darkened with realization as she added, "Or rather, he wasn't at school at all." The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air, a silent understanding passing between them as they contemplated the absence of their friend and comrade. They start to worry about where he is. Maybe he went back home upset, at least, that is what they hoped. On their way home, although they are upset with Issei, they still care for him. They secretly pray that he is safe at home, especially Ria's. She starts to wonder if her plan will work or not, or if it will achieve the opposite effect. They return to the house and open the front door. Issei's shoes aren't there, he hasn't come home. Ria's voice quivered with panic, her worry palpable in the air. His shoes, they're nowhere to be found. He still hasn't returned home. Trying to reassure Ria's, Kiba remarked with a hint of concern. "Ria's, chill out. He's probably just out with his other perverted buddies." Despite his attempt to calm, unease flickered in his eyes. But Ria's remained unsatisfied with this explanation. Determined to ensure Issei's safety, she declared, "I will call him to see where he is." A frantic thought echoed inside her mind. "I need to know if he's safe or not." Fingers trembling, Ria's dialed Issei's number. The phone rang, and the sound emanating from upstairs sent the group a jolt of anticipation. "Issei!" Ria's exclaimed, her voice echoing with urgency as she sprinted upstairs. The others trailed behind her, their footsteps echoing on the staircase as they hurried toward Issei. "I can hear it. It's coming from our room." Kaneko's keen Nekomata senses guided her unerringly to the origin of the ringing, her voice filled with concern and determination. They rush into the room and look for Issei. He isn't there. They see his phone on the bedside table, still on the charger. It seems like Issei forgot to take it today. Ria's looks horrified as she realizes the dread of the situation at hand. A few hours passed. Issei hasn't made it home for dinner. They are now legitimately concerned about Issei's whereabouts. They contact Azazel to find him. Bakeno's voice, tinged with concern, broke the silence over the phone. "Hello Azazel." Azazel's response was measured, reflecting his curiosity. "Ah, greetings, Akeno. I presume this isn't a mere trivial call, considering the lateness of the hour." Bakeno's worry was evident as she spoke. "Yes, have you seen Issei?" Azazel shook his head, his words carrying a hint of surprise. "Issei? Nah, haven't seen him since that grab and dragon event. What's the deal?" Bakeno's concern deepened. "Issei hasn't come home yet. We're rather worried about his whereabouts." Azazel's disbelief was palpable. "Issei hasn't made it back yet. Tell me, when was the last time you laid eyes on the guy?" Bakeno replied, her voice trailing off. "This morning, at the clubroom, we didn't catch a glimpse of him throughout the entire day at school." Azazel's memory sparked, his words carrying a sense of realization. "At the clubhouse. Didn't Ria sense something dreadful right in front of that place?" The conversation was on speaker mode, and the group listened intently. Ria's voice was urgent. "Yes. Absolutely. Do you think there's any connection between that and Issei's sudden disappearance?" Azazel contemplated the situation, his response thoughtful. "I wouldn't completely write it off, but hey, it's definitely a possibility." Ria's anxiety flared. "A possibility?" Although sternly, Azazel tried to ease their fears. "Easy there, Ria's, I bet Issei's doing just fine. Did you do something to tick him off?" Silence fell, guilt painting their faces. The weight of their mistake hung heavy in the air. Finally, Ria's admitted, her voice laden with regret. "We may have." Azazel's disappointment was palpable, his tone turning stern. "What did you do?" No one dared to utter the truth. The room was tense until Azazel broke it, his voice firm. "HMPH, whatever you pulled off, make damn sure you make it up to him once I track him down and drag his sorry ass back home." Bekeno, her voice small, replied. Okay, thank you Azazel. The call ended, leaving them in a heavy silence. Shame filled the room, they had crossed a line. Her eyes brimming with tears, Riaz whispered. I hope he is alright. I can't lose him. They all go to bed and have a sleepless night. It's now the following day, the girls wake up in bed and look over. Issei is still not here, all their hearts drop as they don't see Issei sleeping beside them. It was a gloomy morning for the Hyoudou residents. Issei has that peace that holds them together and lifts them to move forward. Without him, everyone is a mess. They make their way to school and do their schoolwork throughout the day. Issei still hasn't attended school, and they still haven't been updated by Azazel, so they worry even more. It's the end of the day, and everyone goes to the clubhouse to discuss Issei. Kiba's voice trembled with genuine fear as he confessed. Now I'm genuinely getting apprehensive. Zenobia chimed in, her worry echoing Kiba's sentiment. Me too. Curiosity tinged Kaneko's voice as she asked. Where's Azazel? Kiba shrugged, his uncertainty palpable. Who knows? I haven't seen him this entire day, he's probably still out there looking for him. Irina scoffed, her frustration evident. Stupid fallen angel is probably being a perv somewhere. It was her casual remark that triggered a collective realization among them. When Irina mentioned the fallen angel, Rainer, their eyes widened with understanding. It dawned on them why Issei had withdrawn and couldn't express his emotions anymore. The trauma of his first girlfriend still haunted him. Bekeno's voice, laced with regret, cut through the heavy silence. I've always noticed that Issei casts fearful glances towards us women. Oh, what have we done to him? Ria's realization hit her like a punch to the gut. All this while, he carried the fear of opening up to us. Kaneko's voice, laden with melancholy, added to the somber atmosphere. We were too consumed by our own emotions that he failed to consider his own. Asia's guilt-ridden voice chimed in, her regret apparent. After everything Issei has done for us, is this how we treated him? The weight of their mistake settled upon them like a crushing burden. They had attacked Issei's character without considering his feelings and the depths of his trauma. They had collectively driven him away, pushing their friend and lover to the point where he didn't want to return. As they reflected, memories flooded their minds, reminding them of all the good Issei had done for each of them. Kiba's mind raced with conflicting emotions. Issei, he was there for me when those scumbags conducted their vile experiments and tormented me in my childhood, all in the name of wielding that accursed sword. He reflected a tumultuous whirlwind of memories in his thoughts. He taught me to overcome the trauma and find solace. How could I ever treat my closest friend like an outsider? In the depths of her mind, Asia struggled with an overwhelming sense of guilt and confusion. Issei, he's the one who rescued me from Fried and the others. She pondered, her conscience weighed down by the gravity of her actions. He pleaded with Riaz to bring me back to life when I died. He even implored Michael to allow me to continue praying despite my devil transformation. And when he thought I was gone, he willingly sacrificed his own life force, activating the Juggernaut drive, reducing his remaining years to less than 100. How can I betray my savior like this? The torment in her thoughts echoed the turmoil in her heart as she grappled with the difficult choices before her. In the depths of her thoughts, Kaneko wrestled with her emotions. Issei. He was the one who helped me come to terms with my Nekomata nature, and it terrified me to the very core. But he showed me that I shouldn't fear who I am, that I should embrace my powers and use them to safeguard those dear to me. And now I can't help but question my actions. What have I done? Kaneko murmured, her voice filled with introspection and uncertainty. Bekeno's mind raced with conflicting emotions as she reflected on her past with Issei. Issei was there for me when I struggled with the loss of my mother. She mused her thoughts a whirlwind of memories. He was the one who helped me find solace after her death, a haunting presence throughout my entire life. A bittersweet smile touched her lips as she recalled his unwavering support. He guided me to embrace my fallen angel heritage, a part of myself I had despised. Akeno continued, her thoughts laced with gratitude. And even after I revealed my wings to him, he didn't recoil in disgust. The memory of that vulnerable moment tugged at her heartstrings. He had every reason to do so. My demeanor, appearance, and resemblance to Rainer are striking. A pang of self-consciousness gripped her, but she pushed on, acknowledging the complexity of their relationship. He had every right to hate me, yet he chose not to. Akeno admitted, a mix of awe and confusion clouding her thoughts. Despite everything, he cherished me deeply. Regret weighed heavily on her, realizing the depth of his affection. In the end, it was I who remained oblivious to his true feelings and unintentionally caused him pain. The weight of her realization settled in her chest, a poignant reminder of her blindness to his love. Ria's heart clenched with regret as her mind echoed with self-recrimination. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What have I done? Her thoughts spiraled in a whirlwind of guilt. She replayed the moments in her mind, realizing the depth of Issei's sacrifice. He saved me from that despicable riser Phoenix. Time and time again, I relied on him to rescue me, and he always emerged victorious. He stood by me during my darkest moments, providing the strength and support I needed. A sinking realization washed over her, a profound understanding of her failure. This was a terrible idea. I should have been the one to take the initiative. He endured a toxic relationship. How did I not see it earlier? Self-blame gnawed her, threatening to consume her entirely. 1. Fear gripped her heart like a vice. Am I going to lose the man I love? Panic laced her thoughts. The mere possibility sent shudders down her spine. No. I can't bear it. Please, no. Please. Her desperate plea hung in the air, a silent prayer that the damage wasn't irreversible. Riaz starts having a mental breakdown from all the emotions. As she bursts into tears, everyone else does. Dax. Azazel is flying around the forest area of Kuo. He has already searched everywhere else for Issei in the town and city, but couldn't find him anywhere, so he decides to look in the last unchecked place, which is the forest. Suddenly, he sees a fracture in time and space in the deep parts of the woods between the crossing of 2 trees. Azazel lands in front of the fracture and observes it. Azazel's mind raced with disbelief and urgency, his thoughts echoing incredulity. A rupture within the fabric of time and space. How could such a phenomenon manifest itself here? And why has it managed to elude the detection of everyone, including my own senses? The manner in which it materialized and emerged should have unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, triggering not only the attention of the supernatural realm, but also setting off alarms on every human world measurement device. His thoughts whirled with confusion and concern, grappling with the inexplicable mystery before him. Azazel cautiously moves closer to the rift, he wonders who created this and where this led. The closer he got to the portal, the water around the portal started to float upwards as a sign that someone was going inside or something was coming out. Azazel picks up a rock from the ground and throws it into the portal after a while. The stone is thrown back with seemingly less force. Someone just wanted Azazel to know they weren't a threat to him. Okay, how about this? He shouts as he throws a light spear into the portal. After a while, the light beam comes back out. However, it is completely frozen, as if someone froze the light spear and threw it before it landed at Azazel's foot, showing him once again they don't mean harm to give. While Azazel is still observing the frozen beam of light, the portal flashes and a giant red hand of energy grabs Azazel and pulls him in. During confusion and desperation, Azazel's voice pierced the air, a frantic shriek escaping his lips. No wait. Trembling, he caught a glimpse of a blinding white light and instinctively shut his eyes tight. A familiar voice, soothing and steady, reached Azazel's ears, pulling him back from the brink of panic. Azazel, it's alright. Perhaps you should consider opening your eyes. Issei's voice resonated, cutting through the tension in the air. Upon hearing Issei's voice, Azazel cautiously opened his eyes, relief flooding him as he saw Issei standing before him. Issei. He exclaimed, his voice a mix of disbelief and joy. However, as Azazel observed Issei closely, he noticed a subtle but significant change. The goofy, carefree expression that once adorned Issei's face had transformed. His features were now tenser and more serious, indicating a shift in his demeanor. Issei? Everyone has been worried sick for you. Is this where you have been? Azazel questioned, his concern etched across his face. Issei met Azazel's gaze calmly. Azazel, I've been here for the past few weeks. Past few weeks? It's barely been a day since your sudden vanishing. Azazel exclaimed, disbelief coloring his words. Is that so? It seems the time dilation in this place is functioning as expected. Issei explained, his tone matter of fact. Time dilation. Azazel echoed in astonishment. He surveyed their surroundings, taking in the endless flat land that stretched before them. The sky above resembled the vast expanse of outer space, tinged with a reddish hue that prevented it from descending into complete darkness. Azazel's eyes scanned the area, noticing an array of training equipment scattered around. Yes, time dilation. It's reminiscent of the hyperbolic time chamber from Dragon Ball, albeit not quite reaching their level, at least not yet. Issei elaborated, offering a glimpse into the extraordinary nature of their current situation. What? How? Azazel's voice trembled with bewilderment and curiosity, his mind struggling to grasp the reality of their surroundings. Issei then forms a finger jab in his right hand with his index and middle finger and pushes into Azazel's forehead. In that instant, Issei shows Azazel everything that transpired in the last few days, Earth days. He sees the Issei upset Riaz and the entire orc turning on him. He sees them stop Issei from entering the clubhouse. He sees the gruesome attack of the devils. He sees Issei's body get torn entirely. He sees the notification prompt which showed up for Issei. He sees Issei claims his second chance. Issei's new power, him killing those devils, him being able to create a pocket dimension and entering it. This whole time, Issei has been staying here and training in this time-dilated dimension. Azazul's eyes widened in shock and disbelief in the dim light. Oh my god, Issei. I had no friggin' clue you went through that. Nobody should ever have to endure something like that. Where the hell is Drake? Azazul exclaimed, his voice filled with genuine concern. Issei's hand trembled as he pointed towards a glass container where his former left arm and sacred gear floated. Both men approached the container, their faces reflecting a mix of astonishment and bewilderment. It appears that Drake is indeed alive. Issei explained, his voice surprisingly calm. I can sense his essence lingering within my arm. It seems he's currently in a state of hibernation. My plan is to reattach him to my body once he awakens. Our souls remain interconnected, indicating that I am still the Red Dragon Emperor. Azazul turned around, studying Issei intently. This was the first time Issei had spoken a complete sentence since his arrival, and the change in his demeanor was palpable. Issei's voice carried a newfound seriousness, and his posture exuded determination. Issei, you thinking about making a comeback to the human realm? And, more precisely, the orc? Azazul inquired cautiously. I heard they managed to tick you off somehow, but they didn't spill the beans on the details. I witnessed what they did to you when you shared those memories with me. For the time being, yes. Issei replied, his tone unwavering. I made a promise to assist them in their raiding match against Saraerg, but once that's over, my involvement with them concludes. A pang of disappointment settled in Azazul's chest. He had considered himself close to the members of the orc. If Issei left them, he would be leaving Azazul behind as well. But Issei, if you go through with it, you'll be labeled a stray devil. Even if you don't kill your master, you'll still be abandoning them. Azazul pointed out, concern etched on his face. Similar to the way they abandoned me, wouldn't you say? Issei's words hung heavy in the air, leaving Azazul momentarily speechless. I suppose they sent you to find me? Issei continued, his voice steady. You mentioned that everyone was worried. I assume you're referring to the orc. Please let them know that I will be engaged in my personal training and will join them at the stadium just before the raiding match begins. In the meantime, instruct them to continue with their training without my presence and make certain that no information about me is shared. Just convey everything I have instructed you to. Azazul nodded reluctantly, understanding the weight of Issei's decision. After their conversation, he spent time with Issei, observing in awe as Issei trained and marveling at his new system powers. It was a sight unlike anything Azazul had seen before, leaving him amazed and deeply concerned for the challenges ahead. Issei takes breaks here, and now and then, Azazul is in disbelief in Issei's training regiment. Out of nowhere, these monsters will spawn. The system will task Issei with defeating them and claiming his experience points and credits. He also has to perform workouts that train his body to withstand even more power, along with other stuff like reading and meditating. This will also give him experience points. Issei had allowed Azazul to see the notifications he can see. His eyes light up as he considers this weird power. It reminds him of the RPG games he plays in his free time. Task complete. Azazul's inquisitive voice pierced the silence within the dimensional space. Issei, got any clue about the time ratio between this dimension and the real world? Issei nodded, his eyes bright with newfound knowledge. Yes, it's 120. What's interesting is that for every 1 second in the real world, 20 seconds pass here. It may not seem significant initially, but it becomes quite substantial when you consider the cumulative effect. Azazul mulled over the information, intrigued by the implications. Spending an entire day with Issei in the dimension, he calculated that only 1 hour and 2 minutes would have passed in the real world when he left. Realizing he had other responsibilities, Azazul decided to depart. But before he could leave, Issei handed him a small device. Here, take this. Conventional phones won't work across dimensions. However, this device will enable you to communicate with me whenever needed. Azazul accepted the device with gratitude, expressing his thanks. As he turned to leave, he couldn't help but tease Issei, his voice laced with humor. You know, Issei, you're aware of how much I crave those fresh powers. Once this whole thing blows over, why don't you swing by the Grigori? Show off your newfound abilities, my friend. He said with a sly smirk. Issei chuckled, his demeanor lighter despite recent events. Alright then, no need to be hesitant. If you wish, you can visit me at any time during the week. I will always be available. Despite the changes in Issei, their bond remained, a testament to their enduring connection. With that, Azazul exited the dimension, returning to the forest from which he had been pulled. He checked his phone and confirmed that just over an hour had passed in the real world. Thoughts raced through his mind as he flew toward the Hyoudou residence. Upon entering, he found the orc members in a heavy atmosphere of anticipation. Riaz, we need to tell you something, what we did to Issei. Riaz began, but Azazul cut her off, his tone firm. Riaz cut it out. I'm well aware of what you all pulled off, pushing Issei away and denying him entry to the club without caring about how he feels. Shock registered on their faces. How did Azazel know? Did Issei confide in him? The Kendo's voice trembled with concern. How do you know that? Irina voiced her suspicions. Did Issei tell you? Azazel, without a word, closed his eyes and nodded slightly. They crowded around him, desperation in their eyes as Riaz demanded. Where is he? Is he okay? Is he safe? I need to know. Azazel calmed them, his voice steady. He is safe. He is okay-ish, but I can't tell you where he is. Riaz couldn't fathom why he was withholding the information. What? Why not? And what do you mean by okay-ish? Azazel sighed, attempting to explain. Alright, settle down, take it easy, will ya? He's, like, sorta okay, you know. Fine, but still kinda upset about everything you guys pulled off. He made me swear not to spill the beans about his whereabouts. He wants some solitude. Their shock turned into confusion. Issei had made Azazel promise not to disclose his location. Why was Azazel siding with Issei? The Kendo questioned, her voice laden with worry. Left alone? What is he doing all by himself? Azazel informed them. Training solo. Just for the raiding match, he said. He told all of you to forget about him for now and focus on your own training. He'll handle it himself. Understanding dawned on them. Motivated by remorse, Zenobia rallied the group. Well, let's train hard. We will prove to Issei how sorry we are and apologize to him for our misdeeds. We will train for Issei. The entire Gremory peerage echoed her determination. For Issei. Azazel watched them with a mixture of discomfort and understanding. His thoughts swirled within him. They have no clue about what Issei's become. By the time they lay eyes on him again, they won't even recognize the guy anymore. It's almost a pity, you know. A tiny part of me wants to spill the beans. But I made a promise to Issei to only share what he wants me to share with him. Ria's thoughts mirrored her determination. The upcoming days will undoubtedly be challenging without Issei by my side. However, the next time I lay my eyes on him, I will rush towards him, arms wide open, ready to embrace and shower him with the love he deserves. It's a promise I make to both myself and Issei. The other girls in the harem shared Ria's sentiment, bound to make it up to Issei and love him as they should have, instead of hurting and driving him away. The next few days were somewhat gloomy for the Gremory peerage. Although they are determined to make it up to Issei for their wrongdoings, they are still saddened that Issei isn't spending time alongside them and decided to be away from them of his own accord. Riaz has tried contacting Issei multiple times through the master-servant bond. However, every time she attempted to connect, all she got was static. It was almost as if Issei was no longer on this plane of existence. Deep in her thoughts, Riaz pondered, her mind consumed by worry and confusion. Why can't I connect with him? Is he pushing me away? Has he transcended to another realm altogether? Could he be lost in the dimensional gap? No, that's impossible. Surviving even a mere half day in that place is inconceivable. So where is he? Where is my beloved Issei? Over the week, Azazel kept his promise, visiting Issei daily. In due time, he noticed he was being shadowed from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he identified Ria's familiar tailing him, undoubtedly curious about Issei's whereabouts. Observing the situation, Azazel mused. Ria's familiar, Ignoring both Issei and me willingly, I see. Can't fault her, really. She's smitten with him, head over heels. But will her devotion withstand what she's about to witness, the transformation he's undergone? Summoning his courage, Azazel pulled out the device Issei had given him and reached out to Issei through the communication link. Issei, I've come to find you, but Riaz has her pesky familiar keeping an eye on me, trying to track down your whereabouts. No chance I'm anywhere near that rift, mind you. Can you do something to assist me in slipping into that dimension without giving away our precise location? Quick-witted, Issei responded. Ah, Ria's familiar, right. Okay, I think I can come up with a solution. There happens to be a pond near your current position. It might be worth considering to approach it and, well, submerge your face into it. Trust me on this, you should be fine. Azazel followed Issei's instructions diligently, going to the specified pond. Standing before the water's edge, he hesitated momentarily, then plunged his face into the water. In an instant, Azazel was transported into Issei's dimension, his surprise evident. What? How did you do that? Holding a sword, Issei explained. The reflection of the water. It serves as a medium for transportation, enabling the transfer of not only myself, but also others and objects between different reflections. And that's precisely how I managed to bring you here. Issei is demonstrated by transporting Azazel back and forth between the water's reflection and the swords. Azazel marveled. That's insane. Can you do that with any reflection? Issei nodded, sharing his knowledge. Yes, if an object possesses a reflection, I have the capability to transport matter into and out of it. However, the density of the reflection serves as the limiting factor. The degree of reflectivity directly influences the ease and speed of transportation. The more reflective an object is, the simpler and faster the transportation process becomes. Conversely, objects with lower reflectivity pose more difficulty and result in slower transportation. For instance, a mirror would be significantly easier and quicker to transport compared to something like glass, which exhibits some level of reflection, but not to the same extent. Meanwhile, back in the ordinary realm, Riaz stood bewildered, trying to comprehend why Azazel had fallen face first into the pond and disappeared without a trace. What? Where'd he go? A few more days passed, and the cycle of the other days repeated itself. Now, it's the day of the rating match. The Gremory peerage is taking the train to the underworld. Grafia accompanies them. Grafia inquired with a hint of concern. Lady Riaz, I don't see young Issei accompanying you and the others. Is he safe and sound? Riaz wore a brave facade, though a lingering worry and sadness shadowed her eyes. Oh, don't worry about him. He's simply engaged in some last-minute training, preparing himself before the rating match. He mentioned that he'll join us shortly before the match commences. Grafia raised an eyebrow skeptically. Last-minute training. So, does that imply he's still lingering in the human world? How does he intend to arrive here without utilizing the train? Riaz, trying to suppress her doubts, responded. Azazel is accompanying him. They've taken care of the transportation arrangements from their side. Riaz recalled Azazel's assurance inwardly, but even that couldn't entirely dispel her confusion. She found solace in believing that Issei would never let her down and would show up to help, but the uncertainty weighed heavily on her heart. When the train finally stops at the stadium, the Gremory peerage exits the train. They are greeted by fans from all the Gremory peerage, especially the Grab and Dragon fans. However, they are disappointed when they don't see Issei walking with them. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, questions filled the air, echoing the concern of the spectators. Lady Riaz, where's the Grab and Dragon? Yeah, where is our hero, Issei? The audience buzzed with curiosity, speculating about Issei's absence. Bearing the weight of her guilt, Riaz attempted to drown out the crowd's confusion. Deep inside, she was tormented by the knowledge that she had driven Issei away, the ache of not having seen him for a week gnawing at her. Intrigued by the absence of the hero they had all come to admire, the crowd's queries extended to the other members. Following Riaz's lead, they ignored the questions, their silence reflecting their shared pain for their missing comrade. Inside the stadium halls, Riaz and the others finally encountered Surziches. Greetings, dear sister. How have you been? Surziches inquired, his voice warm and concerned. Surziches? Riaz exclaimed, rushing towards him and enveloping him tightly, her tears staining his shoulder. Alarmed, Surziches questioned. Riaz. What's wrong? It's Issei. I've hurt him deeply. Riaz confessed, her voice heavy with regret. You hurt Issei? How so? Surziches inquired, his brows furrowing in concern. I let my greed and selfishness take over, completely disregarding his feelings, and now he's deliberately avoiding me. Riaz admitted, her voice laced with sorrow. What? Where is Issei now? Surziches demanded, his concern deepening. He's been training with Azazel for the rating match. It's been over a week since I last laid eyes on him. Riaz replied, her distress evident. Surziches considered this momentarily before offering reassurance. Ah, so he's training alongside Azazel, is he? In that case, there's no need for concern. I have complete faith in Azazel, as I do in Issei. Knowing Issei, he's not one to shy away from aiding his friends. Just give him a little time, and I'm certain he'll arrive without fail. Riaz looked up at Surziches, her eyes still glistening with tears, but now there was a glimmer of hope in them. Surziches met her gaze with a reassuring smile, his confidence in Issei echoing in his expression. Now go, make your way to your designated area. The match events will start soon. Surziches encouraged, his words imbued with certainty. With newfound hope, Riaz nodded, wiping away her tears, and moved forward, determined to face the challenges ahead. The Gremory peerage makes her way to their sitting area in the stadium. Across them, on the other side of the stadium, sits Team Sererg. Both teams face off against each other. The two teams faced off against each other on the battleground, tension hanging thick in the air. Fusha glanced around, her eyes narrowing. I don't see the Red Dragon Emperor. Brigulis chimed in, his voice tinged with curiosity. I heard some commotion outside because he was absent when Team Gremory exited the train. Fusha speculated, her voice laced with suspicion. Do you think he ran away? Brigulis nodded, relaying the rumors he'd heard. That's what the crowd is saying, not just the audience, but also the higher-ups. 1. Sererg, his confidence unwavering, countered. No, he wouldn't dare run away. Issei Hyoudou is many things, but he isn't a coward. He promised me that he'd face me. I believe in him. Back with Team Gremory, Ria's impatience grew palpable as she waited for Issei to appear. The announcers were about to introduce the teams and their members, but Issei was nowhere in sight. Even Azazel, the match commentator, had yet to arrive. Ria's thoughts raced with worry. Where are they? They should have arrived by now. Is Issei deliberately avoiding me after how harshly I treated him? Is he planning to leave me behind, just as I did to him? No. I can't bear it. Issei, please, don't do this to me. Their team shared her concerns. Issei was their ace, and the match seemed doomed without him. When their desperation peaked, a familiar voice boomed over the stadium speakers. Azazel's voice echoed. My apologies for my fashionably late entrance. My comrade and I were engaged in some 11th hour training exercises. The Gremory peerage exclaimed. Azazel. Azazel captured their attention. For those curious minds of yours wondering about a particular dragon's whereabouts, let me enlighten you. The big guy has arrived. I personally escorted him here, and he'll be joining his peerage real soon. The Gremory peerage was elated by this news. Kiba exclaimed. Issei is here. Asper encouraged. Come on, everyone, let's show him how welcoming we are. Hineko nodded. I agree, this will be a step in the right direction to earning his forgiveness. However, Riaz wasted no time and dashed towards the exit, determined to be the first one to greet Issei, her love. The kendo called after her. Hey, Riaz, wait for us. They all followed Riaz, anticipation bubbling within them. But a dreadful sensation enveloped them as they approached, a familiar yet ominous feeling. Zenobia began to speak. This sensation. It's the same as. Before she could finish, a powerful force interrupted her, making it difficult for them to breathe. The overwhelming dread, hate, agony, and pain they felt mirrored the emotions they experienced when they left the clubhouse after rejecting Issei. Only this time, it was intensified and concentrated. They heard heavy footsteps approaching, and Akeno voiced their shared fear. Don't tell me this sensation is coming from. The Gremory peerage's collective realization hit them like a tidal wave, and their thoughts echoed in unison. Issei. From the shadows emerged a figure, a stark contrast to the Issei they knew. Strikingly tall at 6'5", this individual possessed a commanding presence, his physique defined by impressive muscularity and broadness in both shoulders and back. His facial features were sharply chiseled, with a jawline so defined it could cut glass. His jet black hair cascaded down to his neck, partially obscuring his intense eyes beneath its slightly parted front bangs. Despite his undeniable attractiveness, there was an air of aloofness around him, an aura of coldness and calculation that permeated his demeanor. His face remained tense, giving him an almost permanent expression akin to a resting bitch face. Dressed in a black fine knit turtleneck sweater that clung to his muscular frame, he added an air of mystery with a flowing black trench coat that billowed slightly as he moved. Curiously, the left sleeve of his coat was deliberately left unbuttoned, as if it was meant to accommodate something. On his left hand, he wore a single black leather glove, its smooth surface contrasting his rugged appearance. His presence exuded raw power, mystery, and an intriguing sense of purpose. The hushed gasp filled the room as everyone looked at the transformed figure. The recognition was there, but so was a deep-seated fear that kept their tongues tied. What had he endured to be so changed, so unrecognizable? Breaking the heavy silence, Riaz found her voice, her tone a mixture of shock, fear, and uncertainty. Issei, is that you? She uttered, the words hanging in the air like a fragile thread, conveying the disbelief and apprehension that gripped them all. The scene takes place right after Issei walks into the pocket dimension after the devil ambush, just over 1 week ago. New mission. Get stronger. Get stronger. How? Issei thinks to himself. Complete tasks and missions to gain SP and AP. Use these to make you stronger. This weird system, just what is it? Where did it come from? Why was it offered to me? He thinks. Another notification shows Issei's current stats compared to when he still had his boosted gear. Previous stats, with sacred gear. Vitality. 60. Strengths. 50. Intelligence. 35. Agility. 45. Dexterity. 50. Senses. 40. Luck. 30. Current stats, without sacred gear. Vitality. 25. Strength. 25. Intelligence. 30. Agility. 30. Dexterity. 30. Senses. 25. Luck. 30. In the depths of his thoughts, Issei grappled with the reality of his situation. Of course, I knew I'd be weaker without my boosted gear, but man, is this a major drop? Have I always relied on dragon battle? He pondered, questioning his own strength as a devil. As a devil, shouldn't I have gotten stronger on my own? Being a reincarnated devil, I don't have the strength or magic of pure-blooded devils. Without Drag, I'm nothing. His mind swirled with doubts and insecurities. The power he had felt earlier, a temporary boost during his fight with those devils, now seemed like a fleeting illusion. That power I got feels like a temporary boost to escape my current predicament. I can't sense it in my body anymore, like it was just a free trial that lasted a few minutes. He mused. Yet, a glimmer of determination flickered within him. But if this system can help me grow, I'm all for it. Turning his attention to his left hand, which held his former left arm, he witnessed a miraculous transformation. The gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor restored itself, a symbol of his lost power returning. Despite this, his attempts to reach Drag inside the boosted gear went unanswered, leaving him longing and concerned. Don't worry, partner. I'll make this alright again. Issei vowed, his voice full of determination and hope. Focusing on the task at hand, he shifted his gaze to the notification screen, his eyes widening with amazement. Building creation. The individual can devise, conceive, and construct items of diverse sizes and shapes using various materials, including matter, energy, power, and abstract concepts. Dimensional storage. Objects or creatures can be stored in an alternate dimension by the user to ensure their safety and can be summoned back with relative ease. Environment creation. The individual has the ability to craft complete surroundings, either by forming new ones from scratch or by molding existing environments to their desired form in any desired location. Time compression. By condensing the flow of temporal energy and layering the currents, the user can generate a pocket dimension with an incredibly high time density. Within the subspace dimension, the flow of time varies from that of the external dimension. Issei marveled at his newfound abilities. These attributes are off the charts. Time compression. So, does that mean I can manipulate time in this dimension and slow it down to the extent that I can experience more time than the outside world? It's like having my own hyperbolic time chamber. I'll definitely make the most of that. Spending more time in here means I can train extensively. And trust me, I need that training desperately. I'm far from the level I once achieved with my sacred gear. I'd even say I'm only at the same level I was when I sacrificed my arm to fight Riser. Yeah, this is exactly what I need. With determination blazing in his eyes, Issei allocated his attribute points, AP, assigning one to each of the 4 attributes, and funneling the final one into time compression. Now, not only can I compress time, but I can also create matter in this dimension. I'll use it to forge training equipment that'll aid me in strengthening my body, along with other useful items. He declared, a plan forming in his mind. Ability used. Pocket dimension manipulation. Environment creation. Surveying the blank canvas of his surroundings, Issei concentrated, reshaping the dimension to his liking. The sterile white gave way to a vast, endless flat land, the sky above resembling the depths of outer space, bathed in a captivating red hue. Red, it's the color that matches my aura and eyes when I tapped into that enigmatic power, red, just like her. He murmured, his thoughts briefly clouded by memories of Ria's. But he shook himself from his reverie, understanding he had no time to spare for anyone but himself. Ability used. Pocket dimension manipulation. Time compression. Analyzing his newfound time manipulation, Issei marveled at the possibilities. From 1 second to 20 seconds, huh? So if 1 minute becomes 20 minutes and 1 hour becomes 20 hours, then that means 1 day in the real world will be 20 days. It's not quite like the hyperbolic time chamber yet, but hey, I'll take it. Ability used. Pocket dimension manipulation. Building creation. With his ability to create structures within this dimension, Issei conjured a plethora of gym equipment. He was determined to strengthen his body, readying himself to harness more power and become stronger overall. New task. Heartbroken Gym Bro. Using the equipment, bulk up and get stronger. Inside Issei's mind, confusion and frustration swirled as he grappled with the mysterious nature of the system. Heartbroken Gym Bro. What the fuck does that even mean? He exclaimed mentally, his thoughts laced with irritation. The system's unpredictability gnawed at him, it never revealed the rewards he would receive for completing tasks. Was it a flaw or a deliberate choice? He pondered, feeling the weight of uncertainty pressing down on him. It's like I have to do the task and hope for the best, not knowing if it's gonna be something good or bad. Maybe it depends on how challenging the task is. He mused, trying to make sense of the enigmatic rules governing his endeavors. But despite the ambiguity, a determined spark lit up in his eyes. But you know what? Issei's mental voice turned resolute, his determination shining through. I'll take it on, no matter the reward. If it helps me grow stronger, I won't turn it down. Bolstered by his resolve, Issei set to work, his mind focused and his determination unyielding. He began crafting a training split, each decision made with purpose. Time passed, and after a while, he was done, his plan solidified and ready to be put into action. At first, he thought about doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 kilometers run daily. Still, he realized how counterproductive it is to hit the same muscle group daily. After a while, it doesn't become as intense as it used to. Instead, Issei created this. A1. strength and endurance. Barbell squats, 3 sets x 8 reps. Deadlifts, 3 sets x 8 reps. Bench press, 3 sets x 8 reps. Pull-ups, 3 sets x 8 reps. Running, 30 minutes at moderate intensity. Day 2. Agility and martial arts. Agility ladder drills, 3 sets x 10 reps. Jump rope, 3 sets x 2 minutes. Shadow boxing, 3 rounds x 3 minutes. Bag work, 3 rounds x 3 minutes. Sparring, 3 rounds x 3 minutes. Day 3. Strength and endurance. Romanian deadlifts, 3 sets x 8 reps. Overhead press, 3 sets x 8 reps. Barbell rows, 3 sets x 8 reps. Dumbbell flies, 3 sets x 8 reps. Cycling, 30 minutes at moderate intensity. Day 4. Agility and martial arts. Cone drills, 3 sets x 10 reps. Jumping jacks, 3 sets x 2 minutes. Boxing footwork drills, 3 rounds x 3 minutes. Heavy bag work, 3 rounds x 3 minutes. Wrestling drills, 3 rounds x 3 minutes. Day 5. Strength and endurance. Lunges, 3 sets x 8 reps. Incline bench press, 3 sets x 8 reps. Chin-ups, 3 sets x 8 reps. Dumbbell curls, 3 sets x 8 reps. Swimming, 30 minutes at moderate intensity. Day 6. Agility and martial arts. Box jumps, 3 sets x 10 reps. Burpees, 3 sets x 2 minutes. Kickboxing pad work, 3 rounds x 3 minutes. Thai pad work, 3 rounds x 3 minutes. Jiu-jitsu drills, 3 rounds x 3 minutes. Day 7. Strength and endurance. Barbell step-ups, 3 sets x 8 reps. Military press, 3 sets x 8 reps. Lat pull-downs, 3 sets x 8 reps. Tricep extensions, 3 sets x 8 reps. Running, 30 minutes at moderate intensity. Issei used the idea of hybrid athletes who train in various areas to achieve his goals. Although he can use the system stats menu to upgrade many of his stats, Issei feels that he needs to put in solid ground before using the stat system to cheese his way through getting stronger. Issei's mind churned with determination as he contemplated the newfound power coursing through him, thoughts swirling in his consciousness. This power is helpful yet mysterious, I want to exploit it as much as I can. However, I don't know whether or not this is permanent. The moment it goes away, I may lose everything I gained from it. Doing things like this allows me to have somewhat of a good foundation, that way, if the system ever leaves, I could gain out from it. With resolve burning in his eyes, Issei embarked on his first day of the rigorous training regimen, focusing on building his strength and endurance. The physical demands pushed him to his limits, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. Dang it. I should have joined the gym club or put more effort into PE. I've never felt this drained before. It's like I've hit rock bottom of exhaustion. Issei exclaimed, frustration and fatigue evident in his voice. Despite the overwhelming tiredness and the pain that seared through his muscles, Issei pressed on, relentless in his pursuit of strength. Every step forward was a battle against his limitations, a testament to his unwavering determination to become even more potent than his already formidable self. That damn Sarerg, he must be juicing. There's absolutely no sane person who would pull something like this off. Issei muttered, his voice tinged with annoyance and admiration for his rival's strength. After enduring 2 grueling hours, Issei finally completed his workout, his body drenched in sweat, his muscles trembling with exhaustion. He took a moment to catch his breath, his chest heaving. That was intense. He remarked, his words carrying a sense of accomplishment amidst a weariness that settled deep within him. Mini-task complete. Claim your rewards. Chicken breast, brown rice, broccoli, protein shake. Issei marveled at the unexpected sight before him, his disbelief evident in his voice. It gave me food. And it actually looks nutritious and delicious. This is the stuff those Hollywood celebs claim to eat for bulking up as superheroes. What a load of crap. Don't get me wrong, it's a decent meal. But expecting to gain 10 to 15 kilograms of lean tissue in 6 months from this? Yeah, we all know you're injecting something in your ass. After finishing his meal, Issei took a moment to rest, although weakness still clung to him. Despite his frail state, he knew his devil physiology should aid his recovery, enabling him to train harder and longer in the coming days. Reflecting on his situation, Issei contemplated the mysterious system that governed his new reality. I suppose this is how the system makes sure I complete my tasks, granting me SP and AP, new abilities and resources to keep myself going. He mused. Planning, he continued. For the next day, well, my time scale is 20 days. I'll dedicate myself to training like this, and then I'll shift my focus to the system. The rating match is a little over 7 days away, so if I maintain the time dilation, I'll be here for approximately 140 days. Maybe around the 70th day, I'll upgrade the time compression attribute to extend my stay even further. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Issei succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into a deep sleep, preparing himself for the challenges ahead. X. Time skip. 20 days from then, 1 day in the real world. Issei has finished his last day of training like a gym rat. He has made substantial results from his training. Due to his not training for hypertrophy, his physique barely changed. The only noticeable thing is that he has a more fixed posture and muscle definition due to fat loss from all his cardio. In a sense, he has bulked up a bit, but not to the level where it is noticeable unless he takes his shirt off completely. Task complete. Heartbroken gym bro. Claim your rewards. 9 SP. 15 AP. Energy manipulation. Issei's eyes lit up with curiosity and wonder as he mused aloud. Energy manipulation. How intriguing. I find it quite fascinating, considering I already possessed such abilities with Drake. It appears that this is my unique version of it now. Lost in thought, he continued, his voice filled with contemplation. Much like the Pocket Dimension tab, the central ability takes precedence, surrounded by 4 distinct attributes, and there are additional locked attributes until I reach the maximum potential of the initial 4. His words hung in the air, heavy with newfound understanding. Energy negation. The user has the ability to nullify energy and render any energy-based attacks ineffective, disregarding their consequences. Energy absorption. The individual has the ability to assimilate diverse types of energy from its origin into their physique, while also extracting it from the source. They can then utilize this energy in multiple ways to obtain an advantage, such as enhancing their abilities, acquiring the absorbed power, or using it as a power source, whether temporary or permanent. Energy generation. The ability to produce various types of energy will turn it into a potent offensive weapon during times of necessity. Energy perception. By perceiving the energies that interconnect the universe, the user gains the ability to observe their surroundings at a heightened level, beyond what their ordinary vision permits. Issei's eyes flickered with newfound focus as he delved into the intricacies of his abilities. I've noticed a substantial increase in my SP and AP compared to previous instances. He murmured, his thoughts processing the changes. Could it be attributed to the task I undertook, which had an extended duration? Highly probable, I believe. I intend to enhance all aspects except for time compression. Given the pace of my advancement, I don't believe I require the additional time. Nevertheless, I shall reserve some spare AP as a precautionary measure. His contemplation deepened as he explored the depths of his newfound potential. These new energy attributes seem quite intriguing, particularly the energy absorption aspect. It reminds me of Vali's divine dividing. Issei's mind whirred with possibilities, drawing connections between his powers and formidable rival. For the first time in a while, Issei started to pay meticulous attention to his stats menu, his determination reflected in his eyes. The complexities of his abilities became a puzzle he was determined to solve, a path toward mastering his newfound strengths. Current stats, without sacred gear. Vitality, 25. Strength, 25. Intelligence, 30. Agility, 30. Dexterity, 30. Senses, 25. Luck, 30. Issei pondered his abilities, a sense of disillusionment clouding his thoughts. The last time I laid eyes on this, it was truly disheartening. Seeing the extent of my own capabilities and finding them unchanged since then is quite a dismaying realization. Especially when it comes to my strength statistics, they have remained stagnant. I can't help but question the impact of my efforts on my present state. Do I need to directly upgrade my abilities to see any improvement in my overall aptitude? With a newfound determination, Issei delved into understanding the intricacies of his stats and their influence on his abilities. Strength, as it is, involves my power in all areas, whether physical or the potency of my attacks. Surprisingly, it also affects my durability. The term "take what you can dish out" is prevalent in this system. The system doesn't want me to be a glass cannon build. Vitality encompasses my health, stamina, endurance, and willpower. It makes sense since vitality refers to one's ability to feel life. Agility dictates my movement, encompassing speed and agility in evasion. It also aids me in stealthy situations, should I ever decide to channel my inner assassin's creed. Intelligence, as straightforward as it sounds, pertains to my intellect. Yet, it has other implications, such as influencing my intuition and strategic thinking. This is invaluable when I need to devise a plan for any scenario. Additionally, it impacts my magic levels, determining how much magic I possess, how swiftly I can regenerate it, and how much I consume. Senses, despite its simplicity, referred my ability to sense and perceive my surroundings. It might seem trivial, but understanding one's environment is crucial, at least, that's what Drake emphasized. His dragon senses were extraordinary. Dexterity, unlike in most RPG games, isn't just a subcategory for agility. In real life, it pertains to how well you can move your body, particularly your limbs and fingers. It's all about hand-eye coordination. This skill proves invaluable in battles reliant on precise limb movements and weapon mastery. If I aim to become a better fighter, dexterity is the key. Luck, aptly named, increases the chance of being fortunate with each upgrade. Its influence remains a mystery, yet it steadily grows with time. There's an inexplicable power in luck, one I'm yet to fully grasp. Issei mused, his mind absorbed in the complexities of his newfound knowledge. Issei currently has 12 SP to spend. He decides to invest 2 points in each stat except for luck. Issei stood alone in the dimension, his thoughts echoing within the ethereal space. At this moment, I don't feel like luck is something I require just yet. However, I do recognize the importance of everything else in order for me to make progress. Besides, I believe that my own luck has played a significant role in how far I've come. From narrowly escaping Rainer's attempt on my life to surviving an ambush by those devils, I consider myself fortunate considering everything that has transpired so far. Undeterred, Issei devoted himself to training for several more days, putting in long hours in the real world. He diligently completed tasks assigned by the system, reaping substantial SP and AP rewards that allowed him to enhance his stats further. Then, an unexpected sensation washed over Issei. An intruder approaching the rift, the gateway connecting the dimension to the real world. He couldn't help but wonder. My heightened senses granted me the ability to perceive someone from beyond my own dimension, but who could it be? Ah, it's Azazel. That's the presence I sense. Perhaps he has grown curious about my current whereabouts. As a rock sailed into the dimension, Issei contemplated its purpose. Is he testing the portal? Perhaps I should throw it back to show that someone is inside. Issei responded by tossing the rock back with less force, signaling he posed no threat. Moments later, a light spear hurtled toward him. Ability used. Elemental manipulation. Elemental creation. Ice. Issei, his newfound powers of elemental manipulation at the ready, calmly intercepted the attack, freezing it beyond absolute zero and sending it back, still displaying restraint. Issei pondered Azazel's next move, growing impatient as the minutes passed. For fuck's sake. He muttered, unable to endure the wait any longer. With his energy construct, he reached through the portal, seizing Azazel and pulling him inside. Azazel yelped in surprise, his eyes squeezed shut in fear. Issei reassured him. Azazel, it's alright, just open your eyes. When Azazel complied, he recognized Issei and exclaimed. Issei. The ensuing conversation mirrored their past interactions, with Azazel expressing concern for Issei. In turn, Issei shared his memories, newfound powers, and rigorous training regime. In his thoughts, Issei couldn't help but reflect on Azazel's true character. Azazel, he wasn't a part of those assholes who fucked me over when they left me outside to die. I guess I can trust him. After all, he's only ever wanted the best for me. Although we aren't related, there is a father-son bond between us. Azazel delved into a more profound topic, inquiring about the origin of Issei's power. Issei acknowledged his curiosity, saying, indeed, on several occasions, to be precise. However, at present, I have chosen to prioritize my training over delving into the origins of this matter, although I do intend to explore it once the raiding match concludes and I distance myself from the orc. Would you be interested in joining me on this investigative endeavor? Despite his responsibilities as a teacher, Azazel remained open to the idea. Well, it all depends on whether I have the luxury of spare time or not. After all, I'm still juggling the responsibilities of being the chemistry teacher at Kuo Academy while you remain a mere student. My expectations haven't changed. I still anticipate your diligent presence in school. Granted, you may have a legitimate excuse for your absence this week, but regardless, you must make it a point to attend your classes and strive for excellent academic performance. Issei playfully responded. Whatever you say, old man. Azazel's visit lasted only a day in the dimension, equivalent to about an hour in the real world. Before departing, Issei provided him with a means of contact and extended an open invitation. You can visit anytime since I'll always be here. Issei's inner thoughts reflected his growing trust in Azazel. Yeah, I can most definitely trust him. I hope he isn't guilt-tripped into spilling the beans about what I told him not to say to the orc. They'd hassle me and not allow me to train properly, and besides, I'm still not at the level I wish to be. With that, Issei continued his training, unwavering in his commitment. He devoted himself to intense training for another 19 days, determined to reach the level he aspired to achieve. He upgraded the time compression attribute again, 1 AP used, and now the time ratio is 1 second. 40 seconds, essentially 1 day. 40 days. During those 40 days, Issei unlocked a new ability in the form of a trait called Leveler. This trait allows Issei to have an EXP bar on his attributes, meaning when he uses a specific attribute, he will gain EXP for that ability, which helps it get closer to leveling up. The more he uses the attribute, the more EXP he gains. Now, he has two ways to upgrade existing attributes, one using AP. And the second performing an attribute repeatedly until it levels up. The trait. What is that? He thinks. Issei then gets the rundown of types of powers he could have in subcategories. Traits are modifiers that affect powers. Traits are associated with powers rather than people. Archetypes refer to a collection of powers commonly found together, usually associated with specific roles. These are not archetypes of a particular type of person, but instead of a set of powers. Archetypes can be thought of as power sets and are still related to superpowers. To help understand, a trait is singular, while archetypes are plural for multiple traits, all belonging to the same set of powers. Psychic abilities and powers are related to the human psyche, which includes the soul, mind, and spirit. These abilities can have extrasensory perception, Spanish pesetas, telepathy, clairvoyance, psychokinesis, and other phenomena that involve the mind's interaction with the physical world, or the perception of information beyond what is available through the five senses. Psychic powers have been the subject of much debate and skepticism within the scientific community. Still, some people believe they possess these abilities or have witnessed them in others. Physiology refers to the abilities and powers related to possessing the traits and abilities of entities or beings. It refers to taking on or channeling other entities or beings' characteristics, skills, or powers, such as animals, spirits, or mythical creatures. This can include shapeshifting, animal communication, possession, summoning, and different abilities that involve a connection with other entities or beings. Meta-powers are the abilities and powers that operate from the outside and fundamentally differ from any other superhuman abilities in the universe. They are considered story-breaking and reality-distorting, since they can manipulate things on a level that transcends the world's laws narratively and literally. These powers are often incomprehensible to beings that exist on the same level, and they can function in ways that are entirely unfathomable to them. Manipulations are abilities and powers related to controlling and influencing a subject, object, or concept, using non-physical means that involve using the mind or consciousness to manipulate or impact the physical world. Such as time manipulation, spatial manipulation, gravity manipulation, blood manipulation, plant manipulation, etc. Magic is the abilities and powers that refer to the capacity to perform supernatural acts that are not explainable by natural laws or science. Such as necromancy, dark arts, alchemy, divination, etc. Enhancements refer to abilities and powers that have been improved beyond their natural limits. This can include physical abilities such as strength, speed, and endurance, as well as mental and intellectual abilities, such as memory, focus, and creativity. Enhancements can be achieved through various means, including genetic engineering, cybernetic implants, or performance-enhancing drugs. Constructs refer to abilities, and powers are those that are related to something that is built or formed. Such as portal creation, object creation, energy constructs, etc. Almighty powers refers to abilities and powers that have the potential to influence anything, and everything refers to extraordinary powers that are not limited by the laws of physics or other constraints of the physical world. These abilities may include omnipotence, omniscience, or other godlike powers, allowing an individual to control or manipulate reality. Inside Issei's mind, thoughts whirled like a storm. Jesus, that was quite a load to absorb. He mused, astounded by the influx of information. He acknowledged the importance of his upgraded intelligence, recognizing that without it, his mind wouldn't have been able to grasp the complexities of the knowledge presented to him. His mental faculties analyzed the acquired abilities, categorizing them meticulously. I can observe that the majority of the abilities I've acquired fall under manipulations. He noted, sorting through the vast array of powers at his disposal. I haven't delved into magic yet, I possess some construct abilities. Each realization added another layer to his understanding. Intrigued, he delved deeper, exploring the nuances of almighty and meta powers. It appears that almighty powers and meta powers reside at distinct levels. He pondered, his mind working to differentiate between these profound forces. No, they are indeed different. Almighty pertains to deities like God, suggesting the ability to erase and create new concepts, whereas meta seems capable of influencing existing concepts. The complexity of these distinctions fascinated him, sparking a thirst for further knowledge. X. Azazel comes back after a day to check on Issei again. Azazel, the cunning and inquisitive fallen angel, observed Issei keenly. Issei, my oh my, you've undergone quite the transformation since we last met. Did you tinker with the dilation of your abilities? Issei nodded, his voice steady. Yeah, it's 140 now. Azazel's eyes sparked with curiosity. Oh, interesting. So you're saying you can keep upgrading it endlessly? No. Issei clarified. The maximum level cap is 10. Currently, the time compression skill has reached level 3. Azazel leaned in, intrigued. So what time dilation is level 10? Issei pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing in concentration. Not entirely certain, but the trend seems to be a doubling effect with each upgrade. Level 1 stands at 10, level 2 at 20, and level 3 at 40. If the pattern persists, then level 10 would likely reach somewhere in the range of the 5000s. A sigh escaped Azazel's lips as he processed the information. He chuckled softly, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Haha, you know, it's funny how I appear all calm and collected, but deep down, I'm utterly clueless about how to respond anymore. Can you believe it? A single day in the real world could equate to over 5,000 years in this crazy place. Now, that's just mind-boggling. I mean, for your average devil, that's practically half their entire lifespan. Can you imagine? Issei nodded in understanding. How did everyone react when you relayed the information I shared with you? Azazel grinned. Heh, I relayed all the information just like you wanted, leaving out the stuff you said to keep quiet about. But damn, they were bummed to hear you won't be joining them this week. On the bright side, it's fired them up to compensate by following your instructions and training their asses off for that raiding match. Issei's lips curved into a small smile. Is that so? Well, I suppose that's a positive development. Azazel observed as Issei delved back into his training within the time-dilated dimension. During their time together, Issei explained the intricate subcategories of his abilities and powers, capturing Azazel's fanatic interest. Azazel, a power-hungry enthusiast, almost trembled with excitement at the vast potential he sensed in Issei. After absorbing every detail, Azazel left the dimension, his mind buzzing with speculation about Issei's future. Meanwhile, undeterred, Issei resumed his training, driven by determination and a thirst for even greater power. X. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Boss battle. Issei's voice echoed through the eerie silence of the tomb, his words filled with curiosity and determination. Boss battle. This is new, it distinctly sets itself apart from the multitude of randomly spawned monsters and creatures the system used to throw at me, assigning me the task of extermination. My first boss battle, how shall I fare? Am I presently formidable enough? No, I must be confident. I dedicated myself to training over the past 60 days. Abruptly, the dimensions around him started to shift and change independently. Issei blinked in confusion, exclaiming. What? I didn't even do anything. The surroundings morphed and twisted, constructing buildings and rearranging until Issei was encased in pure darkness. What the hell is happening? Issei questioned, his tone laced with both frustration and apprehension. Ability used. Elemental manipulation. Element creation. Light. Drawing upon his elemental manipulation abilities, he conjured an orb of plasma in his hand and propelled it into the air. The globe emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the area he was in. It seems to be some kind of tomb, but why? Dramatic effect, perhaps. Issei pondered aloud, observing the dead end behind him and the long, wide bridge ahead. A glowing door stood on the bridge's other end, its purpose unclear. Could that be the boss room or the way out? Issei wondered aloud, his voice filled with uncertainty. Steeling himself, he ventured across the bridge, peering over its edge to witness a ravine below, filled with treacherous rapids and sharp rocks. The bridge was suspended so high above the ravine that one could quickly meet their demise by jumping off. Issei's keen senses detected another presence, eyes watching him intently. There's no point in hiding. I know you're there. I can feel your eyes on me. Issei declared, his voice unwavering. Suddenly, a massive winged bat swooped onto the bridge from the tomb ceiling, its grotesque features contorted in a snarl. Well, that's a face only a mother could love. Issei quipped, his words a blend of bravado and defiance as he prepared himself for the impending battle ahead. The beast screeches, takes flight, and flies around the tomb, under and over the bridge, while constantly screeching and causing a lot of echoes throughout the tomb. It was flying so fast that Issei had difficulty tracking it in the dark, that's at least what the beast thought. The beast suddenly decides to attack from directly above Issei. This whole time, Issei has been standing there, not moving an inch, waiting for the beast to move its attack. Knowing the beast's direction and magnitude, Issei looks directly up at it, showing his glowing red eyes. When the beast saw Issei's eyes, it screeched and backed off from his attack. Issei scoffs at the beast's actions. Suddenly, there are many screeching and crashing sounds, as if the beast is crashing into the rocks on the ceiling. The rocks from the ceiling fall onto the bridge, causing the bridge to break and collapse. The beast wants Issei to fall to his death in the ravine. However, Issei already knew how to get out of the situation. As the bridge collapses further, Issei uses his agility to use the broken pieces of the bridge as stepping stones while they're still in midair. Once he reaches the highest piece, he jumps and leaps toward the beast. He forms 2 daggers in his hands and stabs the beast on its back. The beast shrieked in pain, however, Issei wasn't done here. Issei could control the beast's flight using the impaled daggers as a joystick. He directed the beast downwards into the ravine. Before the beast could land in the ravine, Issei jumped from its back and landed on the other side of the bridge, where the glowing door was, but not before ripping off the beast's wings, so that it'll lose its ability to fly. The beast shrieks as it falls into the ravine, and the slap of the water kills it instantly, as it makes its way down the stream into the waterfall in the unknown. Issei stood in awe before the majestic door, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Is that truly the boss? He mused aloud, his voice laced with skepticism. It appears excessively effortless, suspiciously so. The horde of monsters and creatures summoned by the system for me to vanquish as a task posed more challenge than this. I contemplate, perchance, this is the sanctum of a boss. He pondered, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the radiant door. The uncertainty hung heavy in the air, his mind racing with the possibilities that lay beyond. Issei transverses through the glowing door. It isn't a physical door, but made of light. Issei looks down and sees the waterfall from the previous section. The waterfall loops around and makes a full circle. At the bottom of the waterfall is a small island the size of a school gymnasium. The island is surrounded by water from the waterfall. Issei marveled at the spectacle before him, his voice laced with intrigue. Impressive. The waterfall forms a perfect circle, enveloping the surroundings. Yet, I can't help but wonder, how does the water not spill over its limits? With a determined leap, he landed on the island in the center. The descent from the start of the waterfall to the island was daunting, akin to the height of an average skyscraper. The heck is this place? With its depth, it almost feels like the abyss. Issei muttered, eyes scanning the mysterious locale. His footsteps echoed on the island's edge as he observed a stone platform in its heart, illuminated by torches on each end. Intricate carvings adorned the surface, giving it the aura of a ritual sanctuary. Issei sneered, his intuition tingling. TSK, yeah, this is almost definitely a boss-type battle. As if responding to his words, the carvings on the platform glowed with an ominous yellow light. Unfazed, Issei waited, anticipation in his eyes. Suddenly, a beam of light descended onto the platform center, revealing the silhouette of a 7-foot-tall warrior bearing a sword. The light dissipated, unveiling the warrior in full detailed draconic armor, a giant skull as its torso, and a helmet concealing its face. I guess Halloween came a bit earlier this year. Issei quipped, a chuckle escaping his lips. The warrior remained silent, but the mockery triggered a response. It pointed its sword at Issei, a silent challenge hanging in the air. Issei scoffed, his confidence undeterred. I'll make short work of you. Ability used. Elemental manipulation. Element creation. Earth. With a swift motion, Issei manipulated the elemental energies around him, attempting to trap the warrior using the platform's material and incinerate him with the torch flames. Yet, an unexpected twist occurred. The skull piece on the warrior began to glow, nullifying Issei's powers. Ability usage failure. What? How? Issei exclaimed, his frustration evident as he attempted to use his abilities again, only to be thwarted. Ability used. Elemental manipulation. Element creation. Earth. Ability usage failure. His subsequent efforts met the same fate. The warrior had effectively neutralized his powers. Issei gritted his teeth, his resolve unyielding. TCHH, whatever, I don't need them. Issei rushes toward the warrior with blinding speed and punches him in the gut with tremendous force. The warrior is sent back a bit. He looks up and sees Issei in the air, preparing a shin kick into the head. Before he can react, Issei has already landed his shin into the side of his helmet. Although Issei feels pain from the helmet structure, he can kick him into the water. Issei thinks the warrior is out cold, however, he leaps through the water at blinding speeds toward Issei. Issei can't completely react in time and gets cut on the torso by the warrior's sword. Issei's mind raced as he assessed the situation, his frustration boiling. Son of a bitch. He's fast, even with all that armor. Damn it, if I had a sword, this would be a completely different battle. With lightning reflexes, Issei leapt backward toward the platform's edge. As the warrior charged at him, he used his fingers to dig under the platform, flipping it over onto the approaching opponent. The warrior halted, taken aback as the platform loomed over him, ready to fall. Seizing the distraction, Issei broke through the platform from the other side, lunging toward the warrior. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring their surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Issei thrust one of the torches from the platform into the exposed area on the warrior's helmet. The flames consumed the warrior's face, yet he made no sound, leaving Issei bewildered. As the dust settled, the warrior rose, revealing a grotesquely burned visage resembling the monsters spawned by the system during Issei's previous tasks. Could he be a higher rank of those creatures the system spawned? Issei wondered, his thoughts interrupted abruptly as the warrior teleported before him, driving his enhanced sword into Issei's body. Arghh. Issei cried out in pain as the flames intensified the sword's effects. With a swift motion, the warrior flung Issei into the waterfall. Issei's impact altered the cliff structure, diverting the stream's path. Relieved at his lucky landing in the water, Issei's mind raced with dark humor. I'm glad he threw me into the water, otherwise, I would have been burned to a crisp like the Armin Arlert special, or turned into a School DxD-style donut. Yet, his momentary relief vanished as a powerful hand emerged from the water, hurling him upwards. Before he could react, Issei was struck mid-air, plummeting deeper into the water's depths. In the depths of his despair, Issei's mind churned with frustration. How the hell am I supposed to win this without my abilities? He seethed internally. Once again, I've relied on my powers to triumph in battles. First, with Drake, and now with his system, both times, both strengths have been ripped away from me. In the end, I am nothing without them. Why didn't I learn my lesson? I got cocky and messed up again. Old habits die hard, I guess. His self-loathing reverie was abruptly interrupted as something smacked him in the face underwater. What the hell was that? Issei wondered, blinking in surprise. Upon closer inspection, he recognized a bat from earlier. The current had carried it to him, its lifeless body a testament to its fate. Nearby, Issei spotted the daggers he had used to impale and kill the bat. The glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. Yes, this could work. He thought determinedly. With newfound resolve, Issei yanked the daggers from the bat's carcass and propelled himself upward, breaking the water's surface. As he emerged, he spotted the warrior waiting for him, his eyes narrowing with determination and a flicker of defiance. He was ready to face the challenge, armed not with supernatural abilities, but with his wits and the daggers in his hands. With determination burning in his eyes, Issei taunted his opponent, his voice defiant. Hey asshole. It's fair game now. He brandished the two daggers, displaying them to the warrior as a challenge. Issei lunged forward, his agile form a blur as he closed the distance between them. The warrior responded in kind, leaping towards Issei, their clash of steel ringing through the air. Issei's left dagger met the warrior's sword with precision. Seizing the moment, Issei utilized the collision's momentum to slip past the warrior, driving his dagger deep into the opponent's shoulder. Now you're one-armed. Try and use that sword with just one arm. Issei taunted, his voice filled with triumph. The warrior, undeterred, spun around, wielding the sword with his remaining arm, launching a fierce attack at Issei. Swiftly, Issei blocked the incoming onslaught with his daggers, but the force sent him sprawling to the ground. As Issei regained focus, he saw the warrior preparing for a devastating drop attack. Issei bided his time, waiting for the warrior's move, his senses sharp and alert. At the perfect moment, Issei sprang into action. With a graceful flip backward, he evaded the warrior's descending sword, which was embedded into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Issei rushed forward, his daggers slicing through the air as he deftly severed the warrior's fingers, his movements executed with precision and skill. With a triumphant smirk, Issei taunted. HMPF, now you can't even hold a sword. What will you do now? The warrior roared in a rage, but Issei stood his ground, relishing in the warrior's suffering. He casually approached the fallen sword and gripped its hilt. I can see why you use the sword, it's nice. Issei commented, his tone laced with amusement. In a desperate bid, the warrior charged at Issei, attempting to tackle him. Issei, however, propelled himself onto the sword's hilt, executing a one-handed handstand to evade the attack. Seizing the opportunity, he dropped to the ground, swiftly swinging the sword around and striking the warrior's chest plate. In an instant, the chest plate flickered like a light switch being turned on and off. Issei felt a surge of power returning to him. So it was the chest plate that locked away my abilities. Issei mused, his confidence restored as he realized the source of his temporary handicap. The warrior roars again, however, Issei then impales the sword into his head, killing instantly. That's enough out of you. He states after landing the killing blow. Boss defeated. Claim your rewards. 6 SP. 10 AP. Soul Binding, Trait. Item Extraction, Trait. Soul Binding trait allows the user to bind a deceased soul to their essence. The soul will take the form of the physical characteristic of its body and serve you until you wish otherwise. Items Extraction trait allows the user to extract items from the corpses using the corpse as material to form an item. The item will take on the appearance and powers of the corpse in the form of a weapon, jewelry, clothing, etc. Deep in thought, Issei mused. Traits, So, there's a complete set for these two attributes. They are similar in how they utilize dead corpses. There's one right in front of me, let's try him. Ability used. Item Extraction. Ability used. Soul Binding. Driven by curiosity and newfound power, Issei extended his abilities toward the fallen warrior. With a focused determination, he channeled his energy, causing 2 radiant orbs to materialize from the warrior's essence. One sphere glowed with ethereal light, while the other resonated with the material of the warrior's body. A spark of determination glinted in Issei's eyes as he chose. Let's try the material first. The material orb responded to his command, soaring into Issei's hand. As he held it, the sphere transformed into a formidable sword, its blade gleaming with newfound power. Nullification Sword. Rarity: Rare. Classification: Great Sword. Stats: plus 99 Vitality, plus 114 Strength, plus 111 Dexterity, plus 86 Agility. Ability: will nullify your opponent's abilities and stats as long as they are in range and you have the energy level to sustain the nullification and stat reduction. Issei's eyes narrowed with intrigue as he contemplated. Nullification. Is that what he did to me? It seems like these weapons have their own grading system. This one is rare, which usually means it's the second lowest. It also adds to my stats, but also decreases some depending on the weapon type. Interesting. Now for the second one. A second orb emerged, hovering before him in response to Issei's intent. The soul coalesced, shaping itself into the warrior's physical form. With a profound display of loyalty, the apparition knelt before Issei, a silent testament to its unwavering devotion to its newfound master. Elemental Warrior. Rarity: Rare. Classification: Warrior. Attribute: Fire, Water, Wind, Earth, Dark. Stats: Attack: 1000. Defense: 1500. Ability: he is capable of absorbing any form of element he takes damage from and using it for his own. He is also able to nullify abilities and degrade stats using this power. Issei contemplated the intricacies of his abilities. This resembles necromancy, an intriguing power. He mused, his voice filled with curiosity. Yet, I doubt I'll employ it frequently. It seems everyone and their grandmother possesses such abilities in fiction these days. Not inherently negative, but I seek distinctiveness. I'll amass an army gradually, but I'll reserve its utilization for necessity alone. I believe it shouldn't be my primary skill. Although, since I've bound their souls to mine, it appears my magical prowess has surged. Could I potentially absorb the magical capacity of my soul soldiers while employing this ability? Such potential could prove immensely advantageous. As Issei pondered, the surroundings morphed and returned to normal. The time-dilated dimension reverted to how he had designed it. He reflected on the experience, a playful grin tugging at his lips. That was kinda fun, changing the environment to suit a boss battle. I want to try it again some other time. His gaze fell upon the ground, where the remains of the bat he had defeated lay. Issei regarded it with a mix of amusement and indifference. Oh, you're still here. I'd want to use my new powers on you, but you seemed very weak. It is a waste to do that. Ability used: Elemental Manipulation. Element Creation. Fire. With a wave of his hand, he incinerated the bat into nothingness. In the depths of his thoughts, he contemplated his recent battle. In that battle, I found myself grappling more than necessary. I must ascend to the level I aspire to. He resolved. The rating match approaches in 2 days, equivalent to 80 days within this dimension. Will it prove sufficient, or shall I require an extension? Perhaps additional time is warranted. Ability used: Pocket Dimension Manipulation. Time Compression. Determined, Issei channeled his energy, investing 3 AP into the time compression attribute. Time compression ratio: 1:320. He declared, his eyes lighting up with realization. Just a second in the real world, but a whopping 320 seconds in this dimension. That implies that for every day out there, I could spend nearly a whole year within these confines. It's almost akin to the legendary hyperbolic time chamber. With such an abundance of time, I can diligently train to reach the level I desire. Yet, I can't help but feel a tinge of regret for not embarking on this path sooner. Just imagine, I would have devoted nearly 5 years to training within these walls. The excitement in his voice was palpable as he embraced the immense possibilities that lay before him. After a day passes since Azazel has met up with Issei in the time-dilated dimension, he decides to make his way back to him to do another checkup. Unbeknownst to him, Riaz has sent her familiar to follow Azazel to find out about Issei's location. Ability used: Reflection Transportation. Azazel takes notice and calls Issei. Issei then tells Azazel what he should do. Azazel follows Issei's instructions and allows him to enter the time-dilated dimension another way, using Issei's new reflection ability. He can travel from the outside world's reflection of the pond and into Issei's dimension, through the reflection of a sword. Upon his arrival in the dimension, Azazel was taken aback by Issei's extraordinary abilities and transformed appearance. Issei, now towering at Azazel's height, had significantly bulked up, his hair cascading down to his eyes. Amused, Azazel couldn't help but tease. Issei. What's with that look you've got going on there? In response, Issei explained. I've upgraded the time dilation to 1320, causing nearly a year to pass within a mere day. I've aged slightly in the process. Azazel chuckled. Aged, you say? Well. So, behold. Is this the embodiment of your matured 18-year-old version? With a hint of uncertainty, Issei replied. I'm uncertain. I've calculated my time spent here to be approximately 400 days. Thus, I am currently 18 years old and probably edging closer to 19. Amused by the technicalities, Azazel continued. Hahaha, does that even count? I mean, sure, the time flow in this dimension is a bit wonky, but technically speaking, with your birthday and all, you're still a 17-year-old at heart. It's just that you've gracefully matured into your splendid 18-year-old self. Issei grunted in acknowledgement, acknowledging Azazel's point. Curious about Issei's decision to upgrade the dilation, Azazel asked, so why did you lengthen the time flow? Issei revealed. I found myself doubting my own readiness, wondering if I'm truly prepared. Intrigued, Azazel prodded further. And pray tell, what marvelous revelation do you bring forth? Issei's response was straightforward. A boss battle. Boss battle? Seems like this new power of yours is really like a video game mechanic. Azazel remarked, trying to understand Issei's perspective. With a sigh, Issei explained. Yeah, it's true. Over the past few months, I've faced numerous challenges, almost one each month. And through those trials, my stats and abilities have grown significantly. But is that not enough? Azazel questioned, his concern evident. My hunger for power only intensifies with each passing moment I spend in this place. Issei confessed, emphasizing his insatiable thirst for strength. Azazel's brow furrowed as he regarded Issei, his voice laced with concern. You make it sound like it's a bad thing. Issei met Azazel's gaze, his eyes holding a mix of determination and inner conflict. It's not what you think. I'm merely fulfilling my role as a Red Dragon Emperor should, craving power. He responded, his words carrying a weight of unspoken burden. Azazel's concern deepened as he observed Issei's struggle. He couldn't help but question if what Issei was doing genuinely benefited him. Speaking of dragon, how's Drag? Azazel inquired, his tone softening with genuine worry for Issei's partner, his eyes searching Issei's face for any sign of distress. As they conversed, Azazel finally took notice of their surroundings. The dimension had undergone a dramatic transformation, resembling a dark academia-inspired realm from the Dark Ages. Towers and castles adorned the landscape, set against an ominous red sky with a black sun hovering above. Azazel marveled at the intricate details, the once floating land now grounded, with towns, forests, and vast oceans. Impressed by the changes I've made here. Issei's voice echoed behind Azazel, his smirk barely visible in the dim light. Astounded, Azazel stammered. Issei, you sly devil. Did you have a hand in this? How in the world did you pull it off? Ability used. Pocket dimension manipulation. Building creation. Issei twirled his fingers, and the entire dimension transformed, mirroring the region of Kuo flawlessly. Azazel, wide-eyed, exclaimed. What in the name of the holy fires of damnation? With a wave, Issei reverted the dimension to its dark academia vibe. You wish to see Drag, don't you? Fine, then. Follow me if you dare. Issei guided Azazel through the grand castle, leading him into the expansive armory. The room was a treasure trove, filled with an assortment of weapons and items, remnants of the foes Issei had faced and subdued through his item extraction ability. A vast collection, representing nearly every adversary he had encountered, adorned the walls and shelves. Azazel's eyes widened with awe and desire as he beheld the array of items. The sheer variety was overwhelming, promising hours of examination and study. Wow. Azazel breathed, his voice filled with wonder. Bragg's voice, tinged with a mixture of amusement and skepticism, cut through the air. HMPH, Azazel, is that truly you before me? Azazel's gaze shifted to the center of the room, where a glowing glass chamber stood. Inside it, liquid swirled, encasing Issei's former left arm and the sacred gear that housed Drag, the Welsh dragon himself. Drag? Azazel exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he processed the surreal sight before him. Small flashback, 6 months prior, dimension time. During his training and tasks for the system, Issei sensed a familiar energy surging within him. Drag. Issei's voice reverberated with surprise and hope as he dashed towards the armory, sensing Drag's awakening. Inside, he beheld his former left arm, glowing red within the liquid-filled chamber. Drag. Issei called out again, his emotions a mix of disbelief and joy. Partner. How? I thought you had perished. I believed I was moving on to my next wielder, how did you manage to survive? Drag's voice echoed with astonishment and relief. It's a long story, but I'll simplify it for you. Issei replied, placing his hand on the chamber glass. Instantly, Drake was flooded with Issei's memories from the moment of their separation to the present. Partner, throughout this entire ordeal, I deeply regret not being by your side. I offer my sincerest apologies for my absence. Had those despicable devils not concealed themselves with such devices, I would have swiftly detected their presence and intervened. Drake expressed, his remorse palpable. It's alright, Drake. The blame doesn't lie with you. Issei reassured him, his voice filled with gratitude and understanding. Partner, your energy and power are utterly distinct from before. Could it be a result of the new system you possess? Well, regardless of its origin, it exudes remarkable might. Drake observed, his tone tinged with curiosity. Are you seriously suggesting that even you don't understand this power system? Issei asked incredulously, his brow furrowing in confusion. In all my eons of existence, I've never come across such an extraordinary ability, let alone someone who wields such immense power. Now that you possess this newfound ability, there might be no need for my presence anymore, am I correct? Drake inquired, his voice carrying a mix of concern and acceptance. What did you just say? Obviously, I can't deny that I still require your presence. I may not like to admit it, but over the past year, I've strangely longed for your constant pestering. Drake, you've been by my side since the beginning. I will forever rely on you. Issei declared, his words infused with unwavering determination and a deep bond between them. The flashback ends. Drake's deep voice resonated. Greetings, Azazel. It warms my draconic heart to lay eyes upon your presence once more. With his usual wit, Azazel replied. Likewise, I see you have missed our weekly therapy session. Well, in your case, you have missed over 52. Drake snorted dismissively, his confidence undiminished. HMPH, I shall ensure that my host pays you a visit so that we may converse reminiscent of our glorious past. Meanwhile, Issei interjected, drawing Azazel's attention. New task. Reattach your former arm. Azazel, the enigmatic leader, smirked knowingly at Issei. Heh, looks like the system expects you to reattach that arm of yours and slap on that boosted gear, huh? Quite intriguing, I must say. Issei, his irritation palpable, responded with a disdainful snort. The prompt appeared just when Drake emerged from his seemingly endless slumber. Drake, his frustration evident, shot back sharply. You're still harping on about this, partner? I thought I made it abundantly clear, time and time again. I have no recollection of why I found myself in that state. His words were tinged with annoyance, his patience wearing thin. Azazel observed with amusement and curiosity as Issei and Drake bickered like an old married couple. The task at hand hung in the air, a reminder of the peculiar situation they found themselves in. Boy, Issei. How come you haven't tackled that task yet, huh? The prompt popped up right after he woke up, right? Azazel demanded impatiently, his tone cutting through their banter. Issei snorted dismissively, his irritation evident. HMPH, Drake and I have reached the undeniable conclusion that you, Azazel, possess a perverted fascination for such matters. Drake chimed in, his annoyance matching Issei's. So, it has been decided that it would only be fair for you to witness whatever unfolds before you, considering your insatiable curiosity for sacred gears and your rather questionable fascination with them. Azazel's eyebrows twitched in annoyance as he pondered the absurdity of his current predicament. As if it couldn't get any more absurd, here I am, the general of the fallen angels, being labeled a pervert by a hormonally charged teenager with an unhealthy obsession for breasts and his dragon companion who begrudgingly joins in the mockery. Bemused, contemplating the twists and turns of his existence. Issei, undeterred, continued his line of reasoning. Consider this. The system possesses knowledge of sacred gears, an enigma even beyond Drake's comprehension. Imagine the product if the system and Drake were to amalgamate, converging into a single entity, and that entity being none other than myself. Azazel, intrigued yet cautious, raised a valid concern. But how can we ascertain if Drake is indeed compatible with such an extraordinary phenomenon? Issei, confident in his convictions, countered Azazel's doubts. I understand your perspective, the concept that an iPhone cannot be charged with an Android charger, but what purpose does the system serve by compelling me to merge back with Drake? Everything the system has orchestrated thus far is aimed at elevating me far beyond my previous self. The conversation briefly paused, during which Issei casually emptied the container's contents. Azazel, ever curious, probed further. I must confess, I never inquired about the composition of that intriguing liquid. Care to enlighten me? Issei casually responded. Alcohol and deionized water, I saw it in a movie. With determined resolve, Issei opened the chamber, grabbing hold of his left arm. In a surreal display, his arm dematerialized, leaving Azazel puzzled at Issei's apparent lack of pain. Drake's question hung in the air. Ready, partner? Issei braced himself, his voice determined. Ready as I'll ever be. He pushed the left arm back into its original place. A surge of agony swept over him, and black and red lightning erupted from his left arm and the sacred gear, melding back into one. Arg. Issei grunted in pain, but Azazel, alarmed, shouted. Issei, stop. Desperate to assist, Azazel tried to pull the gear off Issei's body. Still, Issei halted him with a firm resolve. No. I'm fine, it'll be okay. The battle within Issei raged on, a testament to his unwavering determination in the face of overwhelming odds. Azazel recoiled, his eyes widening in horror as Issei's screams of pain intensified. In a sudden twist of fate, the one severed arm began to regenerate, reshaping itself to fit Issei's physique. Muscles bulged, and the limb extended, adorned with a black marking that seemed to come alive. The mark snaked along Issei's hand, emitting ominous black and red lightning as it moved with purpose. It looped around the side of the severed arm, tracing a path up his forearm, snaking over his biceps, and branching out into 3 distinct sections. One section traveled to his left pectoral, another to his neck's left side, and the third spanned his upper back. Azazel stood frozen, horror etched across his face, watching the transformation unfold amidst Issei's agonized cries. Abruptly, the process halted, and Issei tore off his t-shirt, revealing a physique reminiscent of the sculpted perfection of David Lade. Yet, it wasn't just Issei's newfound strength that shocked Azazel. There for all to see was the black marking, now unveiled entirely. A sinister black dragon. Its tail snaked from Issei's backhand, winding up his forearm before looping around the apex twice. From there, it climbed his outer biceps and shoulder, where the dragon's body began to take shape. The section on his chest formed the demonic draconic claw, while the portion on his neck represented the dragon's head. The mark on his back extended into the dragon's wing, crossing his upper body from left to right in a menacing display. Azazel's voice trembled with disbelief as he uttered Issei's name, his shock palpable. Task complete. Attachment added. New title. Black Dragon Emperor. Azazel's eyes narrowed in astonishment, his gaze fixed on Issei's transformed arm. Black Dragon Emperor? He exclaimed, seeking confirmation. Dreg. Issei responded, his voice resonating with a mix of awe and confusion. Dreg's voice, resonant and steady, commanded. Partner, reveal your sacred gear. Following Dreg's instruction, Issei bared his left arm, his eyes widening as he beheld the profound changes in his boosted gear. The once vibrant red had given way to an ominous black, the central green gem now a striking shade of red, and the once yellow accents transformed into dark gray. Physically, the gear had morphed too, with sharper talon-like fingers, raised knuckle areas, and menacing spikes protruding from the sides. Issei, taken aback by the transformation, implored Azazel for an explanation. Whoa, Azazel, explain this. Azazel, filled with wonder and uncertainty, began. Issei, down in the depths of the underworld, I gotta admit, I'm scratching my head over this one. Something I've never seen in all my years. Wrap your head around it. A longinus getting mixed up in all this madness. If I were to take a wild guess, considering the cryptic clues about the Black Dragon Emperor, maybe Dreg's gone through some crazy evolution or, who knows, a weird mutation. Evolution or mutation? What? Dreg, enlighten me. What's your perspective on this matter? Issei inquired, seeking answers from his partner. By partner, I must admit I am uncertain about this situation. None of the previous wielders of the boosted gear have ever encountered anything like this, not even in the slightest. Dreg responded, his voice tinged with curiosity and confusion. Issei contemplated the situation, his thoughts racing. I find myself gravitating towards mutation. My system's colors, red and black, reflect my essence. The eyes and aura that enveloped me when I vanquished those devils also bore the hues of black and red. Perhaps the foreign energy within the system has fused with your being, enabling you to evolve into an entirely distinct entity. HMPH, Azazel, I dare say heaven must be in a state of utter panic at this very moment, particularly Michael, the one who incessantly keeps an eye on the sacred gears. Dreg remarked, his tone reflecting a hint of satisfaction. Those guys would totally make a big fuss over this, huh? Frankly, it's pretty baffling that they didn't even realize you got separated from Issei in the first place. Strange, isn't it? Azazel chuckled, scratching his head in mild confusion. But hey, I'll go pay a visit to heaven and see how they're holding up. If any issues arise, I'll need your green light to spill the beans about what went down last week. Heaven takes stuff like this super seriously, so I can't just feed him a bunch of lies. It could seriously mess up the peace treaty between the 3 factions, you know. Do you seek my consent to unveil the events that have unfolded within me in recent days? If that is your intent, then you may proceed. However, I demand that only those in positions of authority, like the archangels, be made aware of my plight. Inform them that I shall provide a thorough explanation following the rating match. When I approach them, they are free to inquire about any matter they wish. Issei declared, his voice firm and resolute. That seems fair. Azazel agreed, nodding in acknowledgement. Furthermore, regarding Ria's attempting to track your whereabouts in order to locate me, inform her that I have no intention of accompanying her on the journey to the underworld. I want her to understand that you and I have already taken necessary measures in that regard. Issei added, his words carrying a note of finality. We have. What? Azazel questioned, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Tomorrow, when we depart for the raiding match, I will divulge the information. However, I have prior obligations that require my attention, so be prepared to wait patiently. Issei replied cryptically, his gaze unwavering. Drake said, confident. Perhaps once you ascend to the heavens, you shall delve into the sacred archives and unearth a wealth of knowledge, unraveling the depths of the power that my host possesses. That's a good idea, Drake. Azazel agreed, nodding thoughtfully. With that, Azazel turned to leave. However, Issei had other plans. Utilizing his newfound abilities, he manipulated reflections to pull Azazel back into the dimension, causing him to fall into the pond he had used to enter the dimension. This time, however, Azazel found himself drenched. Oh, for fuck's sake. Azazel exclaimed, clearly annoyed. He swiftly used his magic to dry his clothes and body, muttering. Ah, Issei, that rascal, he knew exactly what he was doing, didn't he? He deliberately picked that particular reflection to provoke me. Well, rest assured, I'll have my revenge when the opportunity presents itself in due time. X. Azazel then goes to heaven, where Michael is seen with a visibly concerned look. Azazel's voice cut through the tension in the room, drawing Michael's attention. Michael. Michael's eyes widened in concern. Azazel. The Red Dragon Emperor. Is he? Azazel raised a reassuring hand, his expression calm yet determined. Don't worry, I'll explain everything. With care, Azazel guided Michael to a seat, his eyes filled with worry and curiosity. Azazel began to speak, unraveling the past week's events, detailing the trials and challenges faced by the young dragon. Michael listened intently, his features reflecting a deep sense of responsibility. I hold sincere hope that the young dragon remains unharmed, for he is the catalyst behind the harmonious equilibrium achieved among the three factions. Michael mused, his voice heavy with the weight of their shared burden. It would be a profound tragedy should any misfortune befall him, as the repercussions would reverberate through the very core of all three factions, leaving them in a state of utter devastation. Azazel nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Yeah, they would, but I have faith in him, so should you. His words carried a sense of unwavering belief, a testament to his trust in the young dragon emperor. X. They conclude their conversation, and Azazel leaves heaven back to the Hyoudou residence, where the Gremory peerage confronts him. Riaz inquired with concern. Oh, Azazel. How is he doing? With a cryptic smile, Azazel replied. He gave me strict orders to keep my lips sealed when it comes to you. The Keno, impatient to know, urged. Come on, spill the beans already. Tell us where he's hiding. The raiding match is just around the corner, after all. I'm sure he must have received adequate training by now. Ever the rational voice, Kiba said. I believe it would be wise for him to spend the night with us. We ought to take this opportunity to unwind and find some relaxation before our upcoming match. Kaneko, her voice soft but firm, added. Besides, how will we tell him about our new tactics and plans? In a stern tone, Azazel commanded. Hey, listen up, brats. Issei has made it crystal clear that he desires some solitude. As for me, I'm just relaying his message. If you're itching to catch a glimpse of him, you'll have to exercise some patience and wait until the raiding match tomorrow. Just as he stated, he'll meet all of you at the stadium. Riaz, puzzled, questioned. How will he possibly reach the stadium in the underworld without the train? With a mysterious grin, Azazel revealed. He has his own way of getting there, but before he can bid farewell to the mortal realm, there are a couple of matters he insists must be taken care of. I've taken it upon myself to lend him a hand in accomplishing those tasks, thus, I shall accompany him on his journey. Riaz pressed further. Which is? Azazel chuckled, enigmatic. Heh, the guy's got secrets, you know. Didn't spill the details, just left me hanging with a cryptic trust me line. Typical Azazel move. The peerage members exchanged worried glances, their thoughts heavy with concern. Why is Issei avoiding us this much? To the point that he won't even travel with us. Did we hurt him more than we thought we did? Is Issei declaring his independence from the Orc and Team Gremory? The questions hung in the air, unanswered and unsettling. X. In the timeless expanse of the time-dilated dimension, Issei dedicated himself to rigorous training, his every move punctuated by the presence of Drake, his loyal partner. As Issei honed his skills and completed tasks with unprecedented dedication, Drake voiced his concerns, his tone thoughtful yet tinged with confusion. Partner, upon my awakening, I couldn't help but notice the profound transformations within you. Both in body and soul. Drake paused, grappling with the reality before him. You have become an entirely different individual, exuding seriousness and composure that surpasses your former self. The immaturity and frivolity that once defined you have vanished. Your focus is now resolutely set upon your own ambitions. Undeterred by Drake's observations, Issei responded. You act as if it's something undesirable. Drake sighed, his dragon eyes reflecting a mix of pride and bewilderment. Seeing your growth brings me satisfaction, but I struggle to recognize the person before me. My memories were severed when I was separated from your body. Now, I encounter a man almost unrecognizable in appearance and thoughts. It all happened in an instant, leaving me perplexed. I understand your perspective, Issei replied. If I have truly changed, then perhaps you found your next host. HMPH, I couldn't agree more. Drake acknowledged. Your focus has shifted from mere frivolities to your own growth. Yet, have you considered how your comrades will react to this transformation? Issei's gaze hardened. They've made their choice, and so have I no longer concern myself with their opinions. I'm forging my own path, one so enigmatic even they won't grasp its essence. Drake interjected, his voice laced with caution. Partner. It's inevitable. Issei interrupted. But let's focus on what truly matters. What have you learned from your mutation? Drake hesitated before explaining. I find myself undergoing a peculiar mutation, resembling the evil dragons, particularly one named Crom Cruch. Many others have perished or are imprisoned. As for my comparison with Great Red and Office, I believe, with your leveling up system, I can not only regain my lost powers, but surpass my previous strength. Issei couldn't help but smirk, trying to lighten the severe atmosphere. So, what do you think of your new paint job? Drake chuckled, a deep rumbling sound. Curious, I have forever embodied the essence of the mighty Red Dragon. Issei interrupted, grinning mischievously. No, that would be Great Red. Drake scowled, his tone laced with annoyance. Quiet, brat. Issei pressed on, undeterred. Speaking of Great Red. How do you think you measure up against the likes of him and Office now? Drake paused, his words chosen carefully. When I was sealed within the boosted gear, a substantial portion of my powers were restrained, causing a significant loss. However, it seems that I have reclaimed a considerable portion of what once belonged to me. I believe that with your leveling up system, there is a possibility for me to not only regain what was lost, but even surpass my previous strength, perhaps acquiring even more than before. His voice held a note of optimism, a glimmer of hope for the future. HMPH, is that how it is, Drake? Issei said determinedly. I'll make you the mightiest dragon ever. You shall transcend even the greatness of the legendary Great Red. Drake, wary of Issei's newfound determination, warned. Be cautious, partner. Such desires have led many astray. Maybe I'm finally embracing my role as the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei replied confidently. Living up to it, craving greater power. Exercise caution, especially with this enigmatic system. Drake advised, his concern evident. It seems you've become the antithesis of Albion. Issei remarked. And now, you've truly become just that. Drake's response was tinged with sadness. All I yearn for is the restoration of my true hue. Issei changed the topic, trying to lighten the mood. Let's use scale mail armor. It's been 2 years since I last wore it. Alright then. Drake agreed, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with his determined partner. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. The mysterious transformation enveloped Issei's form, shrouding him in a black material adorned with blood-red gems. The once familiar armor had morphed into a menacing spectacle, now bristling with spikes on the shoulders, elbows, gauntlets, knees, shins, and feet. Even the dragon mark on his left side had transformed, taking on a vivid blood-red hue. Issei, surprisingly amused by the change, remarked. Just as I expected, it seems the colors of my balance breaker have been affected as well. However, Drake, his ancient and proud partner, wore an expression of frustration and sorrow. Why? Once, I held my pride high, but now, why am I reduced to this? He exclaimed, his voice heavy with melancholy. Issei, trying to lighten the mood, quipped. Does that mean they need to change the color of the dragon on the Welsh flag as well? Drake, overcome with emotion, couldn't hold back his tears. Hold on. Issei interjected, ignoring Drake's distress. I want to try that, I should have full control over it now. Drake, however, resisted vehemently. No, no. Issei began the chant, his voice carrying the weight of anticipation. I, who am about to awaken. I am the heavenly dragon who has stolen the principles of domination from God. I laugh at the infinite and I fret over the dream. I shall become the red dragon of domination. And I shall sink you to the depths of the crimson purgatory. To his dismay, nothing happened. What? Why not? Issei exclaimed, frustrated. Drake attempted to explain. Partner, Hold on, let me try again. Issei interrupted. I, who am about to awaken. I am the heavenly dragon who has stolen the principles of domination from God. I laugh at the infinite and I fret over the dream. I shall become the black dragon of domination. And I shall sink you to the depths of the van to purgatory. This time, the transformation occurred, turning Issei into the Black Dragon Emperor. However, his joy was short-lived as he realized he needed to modify everything related to red to black. When his attempt failed again, he turned to Drake for help. Still nothing, Drake. Tell me all the synonyms for black. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed through the boosted gear, distinct from Drake's. I, who am about to ascend. Am the fallen dragon who has seized the very principles of domination from the Almighty. I scoff at the mere notion of infinite. For I transcend the boundaries of the infinite itself. I reign supreme over the mere dream. For I am the Alpha, Omega, and reality itself. Behold, for I shall emerge as the indomitable black dragon of destruction. Subjugating all who stand in my path and plunging them into the never-ending abyss. Issei was bewildered. Wait, who said that? Drake, was that you? Drake shook his head, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Nay. 'Twas not, it was another soul. As Issei looked on in astonishment, the chainmail armor began to morph and change, a transformation distinct from his old Juggernaut drive and Vali's Juggernaut drive. The mysteries of his newfound power were unfolding before his very eyes. Amidst the unfolding events, a brilliant crimson light enveloped Issei and Drake, abruptly wrenching Issei from his transformed state. Issei blinked, disoriented. What? Where am I? His eyes scanned the surroundings, revealing an eerie church that seemed ancient and otherworldly, reminiscent of the structures he had conjured in the dimension. Outside, the sky retained its crimson hue, and a red mist cloaked it, obscuring everything except the foreboding church before him. Drake. Where are you? Issei's voice echoed, but there was no response. A creaking noise cut through the silence, drawing his attention to the massive double doors of the church. They swung open slowly, revealing the dark expanse within. I suppose it expects me to enter that place, whoever is lurking within. Issei muttered, his curiosity piqued. He advanced toward the church, its sinister cult-like architecture becoming more pronounced with each step. Menacing gargoyles adorned the roof, their eyes seemingly tracking his movements. Entering the church, Issei's eyes fell upon a stone statue resembling Drake. He snorted, amusement coloring his voice. HMPH, so Drake has his little religious following. Suddenly, the bell tower chimed, and the door behind the statue creaked open. Fine. I suppose I'll indulge in it. Resolute, Issei stepped through the doors and into the aisle. Hooded figures, their faces shrouded in darkness, knelt in reverence along the aisle, all bowing toward an enigmatic figure seated on an altar. DCH, I find myself unexpectedly transported to Elden Ring. Let me guess, you must be the area boss, right? Issei's tone was sarcastic, yet the figure remained silent, its glowing red eyes fixed on him. Issei approached, his gaze shifting to the worshippers. His thoughts raced. Wait, I've seen these people before, they are past users of the boosted gear. As he turned his attention back to the figure, he struggled to discern its identity due to the dim light. Who are you? Issei demanded, but the figure only moved closer. With each step, details emerged, and a chill gripped Issei's heart. Horror contorted his face as he realized the truth. This isn't possible. Who are you? Issei exclaimed, his voice laced with shock. The figure continued its advance, its smirk growing wider. Issei's fear intensified as he noticed the uncanny similarities. This figure was almost him, but different. Hair white at the top, black on the sides, eyes with black sclera and redder eyes, and strange black markings around the eyes. Who are you? Issei's desperate cry echoed in the church. Silence hung heavy in the air until, suddenly, Drake's voice pierced through the void, signaling a more profound mystery yet to unfold. Drake's voice sliced through Issei's thoughts like a lifeline. Partner. Are you alright? Startled, Issei was yanked back to reality, gasping for air. Drake, what happened? An our glorious ascent into the Juggernaut drive. Drake began, his tone carrying a mix of concern and explanation. You regrettably succumbed to a state of unresponsiveness. How long was I out for? Issei inquired, his mind racing with fragmented visions of his unconscious state. About a minute or so. Drake replied calmly. Issei's thoughts spiraled in confusion. A mere minute. It felt like an eternity. What was that? A vision. Why was there a church, and why were the previous wielders bowing before me, or was it truly me? Why did I exude such malevolence? Why did I bear such a wicked visage? Partner? Are you okay? Drake's concern deepened. HMPH, lost in my own world, as usual. Issei mumbled, attempting to shake off the lingering disorientation. Regardless, is this the supposed new appearance for the Juggernaut drive? Issei scrutinized his transformed form. A dragon but in a humanoid shape. It was no longer armored, it seemed composed of organic material. The familiar red had transformed into black, and the once green hue was now a deep crimson. Drake, What is this atrociousness? Yes. I demand the restoration of my former majestic colors. Drake roared in dismay. I have complete control over myself. There are no lingering voices of the past haunting me with their negativity or anything of that sort. Issei assured him, his determination evident. I did notice that. Drake acknowledged. Issei reverted to his normal state, pondering the recent events. So you're saying you can't even identify the voice that spoke before the transformation and that incantation, the almighty transcend infinite reality. What was all that? Drake, though unable to provide all the answers, shared his insights. Partner. I may not have all the answers, but I can tell you this. This incarnation of Juggernaut Drive surpasses the one you unleashed against Shalba Beelzebub. It may very well be stronger than even Albion's current wielder. I'm stronger than Vali. Issei's surprise was evident. They concluded their discussion and returned to training. Issei engaged in rigorous practice with Drake, utilizing the boosted gear, balance breaker, and Juggernaut Drive. He was determined to eliminate the ring rust that had accumulated from not using these powers for over 2 years. Despite his strength, he had learned his lesson and vowed not to take anything for granted again. Almost a year had slipped by within the dimension, while only a single day had passed in the real world, and the long-awaited day of the raiding game had arrived. Outside the Orc clubhouse, the members of the Grimory peerage gathered, anticipation and worry etched on their faces. They had been informed that Issei would meet them once they entered the arena. Yet, a glimmer of hope still lingered, hoping he might change his mind and join them before they embarked on their journey. Seeking reassurance, Riaz turned to Azazel, her voice laced with concern. Azazel is Issei. Azazel interrupted her with a hearty laugh, his confidence unwavering. Haha. Don't you worry, I'll personally handle that guy. The rest of you, hop onto the train to the underworld and leave it to me. Accepting Azazel's assurance, Riaz nodded determinedly, her resolve unwavering. Very well, everyone, let us proceed onto the train without delay. With Riaz leading the way, the members of Orc followed her onto the train, their steps filled with purpose as they embarked on their journey to the underworld, leaving behind the uncertainty of Issei's absence. Azazel ventured to meet Issei again, repeating his familiar ritual of descending into the pond to be transported into the dimension. Standing before him was an Issei who had undergone a significant transformation, towering over Azazel, now surpassing the height of Sererg. Issei then uses his newfound observation skills on Azazel. Name: Azazel. Race: Fallen Angel. Affiliation: Grigori. Rank: Leader Class. Relationship: Mentor, Father Figure. Type: Caster, Mage. Stats: Vitality: 130. Strength: 130. Agility: 150. Intelligence: 160. Senses: 130. Dexterity: 140. Luck: 80. Overall power level: 131. Abilities: Light Power, Magic, Defensive, Sealing, Teleportation, Summoning, Hypnosis, Memory. Ear: Downfall Dragon Spear, various inventions. Azazel observed Issei with a mix of astonishment and pride. Issei, my, look at you. It seems you've blossomed while I wasn't looking. He remarked, his tone carrying a sense of paternal pride, akin to witnessing a son returning from college, having undergone a remarkable change. I suppose I have. Have they departed for the underworld? Issei inquired, his voice reflecting a newfound maturity. I bid them farewell just moments ago, right before I arrived here. So, what exactly is it that you require me to accomplish? Azazel responded, intrigued by Issei's purpose. Well, now that my body has grown taller and more muscular, it becomes evident that I require attire befitting my newfound physique, one that truly complements my power. Issei explained, his words carrying a sense of determination. I thought you could create things out of nothing. Azazel questioned, genuinely curious. I can, but that applies only within this dimension. The clothes I'm currently wearing are made with the dimension construct attribute, which means they exist solely in this dimension. If I were to leave this dimension, they would simply disappear from my body. The only exceptions are the items obtained through the item extraction trait. Issei clarified, demonstrating his understanding of his powers. Azazel nodded in understanding. Ah, I get it now. You've been biding your time all this while, huh? You knew that if you had presented it earlier, you might have outgrown it and it wouldn't have fit you anymore. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Issei confirmed, his gaze focused and determined. Leaving the dimension behind, Issei stepped back into the real world. Closing his eyes, he breathed in the air, embracing the temporarily forgotten reality. Truth be told, I had somehow managed to temporarily forget just how invigorating and gratifying real life can truly be. he confessed, savoring the sensation. Azazel chuckled heartily. Haha. Quite the revelation, isn't it? From your tender age of 17 to now, blossoming into the grand age of 19. Ah, those 2 years of seclusion must have twisted your outlook on life. So, Drake, how does it make you feel deep down inside? Drake, Issei's partner, responded, his voice resonating with wisdom. Though my time spent might not match that of my partner, I too sense the very essence he experiences. Allow me to elucidate. It resembles the sensation of submersion in water for an extended duration, only to be resurfaced, drawing in the air, and relishing the wind's caress upon one's being. Training arc complete. Name: Issei Hyoudou. Race: reincarnated devil dragon unknown. Affiliation: Underworld. Rank: low-class devil. Type: hybrid, battle image. Stats: Vitality: 90. Strength: 80. Agility: 75. Intelligence: 95. Senses: 70. Dexterity: 80. Luck: 60. Overall power level: 78. Abilities: System and its abilities. Gear: Mutated boosted gear. X. Together, Issei and Azazel made their way to the mall, the bustling atmosphere swirling around them as they sought out new clothes for Issei. A sudden craving struck Issei, leading him to express his desires. I'm in the mood for something indulgent and fatty. I've grown weary of consuming high-protein, low-calorie foods. Curious, Azazel inquired. What do you want to eat? McDonald's sounds good to me. Issei replied, his anticipation evident. They headed to the fast food joint, placing orders through the touchscreen. While Azazel refrained from indulging, Issei eagerly selected his meal, his eyes lighting up like a child tasting sugar for the first time as he took a bite. As Issei savored the forbidden taste, he remarked, I overlooked this. I attempted to replicate this in the realm, but the system prevented me from indulging in unhealthy food. Observing the attention Issei drew from the girls in the restaurant, Azazel pondered his changes. Azazel's thoughts swirled with contemplation. Well, he's certainly become quite the looker compared to before. I wonder how the girls at school will react. Will they still swoon over Kiba or start gravitating towards Issei? And how will the peerage perceive this new, compassed, and strategic Issei? It brings forth a new set of challenges. Issei finished his meal, and they proceeded to the clothing store. Azazel, taking charge, inquired about Issei's preferences. What kind of stylish threads are you in the market for, my friend? Issei had specific needs, stating, First things first, I need a turtleneck to cover up the marking on my neck and a glove to conceal the one on my hand. The saleswoman emerged from behind the racks, cheerful as she greeted them. Hello. Can I help both of you? Issei and Azazel turned to face her, ready to find what they sought. When the saleswoman's eyes landed on Issei, she found herself instantly captivated by his appearance, unable to respond as she stared in awe. Yeah, I'm in search of a turtleneck in size 2XL, preferably in black. Issei stated, his voice unwavering despite the woman's distraction. Azazel, noticing the saleswoman's distraction, stepped in to take control of the situation, his tone authoritative. Hey Issei. How about you head over to the changing room? I'll handle things here and make sure you have some killer outfits to try on. Issei followed Azazel's instructions and made his way to the changing room. Inside, he exchanged his current clothes for a sleek black body-fitting knitwear turtleneck shirt, accentuating his physique. Over it, he slipped into a stylish black trench coat, completing the ensemble with snug black jeans and matching black boots. He also adorned his hands with a pair of elegant black gloves. While noting Issei's choice, Azazel teased. Ah, quite the dark ensemble. Going through an emo phase, perhaps. Or just embracing the shadows. Issei, grinning, retorted. Absolutely not, I just like the color black. And fuck you. He said jokingly. Exiting the shop, Issei questioned. Why was that woman acting so strangely? Did I intimidate her in some way? Azazel chuckled inwardly. Haha. Well, he may have some charm, but he's still as clueless as ever, isn't he? Azazel changed the subject. What's the game plan for infiltrating the underworld and reaching the stadium without the train? I'm the charismatic announcer here, after all. Can't afford to be fashionably late for any occasion, you know. With a smirk, Issei sized up the announcer before him. Oh, so you're the announcer, huh? Well, my condolences to you. He said sarcastically. Just make sure you don't go saying anything weird about me for the whole underworld to hear. That wouldn't sit too well with me. Undeterred by Issei's remark, Azazel responded with a chuckle. Condolences. Haha, fear not. I shall keep my lips sealed, revealing nothing. Instead, allow me to grace you with a most splendid introduction. His tone carried a hint of mischief, promising an exciting encounter between the two. Issei retorted. No, not even that. Azazel, secretly plotting revenge for a past incident, agreed. Haha, okay. I suppose I'll refrain from taking any action then. Azazel lied, he would get back at Issei for sending him into the wet pond. Their banter ceased abruptly when Issei opened a rift in time and space, placing his hand on Azazel's shoulder. Ability used. Rift. Allows users to open a portal to take them to any destination they have visited. Meaning Rift cannot be used to open doorways to places they haven't been yet. Azazel exclaimed. What's that? Issei revealed his plan. We'll make our way to the Gremory estate. My abilities limit me to destinations I've already visited, so we'll have to embrace the old-fashioned approach and head to the stadium from there. Azazel nodded in understanding. Ah, I've got it. That sounds good to me, no problem at all. Stepping into the rift, they found themselves instantly at the entrance of the Gremory estate. Azazel marveled. Whoa, talk about instant gratification. It was like stepping through a portal, right? I totally expected there to be some sort of delay, you know. Like we'd have to take a leisurely stroll through some crazy path just to reach the other end of that rift. Issei joked. Like the Yggdrasil path in God of War. Azazel laughed. Ah, those are precisely the cogitations that dance within my mind. Issei teased him. Yeah, you play too many games, old man. Azazel shrugged. Yeah, whatever. X. Azazel was engaged in conversations at the bustling stadium before he proceeded to his designated spot for announcing and commentary. To the casual onlooker, Issei, with his new appearance and demeanor, seemed unrecognizable. Those who might have known him assumed he was Azazel's assistant and paid him no further attention. However, the women present couldn't help but stare, some accompanied by their partners, intrigued by the mysterious person. Hey, Issei, why don't you head to those doors and enter the walkway? Azazel directed Issei, his tone casual. Take a turn into the section labeled Gremory Quarters and you'll find your fellow peers waiting for you. As for me, I've got some commentary to take care of, so I'll catch up with you later. Thank you, Azazel. Issei acknowledged, his voice steady. Just so you're aware, if I happen to engage in any seemingly irrational actions, it's solely due to the directives assigned to me by the system. Take care, and I'll catch you later. As Issei walked away, Azazel observed him, deep in thought. This is the moment, the turning point where the destiny of Team Gremory and the Orc hangs in the balance. Azazel mused internally. Issei, the power to shape their fates rests in your hands. Your actions today have the potential to redefine the bonds between you and your comrades, and perhaps even reshape the intricate dynamics of the underworld and its three factions. May that system guide you wisely, so you don't find yourself burdened with remorse in the days to come. Meanwhile, as Issei traversed the walkway, he reflected on his transformation over the past 2 years. I'm finally going to meet them after more than 2 years. He thought, a mix of anticipation and apprehension in his mind. In that time, I've undergone a significant transformation, although I wasn't aware of it until Drake and Azazel pointed it out. To them, it may feel like just a week has passed. I anticipate experiencing some of the 5 stages of grief from their end. Then again, I wonder if they'll even care. Suddenly, Azazel's voice resonated through the speakers, breaking Issei's thoughts. My apologies, everyone, for my fashionably late entrance. Azazel's voice boomed. My comrade and I were engaged in some 11th hour training exercises. For all you clueless folks out there, I go by the name Azazel. I happen to be the big shot general of those fallen angels, and I'm quite the ally to my pal Surzich's. Now, I can see those curious minds of yours buzzing, wondering about a particular dragon's whereabouts. Well, let me enlighten each and every one of you. Heh, listen up. The big guy has arrived. I personally took the liberty of escorting him here. We had a little detour along the way, but don't worry, he'll be joining his peerage real soon. Issei's frustration boiled within him at Azazel's disclosure. That fucker Azazel. Issei seethed inwardly. I explicitly instructed him not to disclose any information about me. I'll ensure he lands straight into a heap of cow dung the next time I transport him out from the dimension. His anger got the better of him, and a wave of negative energy escaped him, reaching the end of the hallway and plunging it into darkness. Issei heard footsteps approaching, but then abruptly stopped when Azazel mentioned his presence. His keen eyes scanned the hallway, and he spotted Team Gremory frozen. Emerging from the shadows of the darkened hallway, Issei revealed himself to his peers. His presence was commanding, standing tall at 6'5", a figure sculpted by dedication to fitness. Muscles rippled beneath his clothing, emphasizing his strength and dominance. His face, chiseled and sharp, bore an enigmatic expression, with jet black hair cascading over his shoulders, framing piercing eyes that glowed with an intense determination. A sleek black turtleneck sweater clung to his physique, accentuating his powerful form. At the same time, a stylish trench coat and well-fitted jeans completed his sophisticated ensemble. One intriguing detail remained. A lone black leather glove adorned his left hand, adding an element of mystery. Amidst the tension-filled silence, someone finally found the courage to speak up. "Issei, is that really you?" Riaz exclaimed, her voice trembling with astonishment, concern, and a hint of uncertainty as she observed Issei's changed appearance. Issei remained silent, his gaze icy as he stared back at Riaz. His once brown eyes had transformed into a striking silver hue, a profound change that stunned everyone. Name: Riaz Gremory. Race: Devil. Affiliation: Underworld. Rank: High-class Devil. Relationship: Master, ex-lover. Type: Caster, Sorceress. Stats: Vitality: 50. Strength: 40. Agility: 30. Intelligence: 40. Senses: 30. Dexterity: 40. Luck: 20. Overall power level: 35. Abilities: Power of Destruction. Fear: None. Breaking the silence, Drake spoke, his voice resonating with assurance. "Gremory girl, although his appearance may have changed, rest assured that this is unquestionably my partner, the very same individual whom you have spent the entirety of this year alongside." Riaz, her shock evident, breathed out Drake's name in disbelief. Issei began to walk past everyone, making his way to his seat with a determined stride. Riaz reached out, attempting to hold his hand and say something, her voice laced with regret. "Issei, focus on the game, Riaz, I don't matter right now." He interrupted, his tone cold and assertive, cutting her off. His words weighed heavily on the team's hearts, realizing that their mistake had led to Issei's icy detachment. They held back tears as they watched him walk away, feeling insignificant in his eyes. Their collective thoughts echoed with regret. What have we done? They settled into their seats, clustering at the other end of the room, their bewildered gazes fixed on Issei's transformed appearance. Questions raced through their minds. Had he resorted to forbidden magic to change so drastically? Did he sacrifice more of his body to Drake for greater power? Riaz, unable to bear seeing Issei so isolated, approached him tentatively. "Issei, can we talk?" she asked, her voice filled with remorse. "About what?" he responded sternly, his expression unyielding. "About how we treated you about a week ago, Quite. I don't care about that anymore." Issei cut her off, his words chillingly final. Laced with hope and desperation, Riaz asked. "Does that mean you forgive us?" Issei turned his eyes towards Riaz, looking at her from the corner of his eyes, and said, "No." His voice dripping with cold finality. The word hung heavily in the air, a stark reminder of the irreparable rift that now stood between them. Riaz felt her heart shatter into smaller fragments, and everyone present could feel the weight of his rejection, a heavy silence settling over the room like a suffocating shroud. Attempting to lighten the atmosphere, Kaneko moved to sit on Issei's lap, a gesture they were all familiar with. However, his eyes bore into her as she approached, his gaze menacing. Kaneko, reacting instinctively, jumped back in fear. The others witnessed her reaction, their fear compelling them to maintain their distance, leaving Issei isolated in his transformed state. Azazul's voice resonated through the speaker, commanding the attention of everyone in the room. "Can both the teams make their way to the arena for the audience to see the participants before we start the official rating match?" All members of the teams, except for Issei, promptly stood up and proceeded towards the carrier device. With a hint of timidity in her voice, Riaz called out to Issei. "Issei, we need to go." Issei offered no response, simply rising from his seat and making his way onto the carrier device. He positioned himself towards the back, allowing the others to take the forefront. As the carrier device began its journey to the arena's center, the audience soon noticed that Issei was conspicuously absent from Team Gremory. Their concern and confusion were palpable, unaware that the person they had fixated their attention on was, in fact, Issei himself. Team Gremory bowed their heads in shame, realizing they were being criticized. Meanwhile, Issei paid no heed, basking in the admiration of the women in the crowd. The teams eventually arrived at the center stage, facing off against Team Seraerg. The expressions of Team Seraerg members were a mixture of confusion and intrigue. Team Seraerg's thoughts echoed. Where is the Red Dragon Emperor? And who is this person? Did they do an exchange? These thoughts echoed through the minds of the team and the bewildered crowd. Azazul took the opportunity to introduce the members of Team Seraerg to the audience, before turning his attention to Team Gremory. And finally, Azazul declared, "The pawn of Team Gremory, Issei Hyoudou." The collective gasp from the crowd was audible. This was Issei. They couldn't recall the Red Dragon Emperor appearing this attractive and formidable. Seraerg approached Issei, his curiosity getting the better of him. "Issei, I see a significant change in you. What has transpired?" Name: Seraerg Bale. Race: Devil. Affiliation: Underworld. Rank: High-class Devil. Relationship: Self-proclaimed rival. Type: Melee, Barbarian. Stats. Vitality, 60. Strength, 60. Agility, 30. Intelligence, 30. Senses, 20. Dexterity, 40. Luck, 40. Overall power level, 35. Abilities, Tauki. Ear. Regulus Nemia. Issei's response was brief yet loaded with unspoken weight. What didn't happen to me? Both teams overheard his words, and Team Gremory hung their heads in shame. Their actions had played a role in Issei's transformation, and they remained clueless about what Issei had endured. Issei continued, his voice unwavering. Saraerg, at this moment, your primary focus should be on the rating match. From my perspective, it appears to be an effortless victory for me. His words shocked everyone present. Issei was implying that Saraerg, a pure devil, was an easy win for a reincarnated devil, a notion previously unheard of, even for someone with one of the heavenly dragons at their disposal. Saraerg, though taken aback, responded graciously. I appreciate your demeanor, though I find myself perplexed by your appearance and speech. I must admit I'm quite intrigued. Let us make this an exhilarating battle, one that will truly test me. Issei remained stoic, offering no further words. Both teams took their respective positions, and the official start of the rating match was announced. As they prepared for the battle ahead, everyone was briefed on the rules of the dice figure game, where participants were assigned values from 1 to 12 based on the evil P system. Each team was given a die to determine their turn, and battles occurred on different battlefields. According to their powers, Riaz and Saraerg held ratings of 8 and 12, respectively, a system unfamiliar to most, especially Team Riaz. Issei, however, remained unperturbed by these intricacies. To him, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. Azazel declared, "Let the rating match begin." Azazel's voice reverberated across the arena, declaring, "Let the rating match begin." Both teams had been meticulously briefed on the rules, the atmosphere tense with anticipation. Amid the charged air, Riaz remained focused on the match. Concerns about Issei's cooperation clouded her mind. Inwardly, she pleaded, "Issei, I understand you're upset, but please, just cooperate. You know how much this match means to all of us." The dice rolled, clattering onto the table before settling on a 3. With unwavering determination, Riaz summoned her courageous knight Kiba to face off against Saraerg Bale's formidable warrior, Baruka. The two combatants were instantly transported to a verdant grassy field, the battleground for their fierce clash. Meanwhile, Issei observed the teleportation, his expression a mix of confidence and arrogance. Looks like they've been transported to some kind of pocket dimension. Nothing compared to the one I've created. He smirked, his voice oozing self-assurance. Riaz caught sight of Issei's smirk, but from her perspective, it appeared sinister, igniting a spark of worry within her. Contemplating the situation, Riaz questioned. Why is he wearing such an expression? Is he scheming something? Anxiously, her thoughts raced, casting a shroud of uncertainty over the battlefield, where the destiny of all involved precariously teetered on the edge. Baruka and his formidable pale horse companion initially held the upper hand, overwhelming Kiba with their relentless attacks. However, unbeknownst to them, Kiba had some surprises hidden. He unleashed his new balance breaker, the awe-inspiring Glory Drag Trooper, in a fluid and decisive move. This summoned a pack of Holy Sword Knights who swiftly outmaneuvered Baruka and his cunning duplicates, ultimately securing victory for Kiba. Name: Hyoudou Kiba. Race: Reincarnated Devil. Affiliation: Underworld. Rank: Low-class Devil. Relationship: Peerage member, ex-friend. Type: Melee, Warrior. Stats: Vitality, 30. Strength, 40. Agility, 50. Intelligence, 30. Senses, 30. Dexterity, 40. Luck, 20. Overall power level, 34. Abilities: none. Ear: Sword Birth, Blade Blacksmith. Issei observed the battle, reflecting on Kiba's growth. It appears that Kiba has actually paid attention to my instructions and has chosen to concentrate on his own development rather than fixating on me. It's impressive to see that he has even obtained a new balance breaker. I'm curious to see how the others will stack up in comparison to his achievements. As Kiba was teleported back to his team, they congratulated him for his victory. With a modest smile, Kiba addressed his teammates. "Thank all of you." His eyes closed, and his hand rubbing the back of his head in gratitude. Seeking validation from Issei, Kiba glanced toward him. Still, Issei seemed engrossed in the crowd, paying no attention to his friend's accomplishment. This left Kiba disheartened. He followed Issei's advice and succeeded, only for Issei to appear indifferent to his efforts. Meanwhile, Azazel's voice rang out, announcing the battle's outcome. Team Saraerg has lost a member. It is currently 9-8. Team Gremory is in the lead. The news echoed through the arena, marking a pivotal moment in the rating match. X. The tension hung thick as the dice rolled again, landing on a resounding 10. Ria's Gremory commanded her trusted rooks, Kaneko and Roswis, to face the formidable rook Gandoma and cunning knight, Liban, from Saraerd Bale's team. From the very start, the battle was fierce, with both sides delivering powerful blows and strategic maneuvers to gain the upper hand. Kaneko unleashed her deadly Senjutsu technique, Nekomata level 2, attempting to take down Gandoma. But Liban, equally crafty, deployed his sacred gear, Gravity Jail, immobilizing Kaneko and Roswis. At the same time, Gandoma dealt devastating blows to them. Roswis, however, proved to be a force to be reckoned with. Her mastery of magic led to a devastating counterattack, inflicting massive damage on the enemy forces. Despite their best efforts, Liban and Gandoma launched a suicide attack on Kaneko, forcing all three of them into early retirement. Name: Kaneko Taoju. Race: Reincarnated Devil Nekomata, Nekashu. Affiliation: Underworld. Rank: Low-class Devil. Relationship: Peerage member, ex-lover. Type: Tank, Bruiser. Stats: Vitality: 50. Strength: 40. Agility: 50. Intelligence: 30. Senses: 40. Dexterity: 40. Luck: 30. Overall power level: 40. Abilities: Senjutsu, Tauki, Healing. Transformation: Ear: None. Name: Roswis. Race: Reincarnated Devil Valkyrie. Affiliation: Underworld. Rank: Low-class Devil. Relationship: Peerage member, Teacher. Type: Caster, Mage. Stats: Vitality: 30. Strength: 20. Agility: 40. Intelligence: 50. Senses: 40. Dexterity: 40. Luck: 20. Overall power level: 34. Abilities: Magic, Elemental, Defensive, Sealing, Teleportation, Summoning. Ear: None. Inside Issei's mind, frustration boiled. Kaneko did fuck all in that fight. Not everyone possessed the same determination and ambition as Kiba. Despite the kamikaze attack from both Saraerd's team members, Roswis was the last one, leading Team Gremory to victory due to technicality. Azazul's voice cut through the tension. Due to technicality, Roswis is the last one standing, therefore, Team Gremory remains in the lead. The score is currently 8-6 in favor of Team Gremory. Upon delving into Kaneko's stats, Issei made a surprising discovery. Her overall power rating was the highest in the peerage, second only to his own. The realization spurred him to ponder the reason behind this anomaly. Issei's thoughts raced inside his mind, questioning the situation. Why is Kaneko's overall power rating so remarkably high? Not even Ria's, who is arguably the strongest in the peerage aside from myself, surpasses her. His mind churned with possibilities. If I were to make an assumption, perhaps it's because the system only measures their base power level, rather than their maximum power level. It would make sense, considering Kaneko is the most formidable piece in their base form. His mind whirred with calculations and analyses, dissecting the mystery with a keen analytical eye. Kaneko and Roswis were transported back to their team, where congratulations and reassurances flowed. Kaneko, however, approached Issei with an apologetic expression, ready to explain her struggles. Issei, about my loss. I know you said to forget about you and train, but… Issei's response was blunt, his tone devoid of warmth. Kaneko, how you spend your time is your responsibility. I offered a suggestion. It's your call whether you take action or wallow in self-pity. Kaneko felt the weight of Issei's disappointment mirrored in the eyes of the others. Tears welled in her eyes as she sat back, the others attempting to offer comfort. Kiba, unable to bear Issei's harsh judgment, confronted him. What the hell is your problem? Kaneko did her absolute best. Give her credit, at least. Issei met Kiba's gaze sternly. After a tense moment, he spoke, cutting through the air like a blade. If that was her absolute best, then what should I expect from the rest of you? Stunned into silence, Kiba and the others were left reeling, their determination ignited as they vowed to win their matches and prove Issei wrong. X. As the dice rolled again, fate landed on the number 8, and Saraerd Bale's fierce bishop, Coriana Andrilphus, stepped up. In a surprising turn of events, she challenged none other than Issei to a one-on-one match, leaving him utterly bewildered. Issei's thoughts raced with confusion. Why would I engage in a one-on-one match with her? I don't even know her. It would make more sense if we were rivals, but who is this woman? He shot a skeptical glance at Riaz, waiting for her response. Equally puzzled by the situation, Riaz decided to allow the match to proceed. Issei, if she challenged you, then you must fight her. Go, but please, don't do anything stupid. Without speaking, Issei stood up and was instantly teleported to the battlefield. He scanned his surroundings, finding himself in a field filled with flowers. His thoughts analyzed the situation. Yeah, it feels like a pocket dimension, though lacking any time dilation, unlike mine. What's the deal with these flowers? They're a bit too optimistic for my taste. It seems they can shape the dimension, much like I manipulate my own. Suddenly, a voice echoed across the field, drawing Issei's attention. An attractive young lady, Coriana Andrilphus, stood with flowing blonde hair, gentle waves, and striking red eyes. She wore a crimson business ensemble adorned with elegant touches of purple. Name: Coriana Andrilphus. Race: devil. Affiliation: underworld. Rank: low-class devil. Relationship: none. Type: caster, mage. Stats: vitality: 30. Strength: 20. Agility: 40. Intelligence: 40. Senses: 30. Dexterity: 30. Luck: 20. Overall power level: 30. Abilities: ice magic. Ear: none. Hey there, Red Dragon Emperor. You're hotter than what they show through the media. She purred seductively, causing Issei to cringe inwardly at her words. To his bewilderment, Coriana began to strip, a move that left Issei internally baffled but externally compassed. The teams in the crowd were equally confused. Saraerg cursed under his breath. So this is why she wanted to fight him, damn it, Coriana. Realizing Coriana's strategy, Riaz exclaimed. She's going to use Issei's perversion against him. This is the worst matchup ever. No wonder why she challenged him. Bekeno added her concern. I really hope Issei doesn't fall for it. Team Gremory looked visibly concerned. Although Issei seemed different recently, they still doubted his self-control. In their minds, he was still the same old pervert, but they were unaware of the changes he had undergone. Issei's thoughts turned inward, his frustration evident. I can't believe this dumb bitch thinks she can seduce me. I suppose I can't entirely blame her. I did have a reputation for being quite promiscuous until recently. It's hard to believe I was so gullible, even just a week ago. Suddenly, a notification popped up, interrupting his thoughts. New task. Traumatize her. Issei's mind raced with confusion and determination. What kind of request is that? Alright then, hopefully, Azazel can put 2 and 2 together, but first. He produced a small object from his pocket, flicking it precisely into Coriana's mouth. Coriana suddenly began to cough violently, perplexed. What the hell was that? Did I inhale pollen? She exclaimed, momentarily unaware of what had transpired. Unfazed, she persisted with her plan to seduce Issei, but her intentions were abruptly shattered. Ability used. Energy manipulation. Energy generation. In an instant, Issei's eyes emitted a deadly laser, cutting Coriana in half horizontally. The audience gasped in shock. Did you truly believe that employing such whore tactics would have any effect on a being of my caliber? Issei's voice echoed with a chilling confidence as he continued his onslaught. Another laser sliced through Coriana's divided body vertically, rendering her into 4 parts, yet she inexplicably remained alive. The audience and Team Saraerg were paralyzed with fear. Coriana's peers surrounded her, concern etched on their faces. Coriana. Are you alright? Saraerg shouted but remained mute, trembling from the terror she had endured. Issei was then transported back to his peerage, where his companions stared at him in disbelief. Riaz, consumed by worry and sorrow, clung to Issei, pleading desperately. Issei. Why did you do that? Why are you like this? What happened to you? Please tell me. Please tell me you're still my Issei. Ignoring Ria's pleas, Issei's gaze remained fixed on the upcoming raiding match against Team Saraerg. His actions had shattered the hearts of those around him. Issei. Please respond. Ria screamed, her voice breaking, but Issei paid no heed, his attention solely on Saraerg, devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, Azazel, the announcer, struggled to comprehend the situation. Issei, what was that? Is this what he meant by the system telling him what to do? Still, that went too far. He pondered, taken aback by the extreme violence he had witnessed. In the higher echelons of Devil Society, shock reverberated among the onlookers. Even the devoted Grab and Dragon fans were bewildered by their hero's unexpected actions. His voice trembling, Azazel declared the victor. And the victory goes to Team Gremory. Internally, he grappled with the implications of Issei's seemingly irrational behavior. Is this what Issei meant by the system compelling him to act irrationally? I didn't think it'd go this far. Azazel mused, realizing the depth of the situation. Task complete. Issei's voice cut through the air, instructing Kaneko. Kaneko, that's how you secure a victory in a match. Hearing Issei's words and witnessing his actions, Kaneko felt an overwhelming sense of dread washing over her. Meanwhile, Ria struggled to regain her composure after Issei's ruthless behavior, choosing to ignore her, leaving the members of Team Gremory in a state of moral disarray. Issei settled back into his seat, patiently waiting for the next dice roll. X. The The dice rolled again, landing on an 8 this time. Gasper Vladi stepped forward, eager to be sent into battle alongside the fierce Zenovia. As they approached the arena, they faced Saraerd Bale's formidable bishop and rook duo, Mistita Sabnok and Ladora Bune. The battle erupted with intensity, but Gasper and Zenovia quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Mistita unleashed his sacred gear, Trick Vanish, sealing Zenovia's holy swordsman trait, while Ladora transformed into a ferocious dragon. Refusing to yield, Gasper tapped into the bottle of Issei's blood meant for sacrifice, casting an unsealing spell on Zenovia that turned the tide of the battle. Issei observed with keen interest, his thoughts wandering. Oh, indeed, I did give him that. I'm curious to see what will unfold if I were to offer him my current blood. Would he possess the capability to handle it? The by time, Gasper transformed into a swarm of bats, skillfully harassing Ladora as she rained blows upon him. Ultimately, it was Zenovia who struck the final blow. Empowered and unsealed, she unleashed a devastating Durandal attack on their opponents. Gasper, using his sacred gear, held them still. Gasper was forced to retire as the dust settled, but not before he and Zenovia had proven their mettle as true warriors on the field. Name: Zenovia Quarta. Race: Reincarnated Devil. Affiliation: Underworld. Rank: Low-class Devil. Relationship: Peerage member, ex-breeding cow. Type: Meal, Warrior. Stats: Vitality: 50. Strength: 50. Agility: 40. Intelligence: 30. Senses: 40. Dexterity: 50. Luck: 30. Overall power level: 41. Abilities: Magic, Dimensional. Ear: Durandal, Excalibur, 6 of 7. Name: Gasper Vladi. Race: Reincarnated Devil Damper. Affiliation: Underworld. Rank: Low-class Devil. Relationship: Peerage member, ex-friend. Type: Support, Enchanter. Stats: Vitality: 20. Strength: 10. Agility: 30. Intelligence: 40. Senses: 20. Dexterity: 30. Luck: 10. Overall power level: 22. Abilities: Damper Physiology, Daywalker, Blood Consumption, Darkness Manipulation. Ear: Forbidden Baler View. Inwardly, Issei admitted. Usually, I would give Gasper a hard time for losing, but I have to admit, his technique unlocked Zenovia and ultimately secured our victory in the battle. I suppose I can cut him some slack, at least for the time being. All team members were teleported back to their peerage, where they were congratulated for their efforts and victory. As Isil remarked, another loss for Team Saraerd, it's currently 7-3 in favor of Team Gremory. Gasper's eyes shifted toward Issei, mixed emotions swirling within him. He wanted to express his regrets for his harsh treatment and shame for the defeat. Yet, he remembered Issei's treatment of Kaneko after her loss, a fear settling in him at the thought of Issei being condescending. X. The tension in the air was palpable as the dice rolled, the anticipation mounting until it finally landed on a resounding 9. Akeno and the formidable Kusha Abaddon took their positions, a fierce determination in their eyes. But Akeno's fate turned dark when Kusha unleashed her devastating Hull ability, effortlessly absorbing Akeno's holy lightning. To add insult to injury, Kusha counter-attacked with her mighty holy power, dealing a devastating blow that sent Akeno crashing to the ground. Name: Akeno Himejima. Race: Reincarnated Devil Fallen Angel Hybrid. Affiliation: Underworld. Rank: Low-class Devil. Relationship: Peerage member, ex-lover. Type: Caster, Mage. Stats: Vitality: 30. Strength: 20. Agility: 40. Intelligence: 40. Senses: 50. Dexterity: 50. Luck: 30. Overall power level: 37. Abilities: Elemental Demonic Magic, Lightning, Fire, Water, Ice, Defensive Magic, Teleportation, Holy Lightning. Ear: None. Issei's thoughts mirrored his disappointment. Akeno, you too. Just another time waster. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the battle abruptly concluded. Kusha Abaddon had showcased unparalleled power and skill, establishing herself as a formidable force on the battlefield. Despite Akeno's defeat, there was an unshakable belief that she would return stronger and more determined than ever before. As Izul's voice cut through the quiet aftermath. Although Team Gremory has lost this battle, the score now stands at 6-3 in favor of Team Gremory. The combatants were teleported back to their seats. Team Saraerd congratulated Kusha on her victory, while most of Team Gremory rallied around Akeno, offering her words of comfort. Akeno, her spirit undeterred despite her defeat, apologized to her teammates. "Guys, I'm sorry. I really should have done better. Ria's gentle and understanding voice reassured Akeno. Akeno, you win some, you lose some, don't beat yourself over it. Akeno mustered the courage to approach Issei, hoping to mend their strained relationship. Issei, can we? Issei, however, cut her off without empathy. Let me guess, you and Kaneko spent a significant amount of time together wallowing in self-pity, am I correct? Akeno's words died on her lips, silenced by his callous interruption. Rias intervened, placing a comforting hand on Akeno's shoulder, silently signaling her to stop. Akeno's eyes fell with sadness, the cruelty Issei displayed since his return had created an unbridgeable distance between them. They settled back into their seats, awaiting the next dice roll, the atmosphere heavy with unresolved tension. X. Once again, the dice rolled, revealing the number 12. Ria's Gremory should have spent more time deducing that Saraerd Bale would be the next challenger. She confidently dispatched her trusted warriors Zenovia, Kiba and Roswis to face him head-on. Saraerd, still seething from Issei's actions against Coriana, seized this opportunity for payback, channeling his pent-up frustrations towards Issei's teammates. The battle unfolded in a whirlwind of intensity, with both sides employing their best moves and strategies to gain the upper hand. The members of the Gremory group collaborated seamlessly, utilizing feints, traps, and raw power to wear down Saraerd as much as possible. Before Kiba could be sidelined, he declared, "We'll send you to the Red Dragon Emperor wounded." However, Saraerd was one to be considered. He managed to overpower all three opponents with unparalleled strength and cunning tactics. Yet, not before Zenovia, Kiba, and Roswis forced him to use his precious Phoenix Tear to reattach his severed arm. Azazul's voice resonated, acknowledging Saraerd's incredible power against Team Gremory. Thanks to his efforts, the score was now tied at 3-3, a pivotal moment in the game. The combatants were returned to their peerage, and Team Saraerd celebrated their victory, while Team Gremory consoled their fallen members. Approaching Issei, Kiba aimed to explain their game plan. "Issei, I know we lost, but our goal was never to win outright. We aimed to weaken Saraerd enough so that you could finish him off in the end." Issei snorted dismissively. "HMPH, as if I needed your assistance. Such meaningless efforts were unnecessary. I am more than capable of accomplishing it on my own." Kiba, undeterred, retorted. "You won't even thank us for our efforts." Zenovia interjected, her voice sharp. "Issei, Saraerd came at us hard because of you. If you hadn't done what you did to Coriana, he wouldn't have pushed us this far." Issei's response was callous. "Your actions were your own, mere displays of your pathetic will. I never sought your intervention nor desired your assistance. Therefore, do not expect my gratitude or praise for your futile endeavors. They hold no value in my eyes." Roswis stepped forward. "Issei, I know we didn't do much, but we still did our best," she explains in a mixture of hurt and apprehension. Issei suddenly realized he had unintentionally hurt her with his words. Unlike the others, Roswis hadn't been a part of the group that had ostracized him and left him on the doorstep that day. "My apologies, Roswis. That was my mistake," Issei admitted, genuine remorse coloring his tone. The entire team stood baffled. Issei had apologized to Roswis, but not to anyone else. They soon realized that Roswis was the only team member who hadn't taken shots at Issei and had never participated in his rejection. Though she had heard about what happened that day, she hadn't witnessed it in person. Still, it pained her to know how Issei had been treated. "Thank you, Issei. I suppose I can accept your apology," Roswis reluctantly acknowledged, her voice tinged with concern for everyone affected by Issei's reckless actions. With tension lingering in the air, the team returned to their seats, awaiting the next roll of the dice, uncertain of what fate had in store for them. X. The dice rolled once more, revealing the number 9. Saraerd made his move and deployed his queen, Kusha. Rias found herself with limited options. Herself, Asia, or Issei. Considering the dice's number, she couldn't select herself and opted not to choose Asia due to Kusha's superiority. That left her with only one choice. Issei. Rias pondered her decision, her thoughts swirling with concern. The only viable solution lies with Issei. I simply cannot allow dear Asia to engage in battle. However, I am concerned about Issei's current state. What if he succumbs to his inner turmoil and commits another dreadful act? Issei, displaying confidence and authority, interrupted her internal debate. "Rias, quit your incessant overthinking. There's only one damn option available," he declared firmly. "But you'll go too far again," Rias protested. "So? A win is a win," Issei retorted, seemingly unfazed. Rias, however, persisted, voicing her concerns. "Issei. Consider the consequences. Countless eyes are upon us, including innocent children. We mustn't expose them to such scenes at such a tender age, especially since you have a fan base comprised mostly of impressionable youngsters who idolize you. It's our responsibility to maintain a respectable image and protect their innocence." Issei's thoughts took a slightly irreverent turn. Heh, so it seems my fan base is mostly made up of little brats. When did I descend to the level of some YouTube boxer? But hey, as a certain Eldian once bluntly stated, fuck them kids. With a determined tone, Issei addressed Riaz. Riaz, the moment has arrived. As the king, if you hesitate to make a decision, I shall take matters into my own hands. With no other choice, Riaz reluctantly chose to deploy Issei. Saraerd couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding as he stood up. Kusha, you're about to face the Red Dragon Emperor. Saraerd warned his queen. Not only has he been on edge since his arrival, but he must also be infuriated by our actions against his comrades. Kusha, you witnessed the power he displayed as well. I can only imagine the consequences he might unleash upon you. Therefore, if necessary, have the wisdom to withdraw yourself if you doubt your ability to handle it. Kusha nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Soon, Issei and Kusha teleported to an empty coliseum in the new arena. Issei's thoughts briefly wandered as he thought. I've been contemplating the idea of constructing an arena in my dimension. It strikes me as a brilliant concept to have my necromanced entities engage in battles for entertainment. Perhaps I could even spar with them, harnessing the opportunity to enhance my own strength while fostering their growth as well. Interrupted from his musings, Issei heard a voice and saw a striking young woman with golden hair and mesmerizing blue eyes. Kusha exuded confidence, her attire accentuating her beauty. Red Dragon Emperor. You will pay for what you did to our teammate, just as your teammates have done to our king. I will send you wounded to our king. Kusha declared. Name. Kusha Abaddon. Race. Devil. Affiliation. Underworld. Rank. Low-class devil. Relationship. None. Type. Caster, sorceress. Stats. Vitality. 30. Strength. 20. Agility. 40. Intelligence. 40. Senses. 30. Dexterity. 30. Luck. 20. Overall power level. 30. Abilities. Whole. Ear. None. Issei replied with a touch of arrogance. Is that the best you can do? Do you truly believe that a pitiful ant like yourself could even scratch the surface of the likes me? Amuse me with your pitiful attempts if you dare. Kusha retorted defiantly. You underestimate me? You will find I am much stronger than my teammate Coriana. Issei shrugged off her confidence. I suppose you fancy yourself capable, but alas, your weak attempt shall prove utterly meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Inside Issei's mind, Drake cautioned. Partner, you shouldn't go as hard as you did with the other girl. We might risk disqualification, and you won't be able to face Saraerd. Let's strategize and find a balance between our strength and restraint. Issei acknowledged the advice. I suppose you have a point. I'll make sure to give her a strong warning to get the hell out. My enhanced hearing caught wind of her, and Saraerd mentioned that she's free to leave if she can't handle it anymore. Drake questioned. HMPH. Are you planning to compel her into retirement? I presume you intend to exert your authority and flaunt your power, don't you? Issei grinned. Drake, you know me too well. Ability used. Energy manipulation. Energy generation. Issei began to raise his energy levels, causing everything around him to disintegrate into nothingness. The crowd watched in awe and terror at this display of power. What kind of power is this? Kusha exclaimed. Issei warned her. Kusha Abaddon, if you have any desire to cling to life, heed the words of your king and willingly retire from this fight. Kusha, however, remained defiant. To hell with that. My pride as a devil will never make me back down, no matter what. She unleashed Takeno's holy lightning towards Issei, but it instantly disintegrated upon entering his vicinity, baffling her. What? Impossible. How can lightning be disintegrated? Especially holy lightning. Kusha exclaimed in disbelief. Issei continued to exert his dominance, causing Kusha to kneel from the immense pressure. As I've already stated, a lowly insect holds no significance in my presence. Fear filled Kusha's eyes as Issei began to count down. 10. 9. 8. Fear had been induced. Opponent stats have been decreased by 46%. Paralysis from fear has been applied to an opponent. Saraerd's panicked voice reached her, urging her to retreat, but she remained stunned. 5. 4. Hearing her king's plea, she finally reacted and forced herself to retire. Issei halted the countdown and unleashed his full power, obliterating the entire dimension and shocking the audience and high-ranking devils. Riaz and her team were astounded, unable to fathom Issei's newfound strength. How is he this strong? I hardly recognize him anymore, my dear Issei. Riaz wondered aloud. Takeno playfully speculated. Did he perhaps generously offer more of his enticing body parts to Drake, I wonder? Kiba analyzed. Based on logical analysis, that appears to be the only plausible explanation. Issei returned to his peerage, where they looked at him with shock and horror. Azazul's voice boomed with excitement. An incredible display of power by Issei forced the queen of Team Sererg to retire. It is now 3-2 in favor of Team Gremory. Insura etched her face. Riaz turned to Issei, her voice laced with worry. Issei, what have you done? How did you become so powerful? Have you sacrificed even more of yourself to Drake? She pleaded, her eyes searching for answers. Why would I bother enlightening you? Issei retorted defiantly. Tell me, what do I stand to gain by divulging such information? It'd give me a better understanding of the situation, of us. Riaz cried, her desperation evident. And what could you possibly comprehend? Issei challenged. Issei, I long to grasp the true extent of any pain I might have brought upon you. Riaz admitted, her tone gentle. Since our meeting, I've witnessed a profound transformation in you. Both in your outward appearance and demeanor. It weighs heavily on my heart because our connection means so much to me. Please, be honest with me, my dear Issei. Do you still see yourself in this altered state? Are you the one who still holds the key to my heart? You tell me. Issei retorted, his tone biting. I don't know, okay. I don't even know what you're capable of anymore. Riaz admitted, her confusion palpable. Inside Issei's mind, he felt a surge of triumph. This is the perfect setup. I've been waiting for this moment my entire life. Finally, I can say it. I travel in worlds you can't even imagine. Issei declared, his voice ringing with false bravado. You can't conceive of what I'm capable of. I'm so far beyond you. I'm like a god in human clothing. Lightning bolts shoot from my fingertips. Everyone was baffled by Issei's bizarre proclamation. The room fell into a stunned silence. Within their shared consciousness, Drake couldn't hide his disappointment. Partner, that display was utterly cringe-worthy. Keep it down. Issei snapped back mentally. If I happen to end up locked away as a result of the fallout from this rating match, there's only one person I truly rely on to aid me in overcoming these allegations. HMPH. Allegations. There are no mere allegations, only undeniable evidence. Drake grumbled. I declare my innocence regarding any accusations of defamation of character. Issei continued, his thoughts racing. Let me clarify that all the videos in question have been maliciously doctored and manipulated using advanced AI-generated deepfake techniques to tarnish my reputation and portray me unfavorably. By the fiery depths, a lament escapes my draconic form. Drake sighed. Riaz was left speechless, Issei's words leaving her utterly bewildered. Inwardly, Issei sighed in relief. Finally, she stopped pestering me with those irritating questions. Issei. Riaz said, her voice barely a whisper, lost in the chaos of emotions and confusion surrounding them. X. The sudden announcement boomed through the speakers, Azazel's voice echoing in the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a change of plans. Sererg has requested for the last battle of the match to be a 2v2 between both teams, the Pawn and King of Team Sererg versus the Pawn and King of Team Gremory. Team Gremory stood in shock, disbelief etched across their faces. Roswas, laced with disdain, voiced their collective outrage. Why would they stoop to such a despicable act? Such actions are utterly disgraceful and go against all principles of honor and righteousness. Kaneko snorted in derision, adding, HMPH, even Azazel is on board with that choice. Tiba analyzed the situation, his expression serious. They must have realized they are individually incapable of defeating Issei. Hence, they resort to forming a group to overpower him and secure their victory. Akeno, concern etched on her features, questioned. What about Riaz? Tiba's response was grim. After defeating Issei, Riaz will be vulnerable and exposed, like a sitting duck. Should they succeed in eliminating her, it will leave only Asia as the remaining target. Amid these conversations, Issei's determination burned brighter. His thoughts resonated with confidence. Dare they think they can beat me? Let me demonstrate the true extent of my power. Riaz, however, was not ready to accept this turn of events. As she moved to leave for the game center, Issei seized her hand, pulling her towards him with a firm tone. Riaz, that's enough. Startled, Riaz protested. Issei. What are you? Issei interrupted, his voice carrying an air of authority. Can't you see? The crowd and audience are yearning for this to happen. When it comes down to it, this is a business. They'll do their best to make it as entertaining as possible, aiming to maximize revenue for future events of this kind. Riaz followed his gaze, realizing the truth in his words. Uncertain, she questioned. What are you suggesting? Follow their ways. Issei responded, his resolve unwavering. Why should I listen to you? Riaz challenged, her frustration evident. Throughout this entire match, you've demonstrated nothing but an icy demeanor towards everyone present. You seem unwilling to share any information or acknowledge our sincere apologies. Instead, you simply brush aside our strengths and advantages. Issei's threat hung in the air as he declared. Then I'll leave. But the game? Riaz protested desperately. I don't care about that. Issei stated firmly. I'll plunge my hand into my body, rip out the 8 evil pieces you gave me, throw it to your feet, and leave. Fear gripped the team at Issei's words. Riaz, feeling cornered, exclaimed. Issei, where is this all coming from? Will you actually listen to what I have to say, or do I need to resort to something extreme like pulling chess pieces out of my body to grab your attention? Issei challenged, his tone sharp. Riaz hesitated, a cloud of remorse enveloping her thoughts. Does he truly resent me? How could I have been so self-centered? Why didn't I see things from his point of view? As his master, senior, and lover, I should have grasped the problem sooner. And now, I mean nothing to him. Oh, Issei. Her eyes welled up with tears as she averted her gaze, her voice faltering as she reached her conclusive resolution. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your desires, but only if you agree to my terms. Riaz said, her voice trembling. Which is? Issei inquired, his tone softer now. After this match, you and I will have a serious conversation about everything. Riaz declared, her voice steadier. Fine, time and place. Issei agreed, his resolve unwavering. The Orc Clubhouse tomorrow evening. Riaz stated, determination glinting in her eyes. The pair reached an agreement, setting the stage for a conversation that would shape their relationship's future and the rating match's outcome. X. The 4 combatants stood their ground, transported to the spacious plane dimension. A vast flatland suspended in space. Inside his mind, Issei couldn't help but chuckle at the feeble attempt to replicate his domain. Well, isn't this intriguing? Looks like a pathetic attempt at replicating my dimension before I molded it to perfection. He mused, his amusement evident. Maybe I should start offering architecture classes to these fools who construct these feeble dimensions. Clearly, they're in desperate need of a lesson or two. Riaz confronted Issei, frustration etched on her face. Issei, what's so amusing? You've managed to bring us both to defeat. If only you had heeded my words, victory would have been within our grasp. Ignoring Riaz, Issei remained silent, his attention undeterred. Their exchange was abruptly interrupted by a familiar voice resonating across the field. So we finally meet again, Red Dragon Emperor. Sarair declared, his voice laden with intensity. Uninterested in formalities, Issei responded dismissively. Enough with the formalities and your pretentious calm facade. I can sense your anger, so quit suppressing it and show your true emotions. Your attempts to conceal your rage only serve to bore me. Riaz felt a creeping sense of dread emanating from Sarair, though she failed to grasp his true intentions. Issei, on the other hand, remained perceptive. Oh, you think you have me all figured out, do you? Sarair challenged Issei, his aura exploding with intensity. I think I do. You plan on boring me to death with your talks, right? Issei retorted, utterly unfazed. Riaz shielded herself from the overwhelming pressure, her concern deepening. Issei intervened, taking something from his pocket and tossing it toward Sarair. Sarair caught the object. A bean. And looked puzzled. A bean. What is this for? Undoubtedly, you're curious about how your teammate Coriana managed to survive despite my relentless assault. Issei explained calmly. The truth is, I flicked a bean like that directly into her mouth, catalyzing her swift recovery and effectively reversing the damage inflicted upon her. The crowd gasped in shock, realizing that Coriana owed her life to Issei's mercy. Inside Ria's mind, confusion and worry swirled. Wait, Issei did that? If that is the case, what is he planning to do to Sarair? Issei, what are you? Riaz began, but Issei interrupted her with a raised arm. I'm fully aware that your arm is still bothering you from the amputation my teammates inflicted on you in your last fight. Issei said, addressing Riaz directly. Well, here's an idea. Why don't you give this a try? It might just work wonders and restore it to the point where it's like the whole incident never even happened. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their implications. Kiba, Zenobia, and Roswis, among others, felt a deep sting of betrayal as Issei undid their hard work and sacrifice. Why would he do such a thing? Roswis exclaimed, her voice laced with disbelief. I don't know. It seems like this is his way of taunting us. Kiba said somberly, his disappointment palpable. Amidst the confusion, Azazel pondered. Is Issei pulling a Goku and giving Sarair the cell treatment? Issei, darling, why must you do this? Riaz pleaded, her voice trembling with tears. Issei, ignoring her, waited for Sarair's response. Why should I place my trust in you? Is this not another deceptive ploy, attempting to sway my judgment? Sarair questioned, his voice laced with suspicion. Believe me, there's no trickery involved. Do you honestly think I would stoop so low as to play tricks and make a fool of myself in front of the millions who are watching? Issei countered, his tone unwavering. Why pursue such a path? Why would you undermine the efforts of your own comrades? Sarair demanded, his doubts apparent. I'm eager to face you at your absolute peak. Let me make you a proposition. If you don't experience any improvement, I'll retire on the spot. Issei offered his challenge hanging in the air. Sarerg weighed the offer carefully, aware that Issei risked everything with this gesture. With a decisive nod, he accepted the bean and consumed it. Almost instantly, he felt the difference, his arm improving. "I can feel the difference, my arm. It seems to have improved." Sarerg confirmed, his surprise evident. "Issei, what have you done? You've completely sabotaged our chances of achieving victory," Riaz exclaimed, her despair evident. "Riaz, enough with the talking. If victory is your concern, just sit back and watch me handle this on my own. I don't need you to do anything anymore," Issei stated firmly, his words severing their emotional ties. "He no longer requires me. Why, Issei? Why?" Riaz's thoughts spiraled into despair. "Since his return, he seems to have relentlessly shattered my heart. Every word he utters further fractures it. Have all the emotions he once held for me vanished into thin air? Why did I engage in the actions that led to this? This burden is solely mine to bear." She contemplated, tears flowing freely as she lowered her head. Issei's voice thundered with confidence as he taunted his opponents. "Sarerg and Regulus, if you wish to cling to your pathetic existence, then I suggest you muster every ounce of your power and foolishly attempt to assail me here and now." Riaz stood in silence, her eyes narrowing in realization. The weight of Issei's words settled in. He had been hinting at leaving Team Gremory and the Orc to venture solo, a truth she could no longer ignore. Regulus, unfazed by Issei's arrogance, bellowed. "You doubt us, Red Dragon Emperor? We'll show you the power of Team Sarerg." Sarerg and Regulus charged at Issei with synchronized determination, aiming to strike him from both sides. However, Issei anticipated their move, effortlessly catching both their attacks in his hand and nullifying any damage. Name: Regulus. Race: Reincarnated Devil Nemean Lion. Affiliation: Underworld. Rank: Low-class Devil. Relationship: None. Type: Tank, Guardian. Stats: Vitality: 50. Strength: 50. Agility: 40. Intelligence: 30. Senses: 20. Dexterity: 40. Luck: 30. Overall power level: 37. Abilities: he is the missing Longinus Regulus Nemea. Gear: is the gear himself. Regulus and Sarerg stared in disbelief. "What? How?" Regulus exclaimed. "This is impossible," Sarerg added, his voice laced with frustration. Issei smirked, his knowledge cutting through their facade. "I had higher expectations for a supposed pure-blooded devil and that so-called Nemean lion. Quite the disappointment, I must say." The shock of Issei's revelation hung heavy in the air. Regulus stammered. "How did you know?" "I'm well aware of what you are," Issei replied dismissively. "But the nitty-gritty details are of little consequence to me. What truly matters is that you've been concealing your true potential all along." With a swift motion, Issei flung the duo back to their starting point. They crashed and skidded on the ground, struggling to regain their footing. "Master Sarerg, we must," Regulus began, but Sarerg interrupted him firmly. "No. As I've said many times, we will only use that technique when the underworld is in danger." Issei, always a step ahead, teleported before the pair. He kicked Sarerg into the air, and Shin followed suit, booting Regulus even further away. "What pitiful technique are you blabbering about?" Issei sneered, his challenge hanging in the air. "Show it to me if you dare, and let me see if it's even worth my time." He lunged past Sarerg with blinding speed, hammering him back into the ground. Then, instantly, he teleported towards Regulus and delivered a powerful punch, sending him back to his initial position. The impeccable timing of their movements led to Sarerg and Regulus colliding, their forms smashing into each other with a resounding impact. The arena buzzed with awe as the spectators watched in disbelief at Issei's extraordinary strength and speed. How is he managing such a feat? He hasn't even unleashed his balance breaker yet. My, he truly knows how to keep me on the edge of my seat. Akeno marveled, her eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle. Kaneko chimed in, her tone begrudgingly impressed. HMPH, I suppose all that training he put in actually paid off. Not that I'm surprised or anything. His confidence radiating like a blazing sun, Issei addressed his opponents with annoyance and disdain. Haven't I already made it clear, you imbeciles? If you value your pitiful lives, cease your feeble hesitation and unleash everything you've got. In response, Sarerg and Regulus rose, a silent agreement passing between them. Regulus transformed into his lion form, revealing himself as the missing Longinus, while Sarerg activated his Taki. Opponents have an increase in stats. Sarerg plus 50% in stats. Regulus 1.5x in stats. Issei's eye color changes from silver to red to show that he is now acknowledging the fight, his red eyes glow with a menacing gleam as it shifts between Sarerg and Regulus. Own stats have increased due to Demon Eyes Stage 1 activation. Plus 22% to stats. 2x to perception. Now capable of seeing the slightest detail, allowing the user to see their opponent's next move along with their weak spot. Is that truly all? Issei scoffed, his irritation palpable, as Saraerg charged toward him with renewed determination. However, Issei effortlessly blocked Saraerg's attack, countering with an elbow to the face that sent Saraerg stumbling backward. Before Saraerg could recover, Regula struck from behind, biting Issei and swallowing him whole. Issei. No. Ria's cry filled the air, her eyes wide with horror as Issei seemingly vanished inside Regulus's mouth. But to everyone's astonishment, Regulus's mouth started being pried open from the inside. Issei extended his body, forcing Regulus's jaws apart. DCH, you may have the appearance of gold, but your breath smells like shit. Issei's voice echoed from within Regulus as he escaped, swiftly countering Regulus's attack and sending him flying. By this time, Saraerg had recovered and charged at Issei again. Saraerg roared as he lunged forward, his fist aimed at Issei. However, Issei calmly caught Saraerg's fist, his eyes glinting with amusement and annoyance. Here's a little tip for you. Don't go blabbering before you strike. It's a dead giveaway, and you'll regret it. Issei advised, effortlessly tossing Saraerg into Regulus. Both opponents struggled to regain their footing, their faces etched with frustration and determination. As Regulus observed Rias in the background, he hatched a desperate plan. Wait, aren't these two supposed to be lovers? I see, I know what I must do to win. He thought, biding his time for the moment. When Saraerg charged at Issei once more, Regulus sprang into action. If I go for her, he'll need to save her. At that moment, he'll be distracted, giving Lord Saraerg enough time to get a hit in. Then, we'll gang up on him and beat him. Forgive Lord Saraerg for using your cousin in such a manner. However, Issei intercepted Regulus's advance, hurling Saraerg toward him and preventing Regulus from reaching Rias. This fight is between you two and me. Leave her out of this. Issei declared sternly, his gaze never wavering. Her heart pounding, Rias couldn't help but smile amidst her worry. He could have easily abandoned me to face harm, yet he chose to rescue me. Maybe his feelings towards me aren't as filled with animosity as I previously believed. She thought, watching Issei's unwavering determination. As the battle reached a critical point, Saraerg realized he needed to take drastic measures. Fine, go into your axe form. He conceded, allowing Regulus to transform into a battle axe he wielded with newfound determination. Regulus' stats have increased. 0.5x increase. Overall increase. 2x in stats. Impressed by Saraerg's decision, Issei pondered his next move. Impressive. So, he's capable of transforming into an axe. Well, it seems like most of the weapons I've obtained through the item extraction trait would be far too formidable for Regulus to handle. If I were to employ them, I might unintentionally cause his demise. Hence, I must select the least potent weapon that matches his capabilities. Once I do so, I can utilize my strength and expertise to create a substantial advantage. A portal materialized in front of Issei, leading to his pocket dimension. From the portal emerged a sword crafted from dark metal. The Dread Knight Soldier's base sword should do. Issei reasoned, recalling the weapon from his training days. Dread Knight Soldier base sword. Rarity. Common. Classification. Straight sword. Stats. +6 strength, +5 agility. Ability. Nothing, just gutter trash. Rias, her eyes widened in confusion, exclaimed. Hold on, that isn't Ascalon. Where did Issei get that from? This sword lacks any noteworthy special abilities. However, its boss counterpart possesses formidable traits. I can infuse my energy into this blade and bestow upon it certain attributes. Issei thought, focusing his energy with Drake's help. Drake. Issei called out, and his partner complied, channeling their combined energy into the sword through the boosted gear's transfer ability. Ability used. Item corruption. Welsh Dragon Knight Sword. Rarity. Rare. Classification. Straight sword. Stats. +93 agility, +74 strength, +93 dexterity. Ability. Capable of firing dragon energy blasts. The sword transformed into a majestic weapon, taking on a dragon-like appearance with accents of red. Issei gripped it firmly. This should do, let's test it out. He declared, lunging at Saraerg with newfound determination. Issei's determination flared, propelling him forward as he lunged at Saraerg, striking out with all his might. Saraerg skillfully parried the attack with his axe, but the force of the blow sent him skidding backward. What power! Saraerg exclaimed, his voice filled with genuine surprise at Issei's strength. With a swift motion, Saraerg slammed his axe into the ground, causing the very earth to split beneath them. Issei narrowly dodged the attack, countering immediately. The clash between the two intensified, their movements blurred as they took to the sky. A symphony of blows and clashes echoed between them, each strike a testament to their extraordinary abilities. The spectators roared in excitement, their cheers blending with the blinding lights of the battle unfolding before their eyes. The highly anticipated main event had finally begun, captivating the audience with its intensity. Issei, cunning and resourceful, unleashed energy beams from his sword, directing them at Saraerg. Saraerg expertly deflected every beam, but Issei's true intention became apparent. In a surprising twist, Issei slammed his sword onto Saraerg's axe, creating a diversion. Seizing the opportunity, he fired another energy beam at point-blank range. The resulting explosion was colossal, temporarily incapacitating Saraerg, who plummeted from the sky, unconscious from the impact. In that moment of freefall, Saraerg's thoughts turned to his sick mother, a fierce determination igniting within him. "I need to win for her," he resolved, his consciousness returning. Gripping the axe once more, he fired an energy beam at Issei, who expertly maneuvered around the attack. Issei retaliated, striking Saraerg in the chest and forcing him to crash onto the ground, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Wounded but undeterred, Saraerg staggered out of the crater, his gaze fixed on Issei, who remained untouched. How are you unfazed by all of this?" Saraerg demanded, his voice laced with frustration and awe. Issei remained silent, his gaze unwavering as he stared sternly at Saraerg. "Regulus," a persistent voice, urged. "Lord Saraerg, I think it's time, wear me." Saraerg responded firmly and resolutely. "No, I won't, it's only for emergencies." Issei's tone dripping with challenge interjected. "Wear him, you say? Are we talking about some feeble attempt at protection, like armor? Well then, go ahead and give it a try if you dare. I welcome the opportunity to face a challenge worthy of my attention." Saraerg resisted, his refusal echoing in the air. "No, I won't." Regulus, invoking a deeper motive, pleaded. "Lord Saraerg. We must. For your mother." Saraerg hesitated, torn between his convictions. Regulus's final words pushed him over the edge, forcing him to comply. "Fine, I'll do it." Saraerg conceded, his voice unwavering. With determination in his eyes, Saraerg called upon his inner strength, invoking a powerful transformation chant. "My lion, King of Nemea. You, who has been called King of Lions. Answer my howl and turn into my armor. Balance breaker. Regulus Ray Leather Rex." Regulus enveloped Saraerg, shaping him into a complete armor set, leaving the onlookers and crowd bewildered by the astonishing transformation. They stood in shock, witnessing something previously unimaginable. This spectacle might rival the legendary Juggernaut drive of the two heavenly dragons. Saraerg and Regulus have combined into one. Their stats have skyrocketed. Their stats have combined and doubled. Name: Saraerg plus Regulus, Balance Breaker. Regulus Ray Leather Rex. Race: Devil Reincarnated Devil Nemean Lion. Affiliation: Underworld. Rank: Low Class, High Class Devil. Relationship: Enemy. Type: Meal, Warrior. Stats: Vitality: 220. Strength: 220. Agility: 140. Intelligence: 120. Senses: 80. Dexterity: 160. Luck: 140. Overall power level: 154. Abilities: Tauki. Gear: is the gear himself. Riaz, astounded, exclaimed. What is this?" Issei, unimpressed, scoffed. "HMPH, quite the dazzling sight." His voice laden with sarcasm. Saraerg, now transformed, declared with newfound confidence. "This is the end. Red Dragon Emperor." Issei met his gaze, his expression stern. "It seems everyone has been tossing around that title today as if it holds any weight. Such ignorance. But perhaps it's time to enlighten them and unveil the undeniable truth." Riaz, her curiosity piqued, wondered. "Truth? What truth is he talking about?" Issei and Drake's inner thoughts intertwined within the depths of Issei's consciousness. Issei felt a sense of understanding between himself and Drake as he began. "Drake, it's time. I know exactly why you've been uncharacteristically quiet all day. You're intentionally keeping your new color scheme under wraps, afraid that others might catch a glimpse." Drake mumbled softly in response, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Issei continued, determined. "Drake, sooner or later, you'll have to reveal yourself, and there's no time like the present, so why not do it now?" Drake finally acquiesced, albeit with a note of caution. "Very well, I shall comply. Do you dare seek the power of the Balance Breaker?" Issei shook his head decisively, his eyes gleaming excitedly. "No, I want the other one. Give me the Juggernaut drive." Drake sighed, his voice tinged with reluctance. "The Juggernaut drive. HMPH, isn't that a bit too much of an overkill? Balance Breaker should suffice, I suppose." But remember, power should always be wielded with caution and control, lest it consumes you. Issei grinned, an eager glint in his eyes, as he replied. I know, I just want to show off for a bit. Drake couldn't help but chuckle at Issei's enthusiasm, realizing that, for better or worse, this was his partner's way of approaching things. In the present, Issei will say the new chant for the new Juggernaut drive. I, who am about to ascend. Am the fallen dragon who has seized the very principles of domination from the Almighty. I scoff at the mere notion of infinite, for I transcend the boundaries of the infinite itself. I reign supreme over the mere dream, for I am the Alpha, Omega, and reality. Behold, for I shall emerge as the indomitable black dragon of destruction, subjugating all who stand in my path and plunging them into the never-ending abyss. Ria's voice cut through the tension, her concern and fear evident. Wait, hold on, he isn't planning to use that again. The crowd stood frozen, shock etched on their faces, as Issei's words hung heavy. Among the higher-ups, Surzich's reacted swiftly, his eyes widening with realization. Hold on, this chant, it's different compared to the past users. Brafia, usually composed, voiced her surprise. Black Dragon of Destruction. I thought he was the Red Dragon of Domination. Amid the unfolding situation, Azazel's thoughts raced, his mind processing the unexpected turn of events. This is new, I knew he became the Black Dragon Emperor, but to have a chant as malicious as that for a Juggernaut drive. Issei. The gravity of the situation settled in as they all grappled with the implications of Issei's transformation. X. Deep within the dimensional void, Albion's voice echoed with urgency. Drake. Bali, his brows furrowing in concern, questioned. Albion, what's wrong? Something has happened to Drake, his host is using the Juggernaut drive. Albion's words carried a mix of fear and astonishment. Bali's eyes widened with realization. Issei's using the Juggernaut drive. There was a rating match between Team Grimoire and Team Serrair today. I guess whoever he's fighting has forced him to resort to such a form. Albion shook his head, his voice grave. That's not the issue. The power emanating from Drake is unrecognizable. I only identified it because of our connection. Bali's expression turned to one of disbelief. What are you saying? That Issei has grown stronger? Albion's response was laced with awe. Not only that, but the energy emanating from him is something I've never felt before, something beyond anything I've ever sensed. The gravity of Albion's words hung heavy in the air, leaving Bali stunned by the revelation. X. Back to the rating match. After the blinding light of the transformation faded, Issei and Drake revealed their altered colors. Once vibrant red turned to ominous black, the verdant green transformed into deep crimson, and the sunny yellow now resembled dark gray. The onlookers, including the crowd and the higher-ups, were engulfed in bewilderment. Questions hung thick in the air. What was this transformation? Why was Issei's once red armor now as black as the void? Ria's, her voice trembling, voiced a collective astonishment. Is Issei? A primal roar erupted from Issei, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present, even reaching Vali in another dimension, who felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Increased to stats. Due to using the Juggernaut drive, stats have increased. 5x increased to all stats. Bloodthirst has increased. Desire to destroy has increased. Name. Issei Hyoudou, Juggernaut drive. Race. Reincarnated Devil Dragon Unknown. Affiliation. Underworld. Rank. Low-class Devil. Type. Hybrid, Battle Image. Stats. Vitality. 450. Strength. 400. Agility. 375. Intelligence. 475. Senses. 350. Dexterity. 400. Luck. 300. Overall power level. 392. Abilities. System and its abilities. Gear. Mutated boosted gear. Issei, what have you done? Team Grimoire questioned, their disbelief palpable. Serrair stood stunned, his eyes fixed on the terrifying sight before him. He had never seen a creature so menacing and evil. Serrair, struggling to find words, addressed Issei, his voice laden with uncertainty. Red Dragon Emperor, or can I even call you that anymore? Black. Issei declared, his voice chillingly calm. It's now Black Dragon Emperor. The words reverberated through the crowd, freezing them in terror. The title Black Dragon Emperor sounded sinister and ominous, far beyond the realm of nightmares. Riaz called out to Issei, her voice laced with desperation. Issei. Issei turned towards her, his glowing red eyes fixing on her, sending a shiver of fear down her spine. In her thoughts, she questioned. Issei, what has befallen you? Why have you changed so drastically? Her words echoed in the depths of her heart, trapped by the chains of fear. Enough with your incessant prattle, Serrair. Issei declared, his tone final. I've grown weary of it. Let us bring this farce to a decisive conclusion. Fear had been induced. Opponent's stats have been decreased by 38%. Fear held Sarerg in place, but he had to act. "Fine, by me," he said, his voice trembling. Sarerg lunged at Issei, throwing a punch with all his might. The impact was powerful, but Issei's body remained unyielding. Sarerg's armor and fist shattered upon contact, his cry of pain echoing through the arena. "My turn," Issei said calmly. With swift precision, Issei retaliated. His uppercut smashed into Sarerg's chest, obliterating most of the armor. A roundhouse kick followed, slamming Sarerg's face into the ground, further destroying the remnants of his defense. Sarerg lay on the ground, nearly unconscious. But Issei wasn't finished. He lifted Sarerg, charging a small fireball in his mouth, then released it upon him. Sarerg was sent hurtling backward, and he and Regula separated into two distinct figures. Due to the diffusion, the opponent's stats have been reduced back to their base level. Due to fear induction, the opponent's stats have been further reduced by 8%. Overall stat reduction by fear induction is 46%. The horrified crowd watched as Issei effortlessly vanquished Sarerg. With a simple command. Drag, eject. Issei was expelled from the Juggernaut Drive, his body leaving the mechanical shell. The Juggernaut Drive dissolved into energy, returning to Issei. Due to Juggernaut Drive deactivation, stats have decreased 5x. Stats are now at base level. Due to Bloodlust, most stats have increased by 30%. Due to Bloodlust, intelligence stat have decreased by 34%. Suddenly, a notification popped up, signaling a development that would only deepen the mystery further. New task. Break Sarerg. In a chilling display of power, Issei gripped Sarerg's jaw tightly, lifting him with his left hand. Regulus, his voice pleading desperately, cried out. "Please. Stop. He's already knocked out. It's already over." Issei's lips curled into a twisted smile as he retorted. "Over? How amusing. I've barely begun to savor the depths of this entertainment." With a sickening impact, Issei's right fist connected with Sarerg's face, the sound echoing through the arena, causing everyone present to wince in unison. What followed was a horrifying barrage of blows, each strike punctuated by the sickening crack of bones breaking. The crowd, their faces contorted in fear, covered their ears, trying to block out the sounds of the merciless assault. Children cried in terror, their innocence shattered by the brutality before them. Even the higher-ups, witnessing this near slaughter of one of their own, were stunned into silence. Regulus, desperation lacing his voice, pleaded once more. "Please. Stop. He's my master. Please." But Issei remained indifferent, his onslaught unrelenting, lost in the depths of his merciless fury. Meanwhile, Riaz watched in horror, her body trembling with fear. Before her stood not the man she had fallen in love with, but a heartless monster reveling in the violence. "Issei, please, stop, it's over now," she implored, tears streaming down her eyes, her voice a desperate plea for the return of the man she once knew. Task complete. Issei released Sarerg, whose face bore the brutal marks of the fight. Bruised, swollen, and bleeding. Slowly, Issei turned to face Riaz, his eyes glowing a menacing shade of red. Sarerg's blood splattered on Issei's face, his hands drenched in blood, and even his clothes were splattered with the blood of Sarerg. Riaz gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as tears filled her eyes. Overwhelmed, she dropped to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Due to bloodlust deactivation, stats have returned to normal. Sarerg and Regulus were declared retired, having lost the match. When they were transported back to their team, Sarerg remained unconscious, yet the wounds inflicted by Issei miraculously disappeared. Issei's earlier action, making Sarerg eat a special bean, revealed its effect. This second stage healing process kicked in after one was rendered unconscious. In the dimension where they stood, Issei and Riaz locked eyes. Issei began approaching her, prompting Riaz to go defensive, anticipating harm. To her surprise, Issei walked past her, completely ignoring her presence. Together, they were teleported back to their team. X. Upon their return, Team Gremory witnessed Issei in his current state. His eyes glowed a fierce red, his face splattered with blood, and an eerie, emotionless expression on his face. He resembled a demon from a horror movie. Fear gripped the team as Issei's gaze met theirs. The stadium, once filled with noise, had fallen into an eerie silence due to Issei's actions. No one could find words to utter, leaving speechless in the face of the unexpected events. Riaz remained on the ground crying, while the team rushed past Issei to comfort her. Azazel, visibly shocked, stammered. Internally, he questioned Issei's extreme actions, wondering if such brutality was truly necessary. Gathering his courage, he timidly announced. Both final combatants from Team Sarerg are now out. Team Gremory has won the rating match. Upon hearing the announcement, Issei silently left the team, striding toward the hallway, determined and persistent. His thoughts echoed with determination. "I made a commitment to assist with the rating match, and once that's taken care of, I'll finish it." I simply want to uphold my word as a man. Team Gremory watched in silence as Issei walked away. Ria's cries grew louder, joined by some of her teammates, their hearts heavy with the weight of the unexpected outcome. Exiting his team's presence, Issei ambled down the dimly lit corridor, his mind consumed by the memory of his recent assignment. Breaking Sererg. His thoughts echoed with confusion. When that notification popped up, I didn't question it or hesitate. I just did it as if it were instinctive. He glanced down at his right hand, stained crimson with blood, a sight that filled him with unease. What's happening to me? He wondered, staring at the bloodied evidence on his hands, his thoughts a whirlwind of fear and uncertainty. Ability used. Rift. Driven by an inexplicable urge, Issei opened a rift in space, stepping into it, and in an instant, he vanished from the underworld, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a sense of foreboding. X. The following day dawned at the Gremory estate, and the atmosphere within was heavy with the aftermath of the night before. The members of Orc and Team Gremory had spent a sleepless night haunted by the horrifying actions of Issei during the raiding match. At the epicenter of the chaos, Riaz felt the weight of it all, her cousin's brutalization at the hands of the man she loved etched deeply into her soul. Around the dining table, a solemn gathering took place, including Ria's parents, Surziches, Grafia, and their young son. An oppressive silence hung over them, nothing had been exchanged beyond polite greetings, since they had all taken their seats. The previous day's events had scarred them all, casting a shadow over the usually lively atmosphere of the Gremory estate. Even young Milikas, who had once regarded Issei as an older brother figure, now bore a heavy sadness in his eyes, mourning the loss of the friend he once knew. To alleviate the tension, Surziches spoke up, his voice laced with forced cheerfulness. So, how was everyone's night? Though his response was a lie, Kiba mustered a feeble smile. It was fine. He replied, not wanting to add to the already awkward atmosphere. In the midst of the heavy silence, Riaz absent-mindedly swirled her spoon through the untouched porridge. Her thoughts were a tempest of self-reflection, each choice of the past week replaying in her mind like a relentless storm. I take the blame, his suffering is on me. She muttered bitterly. Had I not made those decisions, he wouldn't be in this state and we'd still be together right now. The Keno, noticing Ria's inner turmoil, gently grasped her hand, offering a silent comfort. In response, Riaz managed a small grateful smile, appreciating the gesture of understanding and support. The minutes stretched on as they mechanically ate their food, lacking any real appetite, but compelled to maintain the facade of normalcy for the sake of everyone else around the table. Each bite was heavy with the unspoken burden they shared, a reminder of the shattered relationships and the painful reality they now face. Amid the tension, Azazel strolled in through the doors, his demeanor cheerful and nonchalant. Hey there, folks. How's the morning treating you? Any mischief on the agenda? Azazel inquired, his tone casual. Hearing Azazel's voice, Ria shot up from her seat, her hand slamming onto the table. Her eyes were filled with intensity, tears streaming down her face. Azazel. You assured me he was fine. But considering what he did yesterday, does he appear okay to you? Riaz exclaimed, her voice crackling with emotion. Then Alana, her motherly instinct kicking in, interjected gently. Dear, please, don't slam the table like that. I taught you better manners than that. Surziches, the calm voice of reason, spoke up. Riaz, I implore you to compose yourself. Allow Azazel to elucidate. While I understand that Riaz and the others have caused distress to Issei, you were well aware of the circumstances surrounding his intense training. What manner of training could possibly induce such a profound metamorphosis in both appearance and demeanor within a mere week? Azazel, seemingly unfazed, grinned mischievously. Heh, I was just about to spill the beans, you know. Issei did put me under a solemn oath to keep mum about everything before the raiding match. But hey, he conveniently forgot to mention anything about it after the match. Guess I'm free to dish out the juicy details now. Inwardly, Azazel hesitated, realizing the precarious position he was in. Issei, my friend, I'm really putting myself on the line for you right now. He thought. Not only am I facing your beloved, who's giving me the deadliest of glares, but also her brother, your soon-to-be brother-in-law, is subtly grilling me. Issei, you better remember this favor because it's a big one. Riaz, impatient and desperate for answers, demanded. Go then, explain. Ever the showman, Azazel pulled out a device, capturing everyone's attention. It'd be better if I showed you instead. He said. Surziches, intrigued, questioned. What's that? Azazel grinned, his eyes glinting with mischief. This device will allow you to see through my memories. Irina, ever sharp-tongued, retorted. We don't want to see through your memories, you drunk pervert. Roswis nodded in agreement, her skepticism evident. Hold your horses for a moment there. Azazel interjected. Issei was kind enough to let me in on his memories. And you know what? It goes both ways. I can share his memories through mine, meaning I've got the whole scoop on everything that went down in the past week. Surziches, now understanding the situation, nodded. Okay, I see. Let's do it then. Azazel, aware of the sensitive nature of the memories, glanced at Milica's, concern etched on his face. Perhaps young Milica shouldn't see this, it's quite graphic. Zenobia, ever direct, inquired. What could be more graphic than what Issei did yesterday? Surziches intervened, his tone firm. Very well. That's enough. I apologize, Milica's, it appears you will have to abstain from participating in this particular endeavor. Perhaps you could retire to your room and play with your gaming console. Though Milica's yearned to know what happened to his big brother Issei, he reluctantly agreed. He didn't want to plead with his dad, as he had never seen him this serious. Milica's then left for his room. Alright, Azazel, what now? Surziches prompted, his curiosity piqued. Azazel carefully placed the device in the center of the table, his thoughts whirling with mischief and concern. Word on the grapevine is that there's a thrilling trial coming up involving the esteemed 4 great Satans and the mighty 72 pillars. They're all riled up, debating whether Issei should be allowed to roam freely. You know, he's suddenly caught their attention as a potential threat to the underworld. Oh, I couldn't let them have their way. I had to swiftly intervene, pulling some strings to ensure our favorite pawn, Issei, didn't face a harsh sentence. My apologies, Issei, but you know how it goes. I hope you grasp the situation and appreciate my mischievous efforts on your behalf. Azazel thought, his eyes gleaming with both mischief and loyalty. Around the table, a brilliant white light enveloped everyone as they delved into Issei's memories. The first scene that unfolded before their eyes was Issei hurting Riaz, his voice echoing with desperation. President is president. The members of Orc watched in shock and horror as they witnessed themselves turning against Issei, the betrayal evident in his eyes mirroring their actions. Emotions swelled within them as they shared his pain, feeling the weight of his despair. The memories shifted to the next day when Kiba, Kaneko, and Zenobia confronted Issei, their harsh words and actions leaving deep wounds. Zenovia's reproach. If only you had been more mature. Struck a chord, tears welling in their eyes as they sensed Issei's agony of being ostracized by those he once considered friends. Their anguish deepened as they witnessed the brutal assault by the 3 devils on Issei. His sacred gear was forcefully ripped from his body, his hamstrings slashed, and 3 blades pinned him down. The pain was palpable, shared collectively by those witnessing the scene. Issei's desperate plea for help, his cries begging Riaz to save him, resonated in their minds, haunting them. Unable to bear the torment any longer, Riaz, overwhelmed by guilt and heartbreak, rose from her chair, disrupting the device and preventing it from revealing more memories. Issei. No. She cried out, gripping her head in anguish. If only she had acted and heard his cries for help, everything could have been different. The Kendo's voice trembled with sorrow and regret. What have we done? Her words hung heavy in the air, laden with the weight of their collective remorse. Asia, tears streaming down her face, choked on her words. Issei, we're so sorry. Her voice filled with genuine regret. Kiba clenched his fist tightly against his forehead, frustration and shame etched on his face. If only I had been more vigilant. He muttered, his self-reproach evident. Surziches, the gravity of the situation dawning upon him, analyzed. Ah, I see. So, this is the underlying reason for his current disposition. Yet, what can we make of the intriguing alteration in his visage? Azazel interjected. We were getting to that. Urging everyone to continue delving into Issei's story. Brafia, her disbelief evident, questioned. There's more. Surziches, in a steady and unwavering voice, addressed Riaz with determination etched on his face. Riaz, let us persist until the end. It is imperative that we grasp the entirety of this situation. For only by doing so can we truly comprehend the depths of Issei's being. Riaz, tears flowing freely, stared at the device, haunted by her failure to protect Issei, her voice laced with determination. Let's do this again. She said, her tone heavy with sadness. The room fell into a tense silence as they prepared to confront the depths of Issei's being, fully aware of their responsibility. Azazel restarted the device, resuming from where they had left off. Issei, trapped and abandoned, began to realize the depth of his solitude. Doubts consumed him. Doubts about his friendships, questioning their authenticity and even casting shadows on Riaz's love. In his mind, he compared Riaz to Rainer, breaking his heart further. Riaz, too, succumbed to tears, her emotions overwhelming her. Amidst their anguish, a notification appeared, bearing the words second chance and yes or no. Confusion gripped them as Issei strained to reach the button, pinned down by the blade. With grim determination, he tore his body apart to extend his reach, the sight and sound of gore, making them wince. Finally, Issei's fingers brushed the button, unleashing a new dark power. The energy it exuded mirrored the sensation they had felt the day they left the Orc clubhouse. Strange and unsettling. With this newfound power, Issei effortlessly annihilated the 3 devils and opened a pocket dimension, delving into it. They witnessed a system, tasks, stats, and an upgrade bar inside the dimension. Issei had modified the dimension for time dilation purposes and embarked on intense training. As Issei's memories faded, they were abruptly pulled out of the memory, leaving them speechless. The orc members stared at Azazel, seeking answers. Grafia voiced their collective astonishment. Time dilation. Is that why he looks and acts so differently? Azazel confirmed. Yes, it is. Surziches inquired. How long did he spend in there? Azazel replied somberly. At least 2 years. Their faces turned toward Azazel, shock etched across their features. Riaz, her voice laced with disbelief, asked. He spent at least 2 years by himself. Azazel elaborated. Not entirely alone. I checked on him daily, and after Drake awakened again, he spent the last 6 months with him. Surziches, his curiosity piqued, inquired. Ah, speaking of Drake. I'm curious. What transpired that led to his transformation? His color appears to have changed significantly. Azazel, a twinkle of fascination in his eyes, responded. Drake's unfortunate separation from Issei during that devil's assault. It was quite the predicament, I must say. For a lengthy period of 1 year and 6 months, poor Drake entered a peculiar state of hibernation. But fear not, for when he finally stirred awake, Issei displayed his remarkable determination by forcefully reuniting their severed bond. Remarkably, this act triggered a most intriguing mutation within Drake, altering his color and appearance in a most peculiar manner. The mutation, you say? Surziches pondered, recalling memories of the Juggernaut drive. Such a phenomenon is unprecedented among users of the boosted gear or dividing gear. Why, Issei? Azazel speculated. It's probably because of the mysterious system Issei possesses. The same system that led to both Issei and Drake undergoing a significant transformation. Surziches acknowledged. Ah, indeed, the Juggernaut drive. It's quite terrifying. Azazel's laughter echoing through the room couldn't contain his amusement. Hahaha. I must admit, I share the same sentiment after the evaluation I received from heaven. There seems to be no discernible correlation whatsoever. Issei's appearance in that form is simply frightful, wouldn't you agree? The memory of the horrifying sight, Issei's new Juggernaut drive, haunted everyone present. The Juggernaut drive was terrifying in itself, but Issei had taken it to another level, a blend of cosmic horror and dark fantasy that sent chills down their spines. Surziches, his brow furrowing in concern, inquired. Evaluation from heaven. Azazel smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief. Once Drake went through that mutation, Michael, the one keeping an eye on those sacred gears, couldn't help but notice the shift and started getting all worked up. So, I paid him a visit and laid it all out. Naturally, he wanted Issei to meet up with him after the raiding match. Is that where he is now? Surziches questioned further, his curiosity piqued. Azazel nodded, his expression serious. Yeah, that's where I left him, Michael's still running tests with him in heaven. Upon hearing this revelation, Riaz instantly perked up, her eyes wide with concern and curiosity, sensing the gravity of the situation that had befallen Issei. I need to see him. Riaz exclaimed, her determination cutting through the air. Bekendo interjected, standing up, resolute. We all do. Zenobia regretfully admitted. We gravely misjudged the situation. We should have never gone down that path. Haneko's voice, gentle yet burdened with remorse, murmured. He was enduring more pain than we ever realized. The gravity of their collective realization lingered in the air, a mutual sense of regret casting a somber shadow over the room. The atmosphere inside the Orc Club members was heavy with dread, each member haunted by the image of Issei's pain and despair. The sheer magnitude of his suffering, his solitude, and the betrayal he felt weighed heavily on their hearts. Issei had endured unimaginable torment, standing strong without any support. His resilience was awe-inspiring, yet the cruel reality remained. He shouldn't have had to endure it alone. Riaz, her determination unwavering, voiced the collective sentiment. We need to make things right. However, Zeodicus, cautious and concerned, raised a valid point. What if he doesn't want to make things right? What if he ends up hurting you or even killing you? Riaz met his words with a resolute acceptance. So be it. It was because of me that he almost got killed. It's only fair for me to suffer as he did. Then Alana, alarmed by Riaz's resolve, interjected. Dear. Don't be absurd. That's not the answer to anything. Surziches, the voice of reason, sternly intervened. I won't allow you to walk into a potential threat, Riaz. Always loyal and steadfast, Kiba spoke up. We'll be beside her. We, the Orc, will talk to Issei together. This issue involves all of us. We need to fix it. In a gesture of concern, Surziches handed Riaz a button, a lifeline in case of danger. It's a panic button. If you feel unsafe at any moment, press it and I'll be able to teleport to you instantly. Riaz, though appreciative, remained resolute. Thanks, but I won't need it, I know Issei won't hurt us. The room fell silent as Roswas pointed out the truth. Not physically, but verbally, you saw how he was at the rating match. Zenobia, ever pragmatic, added. To be fair, we did verbally assault him, it's only karma if he does the same to us. Riaz gazed down at the button, her thoughts filled with regret. Issei, I'm so sorry, please let me make it up to you. I promise it'll be different this time. Surziches addressed Azazel with a note of caution in his tone. Just to be prepared, Azazel, what exactly is Issei like now? Azazel began, his voice carrying a mixture of explanation and regret. Well, you see, after enduring that traumatic experience and spending time in solitude, he has undergone quite the transformation. The once goofy and immature kid has evolved into a serious, calm, collected, and calculated individual. Over the course of those 2 years, his body and mind have matured significantly. He now possesses the physical form of a 19-year-old, while his mind has been shaped and warped by the trauma he has faced and the passage of time, as I mentioned before. The orc members listened in silence, their hearts heavy with the revelation. They had known Issei changed, but now they realized that he had transformed to a point where they could no longer recognize him, both in mind and body. Surziches, thoughtful, spoke up. I see, so that's how he is. Azazel continued, offering a piece of advice tinged with a touch of humor. Yeah, so don't think that just by showing your boobs to him will make him come back to you, in fact, it'll probably piss him off. The group was stunned to hear that Issei's perverted side was no longer there, and any attraction he had once felt for others had also vanished. Bekeno, puzzled, questioned. Why would he get mad over something like that? Azazel explained. He hates his former self with a burning passion. He sees his old self as nothing more than a weak, naive brat. Each member of the orc reflected on the Issei they once knew. He had been a goof and a pervert, but there was always a side to him that drew people in. The kind and compassionate side. Now, with that side buried in the past, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of loss. Azazel's voice, tinged with contemplation, shared his insights. You know, he reminds me a lot of Vali. They both have a similar mindset, wanting to be by themselves and seeking more power. The only difference between them is Vali chose to be alone willingly, while Issei was chosen to be alone unwillingly. Grafia, her tone reflecting a somber understanding, added. I guess both dragon emperors share the same fate, even if the path they walk on is different, both paths lead to the same destination. Surzich's expression, marked by empathy and frustration, said. That's the thing, Issei's road was much more cruel and undeserving. Issei was someone who put others before himself, but fate had other ideas for him. Vali, on the other hand, is the opposite, and yet he gets off scot-free. The words of the higher-ups lingered heavily in the hearts of the orc members. As they absorbed the weight of the conversation, they realized they were no longer dealing with the Issei they once knew and loved. Instead, they faced a heartless, power-hungry beast who harbored a deep-seated hatred for them with every fiber of his being. The transformation was complete, leaving them to grapple with the harsh reality before them. Surziches pondered their situation, his voice heavy. How do you plan on communicating with Issei? Riaz, determined to mend what was broken, stated. I made him promise we'd talk today at the orc clubhouse in the evening. That's when we'll meet each other. However, Surziches had another concern. There's also that issue. Perplexed, Riaz inquired. What is it? Surziches, the authoritative voice in the room, spoke calmly yet commandingly. Nothing of great significance, merely the sort employed by Issei during his encounter with Sererg and Regulus in the rating match. He inadvertently left it behind in the dimensional realm, and when the dimension closed, the sword found itself deeply embedded within the stadium's very core. Curiously enough, anyone who dares to lay hands upon that blade experiences an overwhelming surge of dread, rendering them incapable of budging it. Employing my power of destruction, I had to retrieve it and transport it back to the armory, effectively neutralizing its adverse effects. Alas, it seems the sword's influence now extends to the other weapons within, tainting them as well. We find ourselves at a loss regarding its proper placement. Thus, I hold hope that Issei shall soon come forth and reclaim his blade. Her tone casual yet attentive, Riaz responded. Oh, okay, I'll mention that to him when I see him in the evening. But that matter settled, they concluded their breakfast and went about their day. The members of Orc felt their legs shake with anxiety as the reckoning loomed closer, a sense of anticipation and trepidation settling over them like a heavy cloud. In heaven's ethereal realm, Issei engaged in a profound conversation with Michael, the angelic being of great wisdom. Ever since the conclusion of the rating match, Issei had been in heaven, his newfound powers a subject of intense scrutiny for himself and Michael. While Azazel had grasped the essence of Issei's new game system, the enigma of his power remained, prompting Michael to delve deeper into the mysteries of the boosted gear. Name: Michael. Race: Archangel. Affiliation: Heaven. Rank. Leader class. Relationship. Mentor. Type. Caster, Mage. Stats. Vitality. 150. Strength. 150. Agility. 140. Intelligence. 150. Senses. 150. Dexterity. 140. Luck. 130. Overall power level. 144. Abilities. Light power, light-based weapons, master magician, defensive magic. Ear. Holy system. Issei, although the specifics elude us, one thing I can affirm after extensive tests is that Drake is now inherently yours. Michael asserted, his voice steady and authoritative. Drake is mine. Issei questioned, confusion etched across his features. Yes, upon scrutinizing the markings upon your person, it becomes apparent that you and Drake have established a connection surpassing the bounds of a mere sacred gear and its host. Michael explained, his tone carrying the weight of revelation. Drake, the ancient dragon spirit bound to the boosted gear, interjected. So that's why my bond with him feels deeper. In my discernment, it appears you have assumed the mantle of the final wielder of the boosted gear. Michael continued, his gaze penetrating. However, this connection bears a significant implication. If you were to meet your demise, Drake might share the same fate. Alternatively, it might signify your reincarnation within the subsequent wielder of the boosted gear. The preservation of your memories, though, lies beyond my understanding. Perhaps it falls within Drake's realm to establish a connection and relay your memories from the very inception of your existence. Listening to Michael's words, Issei contemplated the profound implications, seeking Drake's perspective. How do you feel about this, Drake? Drake's response was laced with a touch of grudging acceptance. HMPH. If I had to endure a life with you before your change, I would have preferred death. But it seems you've become slightly more bearable now. I suppose I can tolerate your presence. Issei grumbled at Drake's words while Michael chuckled softly, appreciating the banter between the two. Suddenly, Issei's thoughts shifted and he remembered a pressing matter. I just remembered. I need to give you something, Michael. Curious, Michael inquired. Really? What is it? Issei conjured a portal to his dimension, pulling out 3 swords, the same ones that had nearly claimed his life during the assault by the 3 devils a week ago. These swords are the same ones that nearly claimed my life just a week ago. Issei explained, his voice tinged with the memory of the recent danger he had faced. Michael examined the swords closely. Indeed, these blades bear the mark of dragon slayers, yet their once potent might seems to have waned. However, an anomaly presents itself. Issei, intrigued, asked. What do you mean? From my knowledge, Ascalon stands as the sole known dragon-slaying sword. However, these 3 swords defy that understanding. Michael elaborated, his brow furrowing in puzzlement. People creating dragon-slayer swords. That wouldn't surprise me. Issei responded thoughtfully. I recall the Holy Sword Project, an endeavor aimed at forging individuals capable of wielding Excalibur. It was only a matter of time before they delved into crafting slaying swords. Michael nodded, agreeing with Issei's assessment. The matter at hand, however, lies in the composition of the blade they have employed. What is it? Issei inquired, his curiosity piqued. Samel. Michael stated solemnly. Samel. The same Samel who tricked Adam and Eve into eating the forbidden fruit. Issei asked, recognizing the name from his lore studies. After his capture, he faced the wrath of God, banished from the sacred realms of heaven, and burdened with divine curses. Among the myriad afflictions bestowed upon him, he acquired the ability to conjure a venom potent enough to annihilate dragons, decimating their corporeal forms and desecrating their very souls. Michael explained, his tone carrying the weight of ancient history. Interesting. Issei mused, absorbing the information. For that reason, those who wield dragon-type sacred gears find themselves susceptible to this insidious poison. Michael continued, his voice laden with concern. Issei pondered the implications. Ah, our very own kryptonite. I wonder, would such a force have any effect on beings of the caliber of Great Red and Office, the mighty dragon gods? Yes, even snakes as well. Michael responded, his tone revealing a hint of humor. Issei couldn't help but tease. Herpetophobia much. Though laden with weighty information, the conversation ended on a lighter note, the camaraderie between Issei and Michael evident in their banter. Issei diligently continued the testing, his focus unwavering, while Michael delved deeper into examining the blades. After a thorough analysis, Michael approached Issei with a severe expression. Issei, you were stabbed by these swords, right? Michael inquired. Yeah, what's the problem? Issei responded, his curiosity piqued. After careful examination, I have discovered that these weapons bear unmistakable traces of Samel's venomous influence. Michael explained. In truth, though the swords have been stripped of their power, the percentage of their effectiveness has dwindled considerably, barely exceeding a mere fraction of 1%. Nevertheless, the underlying proportion remains unchanged. Yet, even considering these circumstances, when those blades pierced your being, one would have expected your immediate demise under the weight of Samuel's malevolent curse. It is perplexing, to say the least, that you managed to retain even a modicum of mobility after being impaled not once but thrice. In all likelihood, such an encounter should have brought swift and finality to your existence. Michael continued, his voice laced with intrigue. I guess I'm lucky then. Issei replied, trying to make sense of the situation. Truly, it appears to transcend mere fortune if I may speak candidly. Michael's acknowledged, his tone thoughtful. Issei turned to his partner, seeking Drake's insight. Drake, what's your thoughts on all this? An intriguing predicament, indeed. I concur with Michael's assessment that an external factor must have intervened to neutralize the poison. In my opinion, it is plausible that the system itself played a role in this outcome. Drake offered his perspective. Yeah, but the system only started being of any use once I acknowledged its worth. Prior to that, I managed to persevere despite enduring the impact of 3 accursed swords. Issei pointed out, contemplating the mysterious turn of events. My concern lies with Samuel, for he is meant to be sealed away within the depths of the underworld. Yet, I ponder how they have managed to acquire his poisonous essence, and furthermore, who could have forged these blades. Michael voiced his worries. And who in the world granted those devils a hit piece on me? That's something I've always pondered. But let me assure you, it's reasonable to assume that whoever fashioned these swords has undoubtedly created additional ones. There are undoubtedly others out there brandishing such formidable weapons. Issei mused, his mind racing with questions and concerns. But these thoughts swirling in his head, Issei resumed the testing, his mind filled with introspection. During those 2 years of rigorous training, I found myself unable to reclaim that formidable strength, the power that I had awakened to preserve my own life and annihilate those devils. Issei reflected inwardly. Yet, I'm left pondering, what exactly was that power? An even more profound inquiry arises. Why am I relentlessly pursuing it? Is it the allure of its exponential potency or the intoxicating sensation it bestows upon me? The sheer ecstasy and bliss as it sends shivers down my spine, coursing through my entire being. It's as though I possess the ability to conquer anything and everything, and yet, an insatiable craving for even greater power persists, knowing no boundaries. As the testing session stretched into the evening, Drake's voice echoed in Issei's mind, a reminder of a promise made. Partner, did you not give your word to the Gremory girl that you would engage in conversation with her once she embraced your proposed strategies? Drake's inquiry hung heavy in the air. Issei, recalling his commitment, sighed in acknowledgement. I did, didn't I? Listen closely, partner. If you truly aspire to become a man of your words, then it is imperative that we have a certain conversation. Drake urged, his tone firm. Issei grumbled in annoyance. Drake furthermore added. Are you going to show them your dragon mark? No. Issei replied firmly. Why not? Drake questioned. Don't feel it. Issei stated, his resolve unyielding. HMPH. It seems you, who once urged me to reveal my newfound color scheme and discouraged any shame in embracing change, are hypocritically reluctant to practice what you preach. Drake remarked, his disappointment palpable. I'm not ashamed of the mark. It's simply that I don't see the need to explain it to them. My physical and psychological transformation is already complex enough to delve into, and now I'm expected to elaborate on a mere mark on my body. Issei's frustration laced his words. So it's like that? Drake questioned, accepting Issei's reasoning. Yeah, it's perfectly alright, only a select few individuals who hold the authority should be privy to this information, such as Azazel, Michael, and a few others. Issei affirmed, his decision final. Approaching Issei, Michael extended his gratitude. Issei, if you are indeed taking your leave, I extend my gratitude for the time we have spent together today. No worries, Michael. Issei replied, his curiosity piqued. Rest assured, for tomorrow's trial, we shall stand by your side without falter. Michael assured him. Trial? What trial? Issei's confusion was evident. Do you not possess this knowledge? The 4 great Satans and the 72 pillars have convened for a trial tomorrow, specifically to address matters concerning your existence. Michael explained, concern on his face. Me? Why? Issei's surprise was genuine. Behold, they perceive you as a potential menace to the very fabric of the underworld, a force that must be deliberated upon to determine if you should be granted unrestricted liberty. Michael elucidated, his tone serious. Really? It's the first time I'm hearing about it. Issei admitted, his thoughts racing. Fear not, for heaven shall offer its unwavering support during the trial. Rest assured, the collective might of Azazel and the Grigori shall stand beside you as well. Michael reassured him. Inwardly, Issei contemplated the upcoming confrontation. So the angels versus the devils. This could go bad. Oh, I see. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. Issei responded, his gratitude sincere. I shall inform Azazel of our discoveries from the testing, as well as the pertinent details regarding Samuel's cursed swords. Michael stated, his determination evident. Thank you once again. I'll see you tomorrow then. Issei said, preparing to leave. Farewell, Issei. May righteousness guide your path. With a final blessing, Michael bid him goodbye. Ability used. Rift. With a determined resolve, Issei opened a rift and stepped through, leaving heaven behind, ready to face the challenges that awaited him. After returning to his dimension, Issei hurriedly changed into fresh clothes he had purchased after leaving the raiding match. The sweaty attire he had worn during the testing with Michael was quickly discarded, replaced by something more presentable for his meeting with Riaz. Issei stepped into the shower, washing away the exertion from his body. Cleansed and revitalized, he dressed in carefully chosen attire, mindful of concealing the distinctive dragon mark on his body. He opted for a white compression shirt with a high neckline, effectively covering the mark on his neck. Over it, he wore a black leather jacket with a single glove on his left hand, cleverly concealing the mark there. Completing his look, he wore black combat pants and a pair of sleek black sneakers. Satisfied with his appearance, Issei glanced at himself in the mirror and affirmed, "This should do." However, Drake, his partner and voice of reason, interrupted his confident moment. "Before we go see your lover, you aren't going to make any more Breaking Bad references to defuse the situation like you did at the raiding match, right?" Drake's tone was stern, cutting off any potential excuses from Issei. Issei hesitated for a moment, then sighed in defeat. "Fine, whatever." He conceded, acknowledging Drake's concern before heading out to face whatever awaited him with Riaz. The atmosphere inside the Orc clubhouse was thick with tension, the stormy weather outside reflecting the turmoil within. Riaz, the leader, contemplated her words carefully, aware of the gravity of the situation. "I must remain resolute and cautious with my words," she thought, her eyes flickering towards her equally anxious companions. Lightning cracked nearby, illuminating the room in a sudden burst of light. At that moment, Issei materialized before them, startling everyone. "Issei?" they exclaimed in unison, their fear palpable. Issei stood before them, his expression stern and unyielding, meeting their gazes head-on. "Why did you barge in like that?" Riaz demanded, her tone edged with concern. "I've just emerged from another dimension," Issei replied, his voice firm. "Another dimension? Are you talking about the one you trained in for 2 years?" Asia inquired, her surprise evident. "Name? Asia Argento. Race? Reincarnated devil. Affiliation? Underworld. Rank? Low-class devil. Relationship? Ex-adopted sister. Type? Support, priestess. Stats? Vitality, 30. Strength, 10. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 40. Senses, 30. Dexterity, 40. Luck, 20. Overall power level, 27. Abilities, magic, fear, twilight healing. Issei's thoughts raced, realizing their knowledge of the time-dilated dimension. Why is it that they are aware of this? Azazel. He pondered. Did Azazel inform you about this? He asked sternly. He didn't just inform us, he took pleasure in revealing it personally. Akeno responded, her voice tinged with bitterness. He actually showed you? Tell me, how did he manage to do that? Issei questioned, his curiosity piqued. He employed a device that revealed your memories, which you willingly shared with him. Kiba explained. Oh, really? What else did he show? Issei's ears perked up, his guard rising. We know about the devil attack. Irina interjected, her voice sympathetic. Name? Irina Hyoudou. Race? Reincarnated angel. Affiliation? Heaven. Rank? Ace of spades. Relationship? Ex-childhood friend. Type? Melee, warrior. Stats? Vitality, 40. Strength, 20. Agility, 40. Intelligence, 30. Senses, 30. Dexterity, 50. Luck, 20. Overall power level, 32. Abilities, light power, light-based weapons. Fear, none. Issei winced at the mention of the attack. Riaz stepped forward, her voice heavy with regret. Issei, we are so sorry for what we did, because of our actions, you were forced to live through such a horrifying experience. We're sorry for the way we treated you before all of this. Zenobia added, her eyes downcast. We dismissed your pain from Raynor and unfairly placed blame on you. Kaneko admitted, her remorse palpable. We're so sorry for being horrible friends to you. Kiba admitted, his voice filled with remorse. You've helped each of us with our own problems, and we couldn't help you with yours. Please, Issei, let us help you. Asia implored, her sincerity shining. Riaz joined in, her voice desperate. Issei, we promise we'll do anything to make it all right. Issei stood there in silence, absorbing their words. His response stunned them all. And what precisely do you believe I require help with? Riaz protested, her voice concerned. Issei, you need help. The way you act. It's not normal. Normal? Issei's voice turned cold. When you say normal, are you referring to how I used to be? Let me make one thing clear. I will never regress to that pathetic perverted weakling I once was. Issei. Although you had those qualities, you were kind and compassionate towards others. Akeno pleaded. And look where that got me, nearly dead on your doorstep. Issei retorted bitterly. Issei, I know we messed up big time, but we are trying to help you. Asia cried out, her voice cracking. Are you genuinely trying to help me, or is this an attempt to further your own interests? Issei's accusation hung in the air, a bitter truth they couldn't deny. What's the intention behind such words? Kiba demanded, his frustration evident. You couldn't care less about me or my well-being, all you want is the previous version of me that conveniently stroked your ego, constantly validated you, and naively trusted every word you uttered. Issei accused, his words cutting through their defenses. You thrive on that version because it boosts your own sense of self-worth. That's not how it is at all. Riaz protested, her voice desperate. Isn't it obvious? Let me ask you directly. Can you truly love this version of me? Tell me, Riaz, can you? Or will you succumb to fear, just like everyone did yesterday? Issei asked sternly. No, wait, please. Riaz pleaded, her words falling on deaf ears. Issei, stop. That's not the point. Zenobia interrupted, her voice trembling. And you, Zenobia, weren't you the one who said, if you were mature, you'd see the consequences of your actions? Issei's tone turned accusing. While the others remained silent, your silence spoke volumes. And now that I have outgrown my immaturity, you suddenly want to cry about it. I didn't mean it like. Zenobia began, her voice breaking. Shut up. Issei cut her off sharply, his eyes hard. Zenobia looked down, tears threatening to spill. In a timid voice, Gasper pleaded. Issei, please, you're hurting her. His words hung in the air, a plea for understanding amid the storm of emotions. In the midst of tense silence, Issei's eyes bore into Gasper, his glare laden with unspoken disdain. Fear evident in his voice, Gasper stammered. What, why are you glaring? Issei continued his silent intimidation, ignoring Gasper's pleas. Unable to bear the pressure, Gasper began to cry, his legs trembling with fear. Her voice firm and commanding, Riaz intervened. Issei, that's enough. Issei's attention shifted to Riaz, but defiance still simmered in his eyes. Riaz, her voice tinged with a mix of concern and authority, warned. You need to stop this threatening behavior. There's a trial tomorrow discussing whether you should be allowed to roam free. I've been informed. Issei interrupted nonchalantly. I suppose I made quite a statement yesterday during the rating match. Akeno, her voice sharp with reproach, interjected. Statement. You beat someone half to death. Kaneko added, her tone accusing. Not to mention what you did to Coriana. Boo. Issei responded, feigning ignorance. Issei. Kiba's voice held a mix of frustration and disappointment. Irina pleaded desperately. Please take this seriously. You could be locked up with the rest of the criminals. Issei's response dripped with arrogance. What exactly did I do wrong? I played the game as intended and did what I was tasked to do. You can't make an omelet without cracking a few eggshells. Kiba retorted, exasperated. You did more than you were supposed to. You can't compare people to eggs. Kaneko added, her patience wearing thin. Riaz implored, her voice laced with worry. Issei, if you're going to act like this in the trial tomorrow, you'll end up iced in the Cocytus. Akeno's voice, softening with genuine concern, tried to reason. Issei, just let us help you. We'll be with you all the way through. Kaneko said in earnest. Issei, we'll work through everything. We'll make things alright again. Her eyes brimming with tears, Riaz pleaded. Issei, please. Issei took a moment before replying, his tone cold and detached. I don't require your help. During those 2 years, I managed entirely on my own. I have forged my identity, distinct and self-reliant, separate from the collective. His words hung in the air, leaving everyone speechless. Her voice cracking with emotion, Riaz questioned. Issei, wait. Are you truly planning to leave us? What if I am? Issei responded callously. I won't allow you to leave. You belong to me, my cherished pawn, an indispensable member of my peerage. I refuse to let you go. Riaz passionately declared, her desperation evident. Seriously, how much more selfish could you get? Issei's sarcasm cut through the tension. Wait, what? Riaz gasped, tears streaming down her cheeks. Akeno, her voice choked with tears, cried. Issei, stop. She just loves you. She's just trying not to lose you. We all are. Well then, you've all done a good job at showing that, haven't you? Issei retorted sarcastically, indifferent to their pain. With a quiver in her voice, Rias pleaded earnestly. Issei, I need to be honest with you. My feelings for you are undeniable. Please, I love you. Let me hear that you're still my beloved Issei, assure me that your love for me stands strong. Issei's response was cutting, his words dripping with bitterness. Where was all this when I actually cared? Rias gasped, her heart shattering as Issei's words stabbed through her, leaving her utterly defenseless in the wake of his departure. The pain in her eyes deepened, reflecting the profound hurt caused by his rejection. Rias crumpled to the ground, brokenhearted, as her companions rushed to her side. Issei stood there, unmoved, refusing to respond to their pleas. Kiba, frustration evident, questioned. Issei, why? She's just trying to help. Ignoring their protests, Issei turned around and began to leave. Issei, wait. Ria's voice quivered with desperation. Issei halted briefly, looking back at her. Please, Issei, I beg of you, don't go. You're everything to me. Just the idea of us being apart. I can't bear it. Rias pleaded, her voice carrying a genuine sense of desperation and longing. Issei hesitated momentarily, his gaze flickering between Rias and the ground. Ability used. Rift. Then, without a word, he opened a rift and walked into it, leaving the orc in the clubhouse. No. Rias cried out in agony as they helplessly watched Issei disappear before their eyes, leaving behind a trail of heartbreak and despair. X. The next day, the members of Orc found themselves back in the underworld, heading towards the grand courthouse. As they made their way through the bustling streets, they couldn't ignore the shocked and fearful looks directed their way, primarily because of Issei. The weight of their recent conversation with him pressed heavily upon them, leaving Rias significantly burdened. She had spent the night before in tears. Upon entering the courthouse, they were greeted by Surziches, Grafia, and Azazel. How'd it go? Surziches inquired, his gaze settling on Rias, who could not meet his eyes, her sorrow palpable. Hiba, the only one to respond, shook his head disapprovingly, indicating that their conversation with Issei hadn't unfolded as they had hoped. I see. Surziches murmured, understanding the gravity of the situation. Akeno stepped forward, her voice steady. Azazel, yesterday at the Gremory estate, you said there were more memories to be seen. Azazel nodded solemnly. I did. They are my own memories of what I saw of Issei. Why didn't you show us that as well? Akeno pressed further. Azazel sighed, his gaze softening with empathy. It was just his training, and besides, witnessing him change like that would have only made you feel even worse about yourselves. Akeno and the others comprehended Azazel's motives for withholding his part. But if you want, Azazel added, we can see them another time. Surziches interjected, intrigued. This would involve his training, right? Perhaps I can better understand how he acts and looks different. Grafia said, her voice contemplative. And also, the peculiar game system he possesses reminds me a lot of the video games Milikas plays. The conversation concluded as they took seats in the courthouse, a unique amalgamation of a theater and a courtroom. In the center stood the defendant, while the 4 Devil Kings presided on the top level. Around them, the 72 pillar leaders occupied their seats, although only 8 were present that day. As the arches rose to the halfway point, the crowd settled in. Clan members, the general public, and representatives from various factions filled the seats, their murmured conversations blending into a low hum before the proceedings began. Akeno's eyes bore into the courtroom, her question hanging heavy in the air. What do you think will happen? Rias sighed, her voice laced with uncertainty. I don't know. I just hope. Before Rias could finish her thought, the judge's voice resonated through the room, cutting her off. Thank you, everyone, for being here as we discuss the topic of Issei Hyoudou and whether or not he should be allowed to roam free after his actions in the raiding match between Team Gremory and Team Sererg. Ria's mind raced with concern. Issei. The judge continued, his tone formal and stern. May the defendant be brought in. The heavy doors at the bottom of the room swung open, and Issei walked down to the center. As he moved, he couldn't ignore the murmurs and the faces contorted with fear and disgust from the crowd. Well, it seems they're delighted to have me around. Issei muttered, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Braig's voice echoed in Issei's mind, urgent and serious. Do you dare to jest about something as grave as this? My freedom is at stake, and it demands your utmost seriousness. Issei brushed off Draig's concern. Didn't I already tell you? Better call Saul, of course. Braig snapped back, his tone exasperated. Cease your incessant references to Breaking Bad. Such trivial comparisons do not befit a conversation of our caliber. The judge's voice boomed again, cutting through the tension. Issei Hyoudou. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Issei's response was sharp and defiant. About what? Lord Aguirre and Lord Citri accused him vehemently. About your actions at the raiding game. What you did showed the world who you really are. A monster. Lord Bale's anger was palpable. You will pay tenfolds for what you did to my son. Issei countered, his words cutting through the courtroom like a blade. Lord Bale, spare me your feeble attempts at pretense. Never did you truly give a damn about your pitiful son, the one unfortunate enough to be devoid of any trace of magic. You cast him aside as if he were an inconvenience, lavishing all your attention upon his sibling, gifted with magical prowess. Don't delude yourself into thinking that my actions against Sererg stir any genuine remorse within you. No, your sole ambition is to revel in the exercise of your own power. Lord Bale, incensed, roared. Silence, you low-class devil. You are nothing but a reincarnated devil. Issei, undeterred, shot back with unwavering pride. Yeah, but this low-class devil made your pure-blooded son his bitch. The courtroom fell silent, stunned by the audacity of Issei's words. Even in his dire situation, his pride and ego remained unshaken. Lord Bale seethed, his face contorted with rage. What did you say? I should have you executed. The judge intervened, his voice commanding. Lord Bale, that is enough. And as for you, Red Dragon Emperor. It's Black Dragon Emperor. Issei corrected the judge, his voice firm and unyielding. The judge glared at Issei. Black Dragon Emperor, you will show respect and not speak such vulgar words in the courtroom. Since the defendant has nothing to say, does anyone want to represent him? To everyone's shock, Archangel Michael stood up, his presence commanding attention. I would represent him. Michael declared, his words hanging heavy in the courtroom. The crowd gasped in disbelief. An angel representing a devil, especially one accused of violence and malice. Issei couldn't help but chuckle at the turn of events. And there's my Saul Goodman. The judge, bewildered, demanded an explanation. Archangel Michael. What is the meaning of this? Michael's gaze remained steady as he spoke. I will accept that what Issei did at the raiding match was out of line, but it's not his fault entirely. The judge, intrigued, pressed further. What do you mean by that? Amidst the tense atmosphere, Michael elucidated the intricate workings of the game system that had ensnared Issei. He presented the evidence, showcasing the system's orchestration of Issei's actions and everything recorded from their test the day before. It's my final verdict to say that the system has control over him and his actions, altering him both physically and personality-wise. Michael declared with authority. Bajuka, clearly taken aback, voiced his disbelief. It's absurd to think such a power exists. Serafal, ever the optimist, chimed in. Wow, Issei is so strong. Serziches, the compass leader, expressed his surprise. I didn't think this game system was this potent. Albium, his mind racing with implications, added. If this system is as powerful as Michael describes it, it means that the Black Dragon Emperor has. Bajuka finished his thought, stating with awe. Limitless potential. The revelation left everyone in the room stunned and fearful. Could Issei indeed ascend to godlike heights with such power? Lord Bale, his fear morphing into rage, thundered. That's even more reason to keep him locked up. Let me have him. I'll teach him some manners, and then I'll slowly end him before he can become an even greater threat later on. Undeterred by the threats, Issei responded coolly. Thank you, Lord Bale. Thank you? For what? Lord Bale roared, incensed by Issei's audacity. Issei's eyes glinted with defiance. Acknowledging your motives, eh? Just as I surmised, your feeble justice system means nothing to you. It's clear that your true obsession lies in settling a personal grudge against none other than me. What? Lord Bale bellowed, seething with fury. Do you find it so agonizing, witnessing your precious Bale clan reduced to naught but a pitiful farce by my hands? Issei's words hung in the air, a challenge that infuriated Lord Bale beyond reason. In a rage, Lord Bale leapt from his seat, poised to attack Issei, who stood his ground, unflinching. The room gasped in horror at the impending violence. But just as Lord Bale lunged, he was abruptly restrained, his body frozen in midair, a bewildered expression on his face. What? How? He roared in disbelief. Ability used. Shadow manipulation. Self-shadow binding. Shadow manipulation. The user can take control of any existing shadow and control it to their will. Self-shadow binding. Restrain someone with their own shadow. All eyes turned toward Lord Bale as his seemingly alive shadow snaked its way up his body, binding him in place. How is this possible? You? Lord Bale accused Issei, his realization dawning too late. Issei chuckled softly, his control over Lord Bale's shadow exposed. He had turned the tables, using Lord Bale's darkness against him. The room fell into stunned silence, gripped by the terror of witnessing the incredible power Issei wielded. How had he gained such a formidable ability? The question hung in the air, unanswered and unsettling. Issei's voice, laced with authority, cut through the air as he addressed the assembly. Listen closely, fools, I grow weary of repeating myself. From this moment forth, address me as the Black Dragon Emperor if you possess even an ounce of intelligence, that is. Serziches, his eyes widening with surprise, remarked. He didn't have this power before, he must have got it from that system. Riaz couldn't help but wonder, her thoughts filled with concern. Issei, how far will you go? Lord Bale, unable to tolerate the spectacle, roared. Stop this. At this instant. Issei tightened his grip, forcing Lord Bale to his knees, the latter letting out a pained scream. Arg. It appears I have turned both father and son into nothing more than my dogs. Issei declared, his words sending shockwaves through the crowd. Gasps filled the room as Issei's audacious statement reverberated. Serziches, his tone edged with urgency, pleaded. Issei, that's enough. Issei met Serziches' gaze with unyielding determination. Please, release him. Serziches implored. With a stern look, Issei released his control over Lord Bale's shadow. The fallen devil, seething with anger, threatened. You'll pay for this. Is that so? Perhaps you should reserve your futile endeavors for your little PR minions. Issei retorted, his words cutting through the tension. After all, I've already taken the pleasure of thoroughly embarrassing you in the presence of all these pitiful onlookers. Lord Bale looked around, his face flushing with shame, as he realized the extent of the humiliation he had suffered. Defeated, he returned to his seat, trying to salvage his dignity. The trial continued, culminating in Issei's excommunication from the Devil Society. The news shattered Riaz, knowing her parents would never allow her to marry him. Akeno, ever wise, tried to console her. Riaz, don't worry, you'll still be able to marry him, you'll just have to leave the Gremory clan after all. Young Milikas is heir after you, don't worry. It's not the end of the world. Despite his excommunication, Riaz refused to relinquish Issei's ownership, making him a stray devil by definition. However, he remained in the Gremory peerage, but was barred from the Gremory clan. Team Gremory couldn't participate in any raiding matches until Issei proved he wouldn't cross the line as he did in the last match. His relationship with the underworld and the higher-ups hung in the balance. Amidst the chaos, Michael and Azazel recognized Issei's potential. They took responsibility for him, seeing him as a solution to various problems across the factions. The trial concluded and the courtroom emptied, leaving a trail of uncertainty and a future yet to unfold. As Issei navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the courthouse, his eyes widened in surprise as he spotted the members of Orc gathered, with Riser Phoenix standing conspicuously in front of them. Intriguing thoughts swirled within Issei's mind. Riser, I haven't seen him since our fight way back then, why is he talking to Riaz? Could it be about my excommunication from the Gremory clan? Does he want to marry Riaz again for his own desires? A sharp unfamiliar sensation gripped his chest, his hand involuntarily clenching into a fist. Confusion clouded his thoughts. What is this strange feeling? Am I experiencing jealousy? Why does it bother me? I thought I was indifferent to such matters. Determined to confront the situation, Issei approached Riser, positioning himself behind the oblivious man. With a scoff of chilling arrogance, he addressed Riser. Heh, Riser. Riser felt a shiver crawl down his spine as he turned around, finding himself dwarfed by Issei's towering presence. Issei's silver eyes bore into him like a predator, locking eyes with its prey. Fear had been induced. Opponent's stats have been decreased by 48%. Oh, Issei, I was just. Riser began, his voice laced with fear. That lost this instant. Issei retorted, his tone compassed yet icy, severing the essence of Riser's existence. Issei's words struck Riser, who attempted to flee. However, Issei swiftly caught him by the shoulder, delivering a threatening ultimatum. Try this again, and rest assured, you'll regret the day you possess such a trivial ability as regeneration. Realizing the gravity of Issei's intentions, Riser nodded submissively and hurriedly retreated. The members of Orc observed the scene in confusion, baffled by Issei's contradictory actions. He seemed to despise them one moment, and the next, he displayed concern. Before Riaz could voice her question, Serziches called out to Issei, drawing his attention. Issei. Issei turned towards the sound, finding Serziches and Grafia approaching him. Serziches spoke with a tone of authority. Can we talk? Alone? Issei calmly regarded Serziches and Grafia, then glanced back at the Orc before agreeing. Okay. Follow me. Serziches instructed, leading Issei away. As he left, Issei cast a fleeting glance back at the Orc, a moment noticed by Riaz. Understanding the situation, Riaz mused to herself. I see, so that's the situation. It seems you do care, after all, albeit in your own peculiar manner. Her lips curved into a gentle smile, offering a comforting sense of reassurance. Issei followed Serziches and Grafia into a room, where they conversed privately. After about 10 minutes, Issei emerged from the room, finding Azazel waiting for him outside. Heh, curious about the conversations between me and King Satan, huh? Azazel smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief. Issei shrugged off Azazel's taunts. None of that carries significant weight. Just a bunch of promises and whatnot. Azazel raised an eyebrow, amused. Ah, I see. So, how does it feel to be excommunicated, huh? I bet it's quite the rollercoaster of emotions. Issei's response was surprisingly calm. It feels as if I'm standing at the beginning of a clean slate, experiencing a newfound sense of freedom. Glancing around, Issei noticed the absence of the orc members. Where's everyone else? He inquired. Azazel chuckled. Looks like they ditched school to witness your trial, huh? They'll have quite the homework load to tackle tomorrow. Issei couldn't help but smirk in response. School, huh? Azazel's tone turned mocking. Heh, so you're finally remembering that place, Kuo Academy. The one you're supposed to be attending. The one you've conveniently skipped for an entire week. Yeah, I understand. So I'm playing hooky, am I? Issei acknowledged, his voice tinged with wry humor. Azazel's grin widened. You think so? Are you planning to make a grand return? Issei shook his head. No, not yet, at least. Curious, Azazel pressed on. Why not? Issei displays a notification for Azazel to see, his expression serious. Open world unlocked. Azazel's laughter echoed through the room as he questioned Issei about his newfound responsibility. Open world. Haha. So, what's the deal with that? Issei nodded, a sense of purpose lighting up his eyes. Now I'll be handling tasks from all corners of the world. Azazel's eyes widened in disbelief. What? That's absolutely insane. Issei shrugged nonchalantly, trying to convey the gravity of his newfound duties. I'm not entirely certain, but let me tell you, these tasks are absolutely legitimate. Just yesterday, I successfully undertook one that required me to rescue trafficked children from a notorious cult group operating in Romania. Azazel chuckled, finding the situation oddly amusing. Hahaha, what's this? The system suddenly thinks you should play the hero. How amusing. Issei nodded, acknowledging the irony of his situation. I guess so. Curiosity piqued, Azazel inquired. How long do you reckon this little endeavor will consume? Issei replied confidently. I'm not uncertain. I have strategically planned something that will enable me to resume my studies next Monday. Azazel teased, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Haha, looks like you're wagging another week, huh? How amusing. His laughter filled the room, emphasizing his amusement. Unamused by Azazel's jests, Issei retorted. Yeah, whatever. Concerned about his responsibilities, Azazel asked. What do you want me to tell the orc and the others? Issei sighed, his tone serious. Listen, I'm swamped with important matters at the moment. I've already informed Surziches and Grafia about it, so they'll handle things on their end. Azazel rolled his eyes playfully, annoyed yet intrigued. Ha, you never fail to irk me when you insist on burdening me with your secrets, you know. But I suppose it's all part of the fun, isn't it? Issei nodded in understanding. I understand your perspective. I suppose this is the juncture where our paths diverge, at least temporarily. Azazel grinned, his expression playful. Catch you on the flip side, my friend. Ability used. Rift. Issei smiled back, a mix of determination and resolve in his eyes. You too. With that, he opened a rift, walked into it, and left the underworld, ready to face the challenges ahead. X. Having soared beyond Earth's atmosphere, Issei gazed down at the planet, his eyes wide with wonder and determination. This marks a fresh chapter for us, Drake. He said, his voice filled with confidence. Braig's tone, resonating with a sense of exhilaration, replied. Indeed, it is. We shall revel in the thrill of venturing into uncharted territories. Issei's gaze remained fixed on Earth, his resolve unwavering. This world is now under our protection. Braig's voice echoed purposefully. What we're doing transcends the boundaries of Kuo, Kyoto, or even the underworld itself. Issei's determination flared brighter, his words carrying the weight of their newfound freedom. From now on, we take control of our own destinies. Together, they stared downwards at Earth, their spirits alight with a newfound sense of liberty. No longer bound by the constraints of others, they embraced the freedom to carve their own path, eagerly anticipating the adventures and challenges that lay ahead. Arc summary. In the world of supernatural beings and extraordinary powers, our hero, Issei Hyoudou, faced a daunting trial like no other. The sun was setting over the Orc clubhouse as Issei, our spirited protagonist, found himself encircled by his closest companions. The atmosphere was charged with tension as they berated him for his failure to consider Ria's feelings. Their voices echoed in his ears, and it felt like he was being crushed under their combined judgment. As a consequence of his negligence, the members of the Occult Research Club turned their backs on him, leaving him standing alone outside the very place that once felt like home. In that heart-wrenching moment of solitude, Issei's world was shattered and despair threatened to consume him. But fate had other plans. Suddenly, a trio of malevolent devils attacked Issei, pushing him to the brink of despair. Desperate and fearing for his life, he cried out for someone from the orc to come to his rescue, to no avail. In that dark hour, the bonds he thought he held dear were called into question, and the concept of friendship became a distant memory. However, just as the abyss seemed ready to claim him, a mysterious and unknown power surged within Issei. With newfound strength, he annihilated the devils and was transported to a time-dilated dimension for rigorous training that lasted over 2 years. The once timid and uncertain Issei emerged as a changed man. When he returned, his appearance had transformed, and he carried himself with a newfound confidence. This was a different Issei, both in appearance and in his thoughts and actions. He ventured into the underworld to engage in a raiding match against Sererg with his peerage. Still, even his allies struggled to recognize the man before them. During the raiding match, Issei unveiled the staggering might he had gained during his time in seclusion. Still, the power came at a gruesome cost. His attack's brutality and grotesque nature sent shockwaves through the audience, including those who had once called him friend. As the match reached its conclusion, Issei left his entire peerage in tears and agony. They realized they had played a part in his transformation, and the guilt weighed heavily upon their hearts. A few days later, Issei was on trial for his actions in the raiding match, with the higher-ups seeking to imprison or even execute him. Miraculously, he cleared his name but was excommunicated from the Devil Society. Now, with a newfound sense of freedom, Issei and his partner Drake set forth on a new path, forging their own destiny in a world that had both rejected and transformed them. The tale of Issei's journey from despair to redemption had just begun, and the path ahead was challenging and rewarding. End of arc stats. Name: Issei Hyoudou. Race: Reincarnated Devil Dragon Unknown. Affiliation: None. Rank: None. Type: Hybrid Battle Image. Stats: Vitality: 90. Strength: 80. Agility: 75. Intelligence: 95. Senses: 70. Dexterity: 80. Luck: 60. Overall power level: 78. Abilities: System and its abilities. Gear: Mutated boosted gear. End of arc abilities and powers shown. Pocket dimension manipulation. Elemental manipulation. Energy manipulation. Reflection transportation. Soul extraction. Item extraction. Shadow manipulation. End of arc weapons and items shown. Mutated boosted gear. Nullification sword. Welsh Dragon's Knight sword. Issei has more powers, abilities and weapons which I haven't shown yet. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.